As a founding member of the G20, South Africa has sought to ensure that the development priorities of the Global South and the African continent find expression firmly and permanently on the agenda of the G20. This is important not only for the people of Africa and the Global South. It is vital for global stability and security, alleviating resource pressures, managing population movements, and reducing the risk of conflict. We seek stability because it attracts investment, it improves planning and reduces the risk of global economic shocks. And we prioritize inclusive and vibrant markets because they are able to drive innovation and efficiency. Thriving economies lift people out of poverty. They encourage greater investment and trade, and they generate the revenue needed to invest in public goods. The threats facing humanity today, from escalating geopolitical tensions, global warming, pandemics, energy and food insecurity, to inequality, unemployment, extreme poverty, and armed conflict, jeopardize our collective future. It is therefore essential that we make greater and faster progress towards the achievement of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. We welcome the Seville Commitment adopted in June this year, which sets forth a renewed global framework for financing for development. We must use this framework to catalyze development investments at scale in developing economy countries. We must continue the reform of the international financial architecture, ensuring that institutions are strengthened and are more inclusive and are equipped to meet the challenges both of the present and the future. At the beginning of our G20 presidency, we identified 4 high-level priorities. Firstly, we focus on action to strengthen disaster resilience and response. While climate-induced natural disasters affect countries around the world, they have a particularly devastating impact on countries that cannot afford the costs of recovery and rebuilding. We have agreed that it is essential for the global community, international finance institutions, development banks, and the private sector to scale up post-disaster construction. Secondly, we agreed that we must take action to ensure debt sustainability for low-income countries. The G20 needs to renew its efforts to advance debt sustainability while at the same time laying emphasis on those countries in the Global South that are suffering from debt repayments. Thirdly, we said we should mobilize finance for a just energy transition, increasing the quality and quantity of climate finance flows to developing economy countries. Fourthly, we emphasized the importance of harnessing critical minerals for inclusive growth and sustainable development through the beneficiation of the minerals at the place of extraction. In addition to these 4 priorities, we have prioritized issues of inclusive economic growth, industrialization, inequality, unemployment, and security and artificial intelligence. Much of the work of the past year will be presented and considered at this meeting. We commend in particular the G20 at G20 review, which provides a detailed account of the path that this organization has traversed as the G20. It describes both our achievements and our challenges and makes proposals on how we can organize ourselves to be more focused on our core mandate. We welcome the work of the G20 Africa Expert Panel, which was led by South Africa's former Minister of Finance, Mr. Trevor Manuel. The panel argues that African efforts to accelerate productive investments require new global partnerships and strong multilateral cooperation. It calls on the G20 to support this effort by building a global policy framework that unlocks long-term finance and lower costs and investment at scale. We are also grateful for the work of the G20 Extraordinary Committee of Independent Experts on Global Inequality that was led by Professor Joseph Stiglitz, a Nobel laureate. The recommendations of the Extraordinary Committee provide a solid platform on which to launch a renewed global effort to tackle inequality. As this is the first G20 Leaders Summit to be held in Africa, it carries the hopes and must reflect the aspirations of the people of this continent and of the world. We should not allow anything to diminish the value, the stature, and the impact of the first African G20 presidency. This G20 Leaders Summit has a responsibility not to allow the integrity and the credibility of the G20 to be weakened. In fact, from this summit, we should have a sense that the G20 has been strengthened. We thank all delegations that have worked together with us in good faith to produce a worthy G20 outcome document for this historic leaders meeting. The G20 underscores the value of the relevance of multilateralism. It recognizes that the challenges that we face can only be resolved through cooperation, collaboration, and partnership. The adoption of the declaration from the summit sends an important signal to the world that multilateralism can and does deliver. It sends a message of hope and solidarity across the world. It tells the world that as the leaders of the G20, we will keep fast to our solemn pledge to leave no person, no community, and no country behind. With those words, I therefore declare the G20 Leaders Summit open, and thank you. Your Excellencies, please allow me to take you through day one of the program. Session one will focus on inclusive and sustainable economic growth. This session will be followed by presentations of the recommendations of the reports of the Africa Expert Panel and the Extraordinary Committee of Independent Experts on Global Inequality. We will then have a working lunch, and this will be followed by a family photo. And I thank you for your attention and look forward to a fruitful discussion. Now, in discussions with a number of delegations here, there has been overwhelming consensus and agreement that one of the other tasks we should undertake right at the beginning is to execute the task that we have come here for principally, which is, by overwhelming consensus, to adopt our declaration. Now, I should precede this by remembering what a Roman philosopher called Pliny, the elder, once said. He said to have said, ex Africa semper aliquid novi, meaning out of Africa there is always something new. So something new always does come out of Africa. So with that, we would like, therefore, okay. I'm told that the cameras are still on, they should be off. I don't know why that is so. With that, we would like, therefore, with the consensus that has emerged through the work that has been done over the whole year and the 130 meetings that have been held where each sector has been able to reach agreement, would like, therefore, to put the proposed declaration as the G20 South Africa Summit Leaders Declaration, to put it forward for your adoption. Do I have the support that we should go ahead and
협조하겠습니다. 존경하는 동료 여러분, 지금 전 세계가 저성장, 불균형 등 복합적인 경제 위기에 직면해 있습니다. 이대로 격차와 불균형이 심화되면 이웃은 물론 우리들 각자의 미래조차 장담할 수 없게 될 것입니다. 격차와 불평등을 완화하고 기회의 문을 넓혀서 함께 잘 사는 길로 가기 위해서 저는 다음과 같이 세 가지 해법을 제시해 보고자 합니다. 첫째, 지속적 성장을 위해서 경제 체질을 근본적으로 바꿔야 합니다. 우리는 미래로 나아가기 위해 성장 잠재력이 큰 분야에 자원을 집중 배분해서 부를 창출하고 또 부채 비율을 줄이는 선순환 구조를 만들어야 합니다. 이를 위해 대한민국은 인공지능 등 미래 성장 분야에 투자하여 총생산 증가와 장기적 부채 비율 감소를 도모하는 성과 중심의 재정 정책을 추진하고 있습니다. 그러나 개도국 경제는 과도한 부채 부담 때문에 성장을 위한 투자 여력이 제한되어 지속 가능한 성장 동력이 약화되고 있습니다. 개도국들이 당면한 이 문제를 해결하기 위해 부채의 지속 가능성 강화를 위한 노력을 멈추지 말아야 합니다. 앙골라 대통령께서 말씀하셨던 지적이 타당합니다. 우리 대한민국은 이를 위해서 아프리카 협력 프레임워크 이행 등 G20의 다양한 노력에 적극 동참할 계획입니다. 두 번째로, 성장 잠재력 제고를 위해서 예측 가능한 무역 투자 환경을 조성해야 합니다. 세계 무역기구의 기능 회복은 우리 모두의 이익에 부합합니다. 대한민국은 내년 아프리카에서 개최되는 WTO 강요회의의 성공을 위해서 적극 협력할 것입니다. 또한 대한민국이 선도해온 투자 원활화 협정이 내년 WTO 강요회의에서 공식 협정으로 채택될 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다. 세 번째로, 개도국 성장을 위해서 개발 협력의 효과를 더욱 강화해야 합니다. 우리 대한민국은 부산 글로벌 파트너십 포럼을 통해 개발 효과성 제고 방안을 지속 발전시켜 왔습니다. 대한민국이 다자개발은행 개혁 로드맵 평가 보고 체계 채택도 주도했던 만큼 앞으로도 다자개발은행 개혁 노력에 적극적으로 동참하겠습니다. 대한민국은 앞으로도 개도국에 더 많은 혜택이 돌아갈 수 있도록 회원국과 긴밀히 협력할 것입니다. 동료 여러분, 지금 우리는 지속 가능한 미래로 함께 나아가기 위해 연대해야 합니다. 대한민국은 G20 구성원의 일원으로서 책임과 역할을 다할 것입니다. 모두가 기회를 함께 누리는 포용 성장을 추구하여 소외되는 국가가 최소화될 수 있도록 최선을 다하겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I now wish to call upon His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Turkey, Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, to take the floor.
Testing relay for English. Testing relay. Testing relay for English.
Saygıdeğer devlet ve hükümet başkanları,
Esteemed heads of state
kıymetli delegeler, sizleri şahsım ve ülkem adına
I extend
en kalbi duygularımla selamlıyorum.
on behalf of myself
Gösterdikleri üstün kabul için Sayın Ramaphosa'ya şükranlarımı sunuyor. Zirvemizin sonuçlarının hayırlara vesile olmasını temenni ediyorum.
our summit will have
Artan korumacılık, yüksek küresel borçluluk, hızla yaşanan nüfus, rekabet baskısı ve jeopolitik gerilimler küresel büyüme görünümünü zayıflatıyor. Bu nedenle G20'nin sürdürülebilir kalkınmayı destekleyen ve kapsayıcılığı güçlendiren bir anlayışla işbirliğini daha da derinleştirmesi gerekiyor. 2030 sürdürülebilir kalkınma hedeflerinin esasını oluşturan kimseyi geride bırakmama taahhüdümüze rağmen bugün dünya genelinde her 10 kişiden biri hala aşırı yoksullukla mücadele ediyor. 2024 yılında %9 azalan toplam küresel kalkınma yardımlarının 2025'te %17'lere varan düşüşleri görmesi bekleniyor. Bu durum maalesef Afrika kıtası için çok büyük kayıplara işaret ediyor. Komşusu açken tok yatmayan bir anlayışın temsilcisi olarak üzerimize düşen sorumluluğu her türlü menfi koşula rağmen yapmaya devam ediyoruz. Resmi kalkınma yardımlarımızı 2023'te 6,8 milyar dolar seviyesinden 2024 yılında 7,4 milyar dolara çıkarttık. Ancak bu yardımlarla hedeflenen menzile ulaşmak imkansızdır. Özellikle en az gelişmiş ülkelerde yerel kaynakların harekete geçirilmesi suretiyle sürdürülebilir kalkınma için finansman modelleri geliştirilmesi önemsiyoruz. Bakınız, karşı karşıya olduğumuz sınamalar sadece en az gelişmiş ülkeleri değil, tüm ekonomileri etkisi altına almıştır. Küresel finans krizi öncesinde ticaret küresel büyümenin en güçlü motoruyken kriz sonrası dönemde tablo köklü biçimde değişmiştir. 1987-2007 döneminde dünya ticareti yıllık ortalama %7 oranında artarken 2008-2024 döneminde %3'lere gerilemiş, küresel büyümeye katkısı belirgin şekilde zayıflamıştır. Bugün küresel ticaretin yeniden canlanması için daha köklü bir uluslararası işbirliğine, yeni politika araçlarına ve sürdürülebilir tedarik zincirlerine ihtiyaç duyuyoruz. Uluslararası ticaret kurallarının kalkınmayı destekleyecek biçimde güçlendirilmesini ve bilhassa Dünya Ticaret Örgütü'nün özel ve lehte muamele ilkesine bağlılığımızın teyit edilmesini mühim görüyorum. Kıymetli katılımcılar, bugün dünya genelinde toplam borçluluk oranı küresel hasılanın %324'üne ulaşmış durumda. Türkiye'de ise bu oran %89 seviyesinde seyrediyor. Bu görece düşük borçluluk düzeyi bize hem yapısal dönüşümü hızlandırmak hem de yatırımlar için ilave kaynak ayırmak için önemli bir mali alan sağlıyor. Ancak ne yazık ki düşük gelirli ekonomilerin çoğu bu imkana sahip değil. Bu ülkeler yüksek finansman maliyetleriyle daralan mali alan arasında adeta sıkışmış durumdalar. Birleşmiş Milletler'in 2025 borç raporuna göre 3,4 milyar insanın yaşadığı ülkelerde faiz ödemeleri, sağlık ve eğitim harcamalarını aşmış vaziyette. bilhassa düşük gelirli ülkeler için borç yeniden yapılandırma süreçlerinde adil ve eşit muameleye dayalı bir yaklaşımın benimsenmesini destekliyoruz. Türkiye olarak G20 ortak çerçevesi kapsamında katkı sunduğumuz Gana ve Etiyopya'nın borçlarının yeniden yapılandırılması sürecinde alınan mesafeyi memnuniyetle karşılıyoruz. Bu örnekten hareketle kimsenin geride bırakılmadığı, daha kapsayıcı bir küresel ekonomi inşasında tüm G20'yi daha fazla sorumluluk üstlenmeye davet ediyorum. Sizleri sevgiyle, saygıyla selamlıyorum. Kalın sağlıcakla.
Thank you, President Erdogan. I wish to apologize that there was a system failure, particularly with Channel 11. We are now going to get a direct translation from the interpreter. Seemingly, there was a failure in synchronizing the speech with the translation. So we will allow the interpreter to interpret what President Erdogan was saying. Please go ahead.
Distinguished heads of state and government, distinguished delegates, I would like to extend my warmest greetings to all of you. And I would like to extend my gratitude to President Ramaphosa for his kind hospitality, and we hope that the outcomes of this summit will bring positive results. I also would like to wish success to the United States of America, which will assume the G20 presidency next year. With issues such as rising protectionism, elevated debt levels, a rapidly aging population, and intensifying competition, in addition to geopolitical tensions, all of these issues are creating a major weight on global growth outlook. And therefore, in this vein, the G20 must further deepen cooperation with an approach that supports sustainable development and contributes to enhancing inclusivity. Despite our commitment to leave no one behind, which forms the core of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, today, 1 out of 10 people worldwide faces extreme poverty. Official development assistance in global level, which declined by 9% in 2024, is expected to fall by as much as 17% in 2025. Unfortunately, this situation points to substantial losses for the African continent. As Turkey, we continue to fulfill our responsibilities despite all these negative circumstances. We increased our official development assistance from $6.8 billion in 2023 to $7.4 billion in the year 2024. However, it is impossible to achieve development targets solely over ODAs. We attach particular importance to developing financing models for sustainable development through mobilizing domestic resources, especially in the least developed countries. And let us be clear, current challenges affect all economies across the globe. Trade used to be the strongest engine of global growth prior to the global financial crisis. However, the situation has fundamentally changed in the post-crisis period. Between 1987 and 2007, world trade expanded at an average annual rate of 7%. However, during 2008 and 2024, this slowed to around 3%, significantly weakening its contribution to global growth. Today, reviving global trade requires deeper international cooperation, new policy tools, and sustainable supply chains. Strengthening international trade rules in a manner that supports development, and in particular to reaffirm our commitment to the World Trade Organization's principle of special and differential treatment, is very crucial. Excellencies, the total debt to GDP ratio now stands at 324%. In Turkey, however, this ratio is at 89%. This relatively low level of debt provides us a valuable fiscal space to accelerate structural transformation and also allocate additional resources for investment. Unfortunately, most low-income countries do not have this advantage. These countries find themselves squeezed between elevated financing costs and severely constrained fiscal space. According to the United Nations 2025 A World of Debt report, in the countries home to 3.4 billion people, interest payments now exceed total spending on health and education. We support applying fair and equal treatment in debt restructuring processes, particularly for low-income countries. As Turkey, we welcome the progress made in the debt restructuring of Ghana and Ethiopia, to which we have contributed under the G20 Common Framework. Drawing on this experience, we call on all G20 members to assume greater responsibility in constructing a more inclusive global economy where no one is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, President Erdogan. We apologize for the failure of the system there. I now have the opportunity to call upon His Excellency Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Well, President Ramaphosa, let me start by thanking you for hosting us here, the first G20 on African soil, which is a proud moment for South Africa, but one that, in my view, is long overdue. So let's make this summit count. It's striking, listening to the contributions, that across our different corners of the globe, we're all concerned to achieve the same thing for our citizens: good jobs, lower bills, higher growth, better living standards. And that is what my government is focused on. And we want to work with our partners around the table to make that happen. But there's no doubt the road ahead is tough. This is a moment of mounting competition and crises around the world. And that, I think, has been mentioned by pretty well every contribution so far. Fragility in the Middle East, rising threats of authoritarianism and fragmentation, as well as Russia's ongoing unjustified war in Ukraine. The shockwaves of that invasion are still reverberating through global markets today. It has hit growth, driven up food and energy prices, and deepened persistent imbalances and instability across the world. With all that in mind, and echoing what others have said, the role of the G20 is critical at this moment. Growth must be a mission for us all to embrace, as the means to improve lives, to fund public services, and to keep our people secure. The G20 has worked together before to fix fundamental problems in the global economy. We need to find ways to play a constructive role again today in the face of the world challenges. And I'd like to see us come together around a 5-point plan for growth that leaves no one behind. First, we do need to tackle global imbalances, like excessive surpluses and deficits, which can disrupt trade flows, sever supply chains, and choke off growth. For deficit countries, that means acting to stop unsustainable borrowing and prioritise the investment and structural reforms that drive up growth. For surplus countries, it means taking action to reduce subsidies and other trade distortions, as well as measures to boost domestic consumption. Second, we should promote open and balanced trade, taking steps to liberalise trade where we can, with new agreements that lower tariffs and barriers and return to the stability and certainty that business needs. This is a real priority for my government, and I'm proud of the agreements we've reached and the progress that we've made with partners like India and the EU, benefiting our economies and creating new opportunities for our people. Third, in an era of instability, we need to make our economies more resilient. In the UK, this means an unshakable commitment to fiscal discipline. And it means investing in growth in critical areas like clean energy production. We want to work with partners around the world on this to protect us all from future energy shocks. And we want to act together to secure vital supply chains, including for critical minerals. Fourth, we need to reform the international rules-based system so that it's fit for the modern world. We need to work together to ensure organisations like the WTO are more able to be agile with new rules to meet modern challenges like environmental and digital trade, and better and more flexible decision-making processes so that those who want to make progress can get on and do it. Finally, we do need to work together to tackle the unique challenges facing emerging economies, especially in Africa, whether it's the growing debt burden or the financing gap for the Sustainable Development Goals. This G20 is the moment to respond to these structural challenges and to deliver more stable and resilient finance. We're working on that through the London Coalition on Sustainable Debt. We need to go further under the G20 Common Framework to make debt restructuring better, faster and easier. And we need to crowd in more private capital. We're working with the industry to break down regulatory barriers in the United Kingdom, and we want to see multilateral development banks take more risk and partner more with the private sector in new, innovative ways to mobilise finance. AJ and I have been discussing this in some detail, and I think we agree there's huge potential for this to go further. For the good of all our people, it is time to make it happen. So let me thank you once again, President Ramaphosa, for your presidency of this G20. I wish the US the best of luck next year in 2026, and I look forward to taking forward the agenda during our presidency in 2027. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Sama. I now have the opportunity to call upon the Vice President of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency, Mr. Gibrian Rakabamung Raka, to take the floor.
Your Excellency, President Ramaphosa, Excellencies, leaders of G20 countries, let me begin by conveying warm greetings from President Prabowo to President Ramaphosa. Also deep appreciation to the government of South Africa for the warm hospitality and excellent arrangement. We commend South Africa's leadership in steering the G20 through a challenging year. This is a historic G20 summit, the first being held on African soil. This milestone marks a profound shift where the Global South is no longer a bystander, but a co-driver of Global South. Excellencies, Indonesia believes that global growth must not only be strong, but also fair and inclusive to uplift each and every nation. Indonesia welcomes the G20's focus on sustainable finance, yet ambition must go further to close gaps and to pursue adaptation, mitigation, and transition that is just and fair. The world needs financing that is more accessible, predictable, and equal, especially for developing nations, through debt relief, innovative financing, blended finance, and green transition mechanism. Indonesia allocates more than half of our national climate budget, around $2.5 billion annually, to support green MSMEs, agricultural insurance, and climate-resilient infrastructure. Indonesia also promotes financial inclusion. Our national CRIS digital payment system demonstrates how a simple and a low-cost digital solution can push participation in the economy and minimize inequality. Emerging technologies such as crypto asset, digital tokens, including Bitcoin, may create both opportunities and risks. Therefore, Indonesia proposes that the G20 initiate dialogue on intelligence economy. Indonesia believes that every country is entitled to chart its own development path because there is no single model that fits all. There is no such thing called the best method. Cooperation must empower, not dictate. Cooperation must uplift, not create dependency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President. I now would like to call upon the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade and Worship of Argentina, Ms. Pablo Quirno Magrey. Oh, Mr. Thank you. Is it switching on? No? Looks like somebody wants to silence you.
There we go. Sorry. Thank you, Chair. I would like to express our gratitude to the government of South Africa and President Ramaphosa for the generous hospitality extended to us by your country during this year. Your presidency has invited us to reflect through the lenses of solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Allow me to outline our perspective on these pillars. We believe that the principles of solidarity, equality, and sustainability can only be achieved within an international system grounded in freedom, clear rules, and responsible economic governance. Economic growth remains the foundation for job creation, investment, and resilience in our economies. Such growth depends on policies that promote stability, innovation, and private sector development within a predictable framework grounded in the rule of law and a market-based economy, as highlighted in the G20's foundational declarations. Argentina has learned firsthand that long-term growth is only possible when supported by sound public finances. Fiscal imbalances contribute to inflationary pressures, limit investment, and erode economic confidence. Addressing these imbalances through responsible fiscal management and expenditure control is critical. In this context, solidarity can only be effective when growth rests on a stable macroeconomic environment, a legal order that protects private property, and clear rules that expand opportunities for private sector development and all individuals in our society. Associated with this is equality of opportunity, which is both achievable and desirable when grounded in the principle of equality under the law. Achieving this requires structural reforms that foster solid institutional and regulatory frameworks, laying the groundwork for markets to function efficiently, attract investments, encourage job creation, and boost productivity. Equally important is creating opportunities through education, which serves as a powerful equalizing tool and equips individuals with the skills needed to fully benefit from these economic reforms. Technology is a strong ally in this effort. We must maximize the opportunities it provides while mitigating its risks. This includes fostering digital transformation and ensuring that job creation aligns with the needs of the future economy based on the upskilling and reskilling of labor. It is therefore necessary to design policies that facilitate investment by establishing conditions for the development of a market policy, vocational training, and education for work that facilitates growth, the creation of wealth, and quality jobs, accompanied by labor flexibility policies. Development policies must be directed toward creating an environment that encourages private investment by reducing risks and taxes, protecting individual property rights, ensuring predictability, and enabling all people to pursue the success of their ventures based on merit, effort, vision, and innovation. When the foundations of growth are respected, solidarity and equality of opportunity become achievable and sustainable over time. Distinguished Chair, esteemed leaders, finally, I wish to draw to your attention to the draft document circulated yesterday. As we all recognize, this G20 represents an important opportunity to demonstrate our collective commitment to the development of the African continent and its people. Argentina has sought to contribute meaningfully and constructively to the consensus-building process. We have shared the red lines we identified in this context, aiming to support the G20's broader goals. Those red lines remain until this time. We all know that the G20 is a premier global forum for coordinating economic actions. Its core principle is consensus, which reflects the reality that all of us must work together to accomplish our shared objectives, ensuring financial stability, fostering economic growth, and strengthening collective development. For Argentina, it is crucial to preserve the integrity of this process by acknowledging when consensus has not been achieved, rather than proceeding with a document that does not accurately reflect our collective will. Moreover, we're deeply concerned with how certain geopolitical issues are framed in the document. Specifically, it addresses the long-standing Middle East conflict in a manner that fails to capture its full complexity. By focusing on a single dimension of a specific territory, it overlooks the broader regional context, the international recognition of different entities, and the structural causes of the dispute. In this regard, I wish to recall the recent adoption of UN Security Council Resolution 2803 on November 17th, which emphasizes the international community's support for a just and lasting peace in the Middle East, while calling for a comprehensive, fair process to address all aspects of the conflict. In closing, Argentina, although cannot endorse the declaration based on the aforementioned discrepancies, remains fully committed to the spirit of cooperation that has defined the G20 since its inception. We're convinced that only through genuine dialogue, respect for consensus, and adherence to the principles of the United Nations Charter and international law can this forum continue to keep working constructively with all members and partners, with a shared aim on strengthening global stability, promoting sustained growth, and advancing development in a manner that is inclusive, balanced, and respectful of our diversity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. We note with deep respect the views expressed by Argentina. We will recall that in our last G20 summit in Brazil, Argentina was given the opportunity, following the various discussions that led to the consensus and agreement on the declaration, it was given the opportunity to voice its misgivings about certain parts of the declaration as it was adopted. And similarly, we have given Argentina the same opportunity, that they should, in their presentation, be able to raise issues that they are concerned about. We should take courage in knowing that that does not, in the end, mean that the declaration is nullified or rejected. It is a declaration that has been adopted by all of us here present. And so we want to thank Argentina for expressing the views that they have expressed, and many of the views are really views that are common or commonly held by many in terms of the adherence to rule of law and supporting the resolutions of the United Nations. So we thank you, Minister, for putting Argentina's position forward, and we will, with great respect, move ahead with a declared, with the accepted declaration as the G20. Thank you very much. We then move on and ask His Excellency Mr. Edgar Amador Zamora, Minister of Finance and Public Credit of the United Mexican States. Please go ahead, Minister.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Distinguished leaders of the G20 and invited countries, heads of international organizations. On behalf of the President of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum, I wish to extend our sincere congratulations to President Cyril Ramaphosa and to the South Africa team for an outstanding leadership of the G20 this year. and for convening the historic Leaders Summit, the first ever held in African soil. Mexico is a country deeply involved in the promotion of peace as a basis for justice, fair trade, social equity, gender equality, cooperation for development, and respect for human rights. Economic welfare and cooperation for development are shared responsibility among nations. In a world defined by interdependence, no country can isolate itself or prosper at the expense of others. Choosing cooperation is, in essence, choosing a common future grounded in justice. The expansion of trade can drive employment, raise incomes, and reduce poverty, all core dimensions of sustainable development. Moreover, international trade fosters the global adoption of green technologies, serving as a powerful mechanism to accelerate the transition toward low-carbon, resource-efficient economies. However, the expansion of global trade also brings complexities. While it has fueled global economic growth, its benefits remain unevenly distributed. It promotes the exchange of knowledge and culture, yet disparities persist in labor protection and social inclusion, particularly for women and underserved communities. Environmentally, trade can advance green standards and technologies, but it also contributes to emissions, overexploitation of resources, and biodiversity loss. The question, therefore, is how to ensure that global trade benefits are shared equitably and if directly contributes to sustainable development and shared prosperity. The multilateral trading system recognizes that when trade is fair, transparent, and properly regulated, is a key driver of development and a tool for lifting millions out of poverty. Trade must serve people, generating well-paid jobs, fair wages, and opportunities that foster social inclusion. In the economic sphere, Mexico promotes a strategy of shared prosperity that places workers at the center of decision-making processes, recognizing that decent work is the foundation of a better quality of life. In this sustainability dimension, our priority is to prevent, reduce, and reverse environmental degradation while fostering a circular economy. Our national energy policy advances renewable sources and accelerates the transition toward cleaner production and consumption patterns, while ensuring equitable access to water as a fundamental human right. Through the Plan Mexico, we are empowering MSMEs by integrating them into national and global value chains, facilitating access to credit, digital tools, and capacity building program is essential for equitable growth and innovation. At the same time, we are investing in human capital, aligning education and training systems with the skills needed for the green and digital transitions. Environmental sustainability lies at the heart of Mexico's industrial and trade policy. We promote investment that meets standards on water reuse, clean energy, and solid waste management, with encouraging community-centered business practices. Environmental responsibility and resource efficiency are not obstacles to competitiveness. They are its foundation. Moreover, ensuring debt sustainability, particularly in less developed countries and vulnerable economies in Africa and Latin America, will strengthen those nations and create a more resilient and sustainable international financial system, where the benefits of trade and cooperation can reach all populations. Mexico has supported instruments for debt treatment such as the Common Framework and the G20 Ministerial Declaration of Debt Sustainability. We have also developed a sustainable debt management strategy by using debt instruments under favorable conditions, including local currency and fixed interest rate bonds. Through sound public budget management, Mexico has increased investment in social protection and education above 6% and 4% in real annual terms, respectively. Thus, we advocate for international debt frameworks that enables this development-oriented approach, preserving fiscal space for health, education, and sustainable infrastructure. The G20 must lead by example in implementing the Sevilla Commitment, strengthening the Common Framework, and expanding it to include middle-income and climate-vulnerable countries is both a moral and economic necessity. The G20, the United Nations, and international financial institutions must act in coherence. Mexico calls for an advancement of its synergies between the Sevilla Action Platform, the Pact for the Future, and G20 financial track. Finally, Mexico believes that the strength of the G20 lies not only in its economic power, but in its collective moral responsibility. Let us lead with courage and conviction to make trade fair, debt sustainable, and development truly inclusive. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you indeed, Minister. I now have the privilege to call on the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud, to take the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
فخامة الرئيس سيريل رامافوزا، الحضور الكرام، يسعدني أن أشارك في قمة هذا العام في مدينة جوهانسبرغ تحت شعار التضامن والمساواة والاستدامة. ويسرني أن أستهل كلمتي بنقل تحيات خادم الحرمين الشريفين وسمو العهد حفظهم الله وتمنياتهم الصادقة بنجاح مساعي رئاسة جنوب أفريقيا التي تستضيف أعمال مجموعة العشرين ولأول مرة في القارة الأفريقية، ومساعي الدول الأعضاء بتعزيز التعاون الاقتصادي وتحقيق التنمية المستدامة على الصعيد العالمي. الحضور الكرام، تؤكد المملكة العربية السعودية دعمها الكامل للجهود الرامية إلى إصلاح منظمة التجارة العالمية وتعزيز نظام تجاري متعدد الأطراف عادل وشفاف. يمكن كافة الدول من الانخراط بفاعلية في الاقتصاد العالمي ويحقق العدالة بين الدول الأعضاء. وترى المملكة أن التجارة الدولية ليست مجرد أداة للنمو الاقتصادي، بل هي ركيزة أساسية لتحقيق التنمية الشاملة ووسيلة لتعزيز الاستقرار الاقتصادي العالمي وضمان استفادة الجميع من منافع النظام التجاري الدولي بشكل متوازن. وفي هذا السياق وانسجاما مع مستهدفات رؤية السعودية 2030 تستمر المملكة بتطوير الأطر التنفيذية التي تشجع الاستثمار المسؤول في مختلف القطاعات بما في ذلك السياحة والتكنولوجيا والبنية التحتية المستدامة وتعزيز التصنيع المستدام من خلال تسخير الموارد المحلية وتعزيز فاعليتها وجذب الاستثمارات النوعية المتوافقة مع الأهداف التنمية المستدامة. كما تؤكد المملكة على أهمية موائمة جهود مجموعة العشرين مع أهداف التنمية المستدامة للعام 2030 لضمان تحقيق نمو اقتصادي شامل ومتوازن يعزز رفاه الشعوب ويحافظ على الموارد للأجيال القادمة. وترى المملكة أن التحديات العالمية بما في ذلك أعباء الديون على بعض الدول وأمن الغذاء والطاقة والتغيير المناخي والتحول الرقمي تتطلب تنسيقا مستمر واتباع نهج متكامل يوازن بين التنمية الاقتصادية وحماية البيئة والاستقرار المالي. وفي هذا الإطار تشدد المملكة على ضرورة الحد من التدفقات المالية الغير مشروعة وتعزيز قدرة الدول على تسخير مواردها المحلية بكفاءة باعتبارها من العوامل الأساسية لتحقيق الاستقرار الاقتصادي وتمويل برامج التنمية المستدامة. كما تدعو إلى تعزيز التعاون الدولي لتبادل الخبرات وأفضل الممارسات في هذا المجال بما يسهم في بناء أنظمة مالية أكثر شفافية ومرونة. الحضور الكرام، لقد أثبتت السنوات الأخيرة أن التحديات التي تواجه عالمنا لا تعترف بالحدود وأن معالجتها تتطلب تضامنا دوليا صادقا وتعاونا متعدد الأطراف يقوم على المسؤولية المشتركة. فالعالم اليوم يواجه مستويات متزايدة من عدم المساواة واضطرابات اقتصادية عالمية تركت آثارها العميقة على حياة الملايين وأدت إلى التصاعد في حدة التوترات الإقليمية والدولية. هذه جميعها قضايا تهدد استقرار النظام الدولي برمته وتعرقل مسيرة التنمية المستدامة. وبالرغم من تلك التحديات وحالة عدم اليقين التي يشهدها الاقتصاد العالمي، فإن المملكة ماضية في العمل على بناء اقتصاد عالمي أكثر تكاملا واستدامة من خلال شراكاتها الفاعلة على المستوى الدولي بما يضمن مستقبلا مزدهرا وآمنا للأجيال القادمة. في الختام تؤكد المملكة على أهمية دور مجموعة ال20 المشترك في قيادة الجهود الدولية لتعزيز التنسيق بين السياسات الاقتصادية العالمية والنمو المتوازن وتمكين الاستثمارات المستدامة وتطوير السياسات صناعية واقتصادية تدعم الاستقرار والازدهار للجميع وتساهم في حماية الدول الأكثر هشاشة من تداعيات الأزمات المالية والاقتصادية. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Peace, mercy, and blessings of Allah be upon you.
Thank you very much, Your Royal Highness. I now call upon, in the segment of members of the G20, the last speaker before we go to guest countries. I now call us upon the Deputy Chief of Staff of the Presidential Executive Office of the Russian Federation, Mr. Maxim Orishkin.
Thank you, President Ramaphosa. The international economic order is definitely in crisis, and it is no longer matching new and emerging realities. This crisis is three-dimensional: the crisis of globalization and openness, the crisis of global economic institutions, and the crisis of economic development models. These days, global economy is facing a severe fragmentation. Advanced economies continue to engage in illegitimate unilateral actions, including sanctions, trade barriers, technological and educational restrictions, as well as seizure of sovereign assets. These methods of unfair competition destabilize the global economic architecture, disrupt supply chains, discourage long-term investments, hold back the global growth, and undermine progress in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Today, we are here in Africa, a region that urgently needs strong economic growth to meet the needs of its fast-growing population. We should talk today about access of Africa and the Global South to new technologies, healthcare, education, and most importantly, financing. We're concerned that financial flows to developing countries are simply not enough. Even the official development assistance came to a steep decline in 2024 of 7.1% and is projected to fall further. While Africa is in dire need of capital inflow, total net borrowings by G7 governments, according to the IMF data, will reach almost $3 trillion this year. By the way, it equals to total GDP of the whole African continent. Mounting sovereign debt of several G7 countries pushes them to the verge of fiscal collapse. Artificially inflated financial bubbles may trigger a knockdown to the global economy. If we look at the international financial institutions, they are currently deviating from development finance to military expenditures. Thus, financing goes back to the Western economies, and in many cases through the corruption schemes in Ukraine. The World Bank, for example, has provided Ukraine with more aid in 3 years than to all African countries combined. Moreover, African economies face biased rejections and complicated procedures of funding from the World Bank and the IMF. Definitely, all these institutions should be reformed to benefit the Global South. Dear colleagues, global economy and its growth structure has already changed. BRICS and countries of the Global South now form the dominant driver of global growth. We have the talent, the resources, the technology, and the capacity to drive growth and improve the lives of our people. Unlike in previous decades, the Global South economies are ready this time to move forward with their own platform for economic growth, based on their own solutions. In technology and education, in trade and connectivity, in finance and investments. The rise of this emerging platform of growth becomes more evident with each passing year. The fact that growth in the 21st century will come mainly from the Global South is indisputable. We call the G20 to get back to the fundamentals of sustainable development. It means poverty reduction, social inclusion, and environmental sustainability. This should be based on sound economic development, which includes fighting protectionist and illegitimate unilateral measures, including sanctions, tariffs, technological and educational restrictions. To fulfill this mandate, the G20 should stay a multilateral platform for coordinated action acting in solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Russia is ready to play an important role in this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Your Excellency. That concludes for us the segment of the members of the G20 speeches. We now move on to section B, which is guest countries, who will, as we have to conserve time, be limited to 3 minutes each. And I do hope that we are able to keep to that to the extent that we can. I now call upon His Excellency, Dr. Abiy Ahmed Ali, the Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia.
Your Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates, let me begin by extending my appreciation to President Cyril Ramaphosa for his extraordinary leadership. I also would like to acknowledge Johannesburg, a city of opportunity and progress. Excellencies, it is with humility and hope that I address you on African soil at this historic G20 summit. Humility because Ethiopia's journey is still unfolding. Hope because our story, like that of many nations here, shows that transformation is possible even in difficult circumstances. Ethiopia is a land of ancient civilization, defined by resilience and prospects still being written. Our homeland has sheltered faiths. Our people have built lasting societies. From this legacy comes Maddamar, a philosophy of unity in diversity, of synergetic collaboration that multiplies potential and of progress shared by all. Guided by this spirit, Ethiopia is moving toward inclusive growth. Our cities are becoming hubs of innovation. Industrial parks reshape economies. Farmers use tools their parents could never imagine. Young entrepreneurs are building businesses that were impossible to dream of a generation ago. For too long, countries like ours have been labeled fragile or poor. Yet our story is a quiet revolution of bold actions rewriting what is possible. Because growth is the achievement of people who refuse to be left behind. In Ethiopia, we have learned that inclusivity is not charity, it is efficiency. When every farmer, entrepreneur, and innovator shares in progress, the economy becomes self-sustaining. Our journey has been tested by drought, conflict, and global shocks. Yet from those tests emerges transformative renewal. We are investing in renewable energy that powers both homes and hope, digital infrastructures that connect citizens, and green agriculture turning smallholder farmers into climate champions. Excellencies, we're not here to speak of despair. We're here to speak of possibility and of shared responsibility. In that spirit, let me highlight 3 priorities. First, debt. Ethiopia has engaged actively with the G20 common framework to unlock resources. Debt relief must translate into investments that empower people and secure the future, including educated children, modern hospitals, and resilient infrastructure. Second, climate. Through our Green Legacy Initiative, Ethiopians have planted over 48 billion seedlings, restoring soils, watersheds, and hope ecological restoration must become the new global investment landscapes, supported by debt for climate swaps and green value chains that reward nature and communities. Third, energy and digital transformation. The Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam symbolizes Africa's renewable ambition. We are expanding into solar, wind, geothermal, and nuclear power, and we envision an Africa energy network that drives industrialization while achieving net zero emissions. Through Digital Ethiopia, we have liberalized telecom, expanded broadband, and advanced digital finance. By 2030, we aim to complete our national digital public infrastructure, integrating IDs, payments, and data platforms to serve citizens. For Ethiopia, artificial intelligence is a tool for inclusion, helping predict droughts, diagnose diseases, and support local language, ensuring technology works for all. Excellencies, Ethiopia's journey mirrors that of many emerging economies. Our success offers lessons, our challenges offer insights. Inclusivity and sustainable growth is both a practical and a moral imperative for our continent. It requires humility to reconsider what we treasure and courage to redefine what we value. I propose that the G20 adopt a new lens, measures resilience as growth. Let us count not only GDP, but the capacity of societies to withstand and adapt, because that ultimately is what sustains development. Ethiopia stands ready, rooted in Madamar, to contribute to this shared global journey. I thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister Ahmed Ali. I now have the privilege to call upon His Excellency, Mr. Teodoro Obiang Nguema Basogo, the President of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea and the President of the Economic Community of Central African States, to address us. Okay, there seems to be a problem there which they will fix in a little while. I will come back to President Basogo. I now want to move on to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Finland, Alexander Stubb.
Thank you very much, Cyril, and thank you for the invitation. You know that Finns are famous for two things. One, they speak very shortly, and two, they love rules. And I hope I will stick to both. It's a great privilege to be here for the first time representing Finland. We've never been at a G20 meeting before, and we really appreciate the invitation. Jonas Störe and I both come from Nordic countries, and we once calculated that the Nordics would be G10. So perhaps I'll speak in that spirit. Cyril, for me, this meeting is very much a symbol of multilateralism. And what you are trying to do here is to bring a group of key countries together that have both demography and economy on their side. And you are doing it at a time when there clearly is a change in the world order, where I believe personally that the nexus of power is moving eastbound and southbound. And now I think all of us pretty much have a choice, and the choice is between multilateralism, which you are representing, and multipolarity. And these two things are very different. For me, multilateralism is about cooperation, it's about rules, it's about norms, and it's about institutions. I like these rules because they are the ones that bring exactly the thing that you have up there on the board: solidarity, equality, and sustainability. My big worry right now is that the world is moving more in a multipolar direction. And multipolarity, though it gives power to nation states as such, is problematic because it's more transactional. It's more about deals, and therefore it's more prone to conflict. There have been many excellent interventions here today about rules on trade, rules on the way in which we engage with each other. My biggest worry right now is that we are not seeing enough multilateralism in three key conflicts that have been raging around the world. One, Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine. Two, the situation in Gaza. And three, the situation in Sudan. So I hope that we lean towards multilateralism. And let me say, coming from a small country, what I believe the West should do in this. I think the West should understand that the multilateral institutions that were created after World War II and that were upheld after the Cold War, the power structure of them is right now unfair. It needs to be changed. We need to distribute power in a world that exists today, not the world that existed in 1945. That is the best way for us to drive multilateralism and get it back on track. Thank you very much. 3 minutes and 12 seconds.
Thank you very much, President Stubb. You were just so precise, Alexandra. That's the Nordic spirit, I take it. We now go back to His Excellency President Teodoro Obiang Nguema Mbasogo, President of the Equatorial Guinea. We apologize for your mic having not worked as it should have, but please go ahead.
Sus Excelencias, Jefe de Estado y de Gobierno y Jefe de Delegaciones, distinguidos invitados, señoras y señores. Me dirijo a ustedes en nombre de la Comunidad Económica de los Estados de África Central.
There is still a problem for President Mbasogo. My apologies again, President. The technicians told me that they had fixed it, but it seems like they still need to do a little bit more work. And with that in mind, fixed microphone does not seem to be working as well as it should. Go ahead, Your Excellency.
Su presidencia del G20. Nuestros pueblos han soportado los costos nuestros suelos y minerales críticos desempeñan un papel clave en la transición energética y nuestra juventud representa un motor de innovación. Siempre su potencial. Nos reunimos hoy en el G20 Sin embargo, permítanme recordar que ese futuro no puede constituirse entre las naciones. Para que el crecimiento económico sea inclusivo y sostenible, y que no deje nadie atrás, quisiera ofrecer a esta cumbre unas soluciones que el capital del G20, con el fin de diagnosticar y corregir las deficiencias estructurales. Esto implica claramente desarrollar cadenas de valor locales, establecer normas que generen oportunidades, dividendos comunitarios y que garanticen la integridad ambiental, así como el vínculo entre lo humanitario necesita socios para apoyar la agricultura climáticamente inteligente, el sistema de riesgo y la producción regional de mismo. Abogamos por la creación de una reserva alimentaria general y de un sistema de alerta temprana Solicitamos el apoyo financiero del G20 para promover una seguridad alimentaria complementarios al Fondo de Pérdidas y Daños. Invitamos al G20 a contribuir proponemos, por tanto, establecer un mecanismo de G20 para ampliar el acceso a la conectividad y al conjunto de datos abiertos para la inteligencia artificial de interés público, priorizando las lenguas y los contextos del sur global. Creación de un panel internacional sobre las desigualdades, a fin de seguir las tendencias evaluadas las causas y medir el impacto de las políticas. El mundo reclama una gobernanza más justa y es nuestra responsabilidad ofrecer una respuesta que conduzca a un futuro más próspero para todos los pueblos del planeta. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, President Basago. I now would like to call upon the Prime Minister of Jamaica and the Chair of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM, Dr. Andrew Michael Holness, to take the floor.
President Ramaphosa, thank you for the kind invitation to participate in this important meeting. Please accept our commendations on South Africa's is one of social partnership and sacrifice. We transformed our economy after decades of instability. Through disciplined macro-fiscal reforms anchored in responsible debt management, institutional strengthening, and targeted pro-growth initiatives, we reduced our debt, lowered poverty and unemployment, contained inflation, stabilized foreign exchange, and built robust reserves. Now, moral imperative. Yet, one external shock can undo years of progress. Hurricane Melissa, a Category 5 storm, has devastated 7 parishes. Its impact will negatively affect our debt trajectory, and the road ahead will be challenging. This is our reality today. But it is also the recurring story of vulnerability told by small island developing states in CARICOM and indeed across the world. Global partnership will be essential to our recovery. The G20 commitment in 2021 to recycle SDR allocations led to the creation of the IMF Resilience and Sustainability Trust. This facility provides developing countries with relatively low-cost financing and longer maturities. We urge the G20 to preserve and strengthen this mechanism. We also call for innovative, flexible financing solutions, such as thematic bonds for climate adaptation and blended finance structures to support resilient infrastructure designed to meet the unique needs of climate-vulnerable economies. Jamaica further calls on the G20 to advance a rules-based, equitable, global trading framework that enhances predictability, flexibility, and resilience for small economies. This should include expanding access to targeted financing and risk insurance instruments tailored to the needs of SIDS, supporting technological upgrading and productive capacity enhancement, integrating multidimensional vulnerability indices into eligibility and financing terms across IFIs and climate funds, so countries can invest in resilience without compromising fiscal stability. Establishing a loss and damage financing window with clear rules-based triggers for timely and predictable support. Advancing a global skills and trade compact for SIDS to strengthen human capital, competitiveness, and inclusive growth. Excellencies, through these actions, the G20 can ensure that global trade and financial systems become more than engines of growth. They can become forces for shared prosperity, resilience, and sustainability, leaving no nation behind.
Thank you, Prime Minister, and we should collectively pass our condolences to you and the people of the Caribbean for the devastation that we all witnessed as you faced a huge calamity. We thank you for your steadfastness, and we thank you, the Prime Minister of Malaysia, the Chair of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, Mr. Anwar bin Ibrahim.
I thank President Cyril Ramaphosa for his leadership and for South Africa for inviting Malaysia and as ASEAN chair to this summit. We meet in a country and continent that has endured the most dehumanizing aspect of apartheid and colonization. The expectations from countries in the South is for G20 to pursue an agenda that is just and fair, to be unequivocal on our resolve to end the atrocities and colonization in Gaza, and the civil strife in the Sudan, and achieve an amicable resolution to the war in Ukraine. Malaysia has worked with our Asian neighbors in particular to manage political conflicts, tariff shocks, supply chain pressures, and rapid technological change. We have found that when policies are aligned and rules are predictable, shocks pass through with less damage. The lesson is clear. Resilience comes from common preparedness, not isolation. This lesson matters because the next disruption will likely to be harder to burden. Artificial intelligence will recognize labor markets at a pace our institutions will struggle to match. Without early investment in transitions, workers, especially the young and women, will face these shifts alone. We have seen the consequences before when societies were unprepared for globalization, poor governance, grinding poverty, endemic corruption, resulting in stagnant wages, eroding trust, and the rise of politics that feed on grievance. With AI, destabilization becomes a real risk if countries enter this transition unprepared. This will be one of the defining challenges of our times. Now, countries, of course, must equip their people, especially the young, for the speed of technological change. Opportunities for trading and credible safety nets are essential. Small and medium-sized firms, which carry much of the employment burden, will need support. Global resilience cannot be built on fiscal exhaustion. Many developing economies now spend more on servicing debt than on education and investment. Countries need the capacity to invest ahead of disruption, not after. Multilateral development banks must be ready to deploy more quickly and work closely with countries to support the investments and build resilience. We are ready to work with all partners to meet this common challenge and to help sustain an open, predictable global economy that gives our people a fair chance to thrive. Thank you again.
Thank you, Prime Minister. It now gives me pleasure to ask His Excellency Dr. Pedro Sanchez Perez Castijon, the President of the Government of Spain, to take the floor.
Thank you for giving me the floor, President Ramaphosa, my dear friend, and allow me to congratulate you for the adoption of the declaration. We meet at a moment of deep uncertainty for the global economy, for sustainable development, and for multilateralism. Earlier this week, a Spanish think tank reported that more than 22 million people could die all over the world by 2030 due to cuts in official development assistance. Those figures are truly horrifying and only one example of the tragic, real-world consequences of the trends we are witnessing. Yet, as we have also seen this year, when we choose cooperation over fragmentation, progress is possible. The 4th International Conference on Financing for Development held in Spain was a powerful reminder of that. There, countries endorsed the Compromiso de Sevilla and launched the Seville Platform for Action with more than 100 concrete initiatives to implement our joint commitments. Not just words and wishes, but tangible actions that will make a real difference on the ground. Among them, there are 3 initiatives led by Spain that respond to one of the great challenges of our time, debt sustainability. They are the Global Hub for Debt Swaps, the Debt Post-Close Alliance, and the Sevilla Forum on Debt. These are 3 very pragmatic tools born out of real-world constraints that can really help rebuild trust in international cooperation and solve the burden of debt in developing countries. But financing alone is not enough. Trade disruptions, fragmentation of supply chains, and rising protectionism are eroding the foundation of global growth, and they need to be urgently tackled. Let me be clear, tariffs are not a weapon, they are a barrier. Yes, industrial overcapacity and unfair competitions are real challenges, both for advanced and developing countries, but responding to them with tariffs leads only to collective defeat. This is why it is more urgent than ever to strengthen the multilateral trading system, restore the central role of the World Trade Organization, and update it for the world we live in. Inequality must also be at the center of our agenda. The Stiglitz report, commissioned under South Africa's G20 presidency, has delivered a stark warning. We face an inequality emergency just as severe and systemic as the climate emergency. Extreme concentration of wealth undermines growth, corrodes democratic institutions, and fuels polarization. Addressing this requires fair international taxation. The progress the G20 has achieved on global tax reform cannot be allowed to unravel. We need tax rules fit for the 21st century. Colleagues, allow me to finish with a reminder. Inclusive and sustainable development is impossible without peace. We must stand by the principles of the UN Charter, everyone, everywhere, at all times, be it in Ukraine or in Palestine. This means defending sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity, and ensuring strict compliance with international humanitarian law. Without peace, without respect for multilateral rules, our efforts on trade, development, and inequality won't succeed. Spain remains committed to working with all of you to ensure that the G20 strengthens cooperation, protects the most vulnerable, and leaves no one behind. And I thank you.
Thank you, my good friend, President Sanchez. I now call upon Her Excellency Dr. Nedumbu Nandindaitwa, the President of the Republic of Namibia.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. Namibia thank and congratulate Your Excellency President Ramaphosa, the government and the people of South Africa for bringing G20 to Africa, placing Africa's concern in the agenda of the summit, and for the kind invitation extended to my country. Guided by the African Union Agenda 2063 and the UN Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development, the importance of addressing development priority from the African perspective cannot be overemphasized. Developing countries find themselves on debt trap as a result of capital high cost for developing countries based on the perceived risk that does not reflect the reality on the ground. In the face of unfair financing terms, recently Namibia honored its international obligation by redeeming its $750 million Euro bond on time, signifying strong fiscal responsibilities. However, we are considered by decision makers as a risk country. We need a fair international financial institutions. Being the most meaningful way, we can place people at the heart of sustainable development. Our focus on advancing the transformation of global governance must be underpinned by the common understanding that only an inclusive and representative international system will have the capacity to respond to the present-day challenges. If our financial architecture is not fit for the purpose, we will continue to see the pressure of a looming global debt crisis that intensified imbalance between developed and developing countries. We are not seeking for free money. We want a fair and equal financing opportunities. For Namibia to grow and industrialize our economy, Namibia is welcoming investors to invest on value addition at source for our natural resources, including critical minerals, to yield a broad-based benefit for all our people. To leave no one behind, countries must mobilize adequate resources for development, apply responsible debt management, and safeguard resources for essential social and economic programs such as education, health, and infrastructures. Namibia urges the G20 leaders to strengthen debt treatment framework by providing concessional financing to countries that demonstrate commitment to sound debt management and to be innovative in strengthening others. As we strive towards reducing inequality within and among countries, fair taxation, financial inclusion, and social protection are essential tools. In Namibia, social protection coverage has expanded, with old age grants reaching 98% of eligible citizens, and children grants stand at 66% of vulnerable children. These measures ensure that vulnerable groups that include people living with disability are supported in the path to prosperity. It also allows women and youth to play their role in development. As I conclude, I can say let us reaffirm our shared commitment to inclusive and sustainable economic growth, guided by the SDGs, by focusing on 3 pillars. 1, strengthen trade-drive economies. 2, securing financial for development, while responsible managing debts and reducing inequality through inclusive policies. And all these are talking to the theme of this conference, which we really very much welcome, namely solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, President Nandi Ndaitwah, President of the Republic of Namibia. I now call upon His Excellency, Mr. Dick Schoof, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as Minister of Finance, I will speak on behalf of the Netherlands. And I think it's important to emphasize this since I still have to fly back home with my Prime Minister. First of all, let me say how much I appreciate your hosting this first G20 on the African continent. We know what a challenge it is to organize a major international conference, and this summit reflects the growing importance of your country and Africa as a whole on the global stage. And I think I can speak on behalf of everybody that you have been a fantastic host, so thank you for that. In the run-up to this summit, the Netherlands was pleased to work with you on key themes of your presidency: solidarity, equality, and sustainability. And as the world's 18th largest economy, we greatly appreciate the opportunity to be part of the G20 again this year. I would like to make some brief remarks on 3 topics that all feed into one another: economic growth, debt sustainability, and private capital mobilization. First, it's clear that we need economic growth in order to achieve inclusive and sustainable development. However, the most straightforward and direct way to unlock economic growth is to immediately end Russia's unjust and unprovoked war in Ukraine. Not only is it causing unbearable human suffering, it also continues to have significant negative global economic spillover effects. And it's the real reason scarce resources have to be invested in Ukraine. Only a just and lasting peace can put an end to all this and can guarantee the security of Ukraine and Europe. Second, on debt sustainability, it's a fact that high debt levels stand in the way of growth. Every dollar spent on interest cannot be spent on investing in a stronger economy. So that's why the Netherlands strongly supports the G20's work on debt sustainability. Specifically, we think it's important to continue working on transparency, because that transparency can help boost investors' confidence in borrowing countries, which in turn will stimulate financing for development. And third, we know there are insufficient public funds to tackle the enormous needs of developing countries. So therefore, we need private capital mobilization as well. So I applaud the finance track for the excellent job it has done this year, mapping out new ways to unlock institutional capital for investment in emerging markets. This includes innovative approaches in the Netherlands to mobilize pension fund capital. It is important that the G20 continues this path. So my appeal, Mr. Chair, is for more international economic cooperation, more transparency, and more private funding, especially when they benefit the world's most vulnerable people. And we realize it's easier said than done. But if the G20 continues to show leadership in this endeavor, I assure you the Dutch government and the Dutch investors stand ready to work with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you indeed. And now I would like to call upon His Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Norway, Mr. Jonas Støre, to take the floor.
Thank you very much. I'm his Chief of Staff and will speak on his behalf. Dear President Ramaphosa, it has been a privilege for Norway to be an invited country during South Africa's G20 presidency. And it's also an honor to attend this first G20 summit here in Africa, under the able leadership of you, President Ramaphosa. I commend South Africa for placing a special emphasis on the issue of inequality. And I thank Professor Stiglitz for providing important input to our discussion, including the crucial observation that inequality is not a given. Inequality is the result of policy choices. As such, it can be fought, including with a progressive taxation system, an effective welfare system covering everyone, and not least, measures that ensure equal opportunities for women and men. Norway invests in equality because it's the best antidote to exclusion, to resettlement, to conflict, and democratic backsliding. And we invest in equality because it improves the lives of our citizens and makes our economy stronger. Let me give an example from my country. Research shows that increase in women's participation in the workforce from the 1970s and onwards has mattered just as much to our economy as our revenues from oil and gas. Rising inequality is a global challenge. It is a factor in almost any issue we are dealing with, from war and climate change to poverty and health. Inequality hampers development. Therefore, we fully support the objectives outlined for the International Panel on Inequality. And we support the central message in the report. Reducing inequality requires more international cooperation. And let me point out 3 priorities. Number 1, we must implement the Compromiso de Sevilla. The comprehensive framework was agreed at the 4th Financing for Development Conference. It provides a roadmap to address many of the issues also raised in the report by Professor Stiglitz. Secondly, we have to make progress on the WTO reform. Rule-based trade is crucial for economic growth and development. Multilateralism matters. It's on us to make sure that the next year's WTO ministerial meeting delivers and that Director General Ngozi has the backing she needs. Third, we should continue to strengthen multilateral development banks. Going forward, they will be the main source of development finance. The G20 plays a special role in making sure that they are fit for the task. Excellencies, Norway is a long-standing friend of Africa. We support the development aspirations of the people of this continent as spelled out by Travel Manual in his presentation. I'm therefore pleased to announce that Norway intends to contribute approximately $300 million to the African Development Fund replenishment for the period 2026 to 2028. I also urge others to present generous pledges to this very important fund. These are very critical times, as many of you here have mentioned, especially the situation in Gaza, Sudan, and Ukraine. We support peace in Ukraine, and no one wants peace more than the Ukrainians themselves. We welcome efforts for peace, but for peace to ensure, it must be just and must be rooted in international law, respect the basic tenets of the UN Charter, and provide for the future security of Ukraine and for the rest of Europe. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you for the contribution. We always are grateful for contributions that are made for the development of our continent. So please pass on our gratitude. We now go ahead and call His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, the Emir of the State of Qatar. Okay, it does seem like the Sheikh should be in a bilateral somewhere. We will come back to him. I now move on to ask His Excellency, Dr. Julius Maada Bio, the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone and the Chairperson of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Your Excellencies, distinguished leaders, ladies and gentlemen, I want to start by congratulating our host for being a great host, especially for the warmth and hospitality that he has extended to us. I now bring you warm greetings from the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. The region is currently celebrating its golden anniversary in recognition of various achievements, but also reflecting on the future of the community. We gather here to make important decisions on trade, finance for development, and the existential debt burden. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, trade is not just about goods crossing borders, but about creating opportunities in Africa for over 1.4 billion people and providing opportunities to create employment and wealth. In Africa, we are committed to boosting intra-African trade through effective implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, a system that empowers small businesses, connects landlocked communities, and unlocks regional value chains. However, we cannot do it alone. We call on G20 to 1. reform global trade rules to ensure fair access for African exports. 2, invest in trade facilitation, digital corridors, and green logistics. 3, support the full implementation of FTAs, such as the AFCFTA, especially for the effective participation of women and youth entrepreneurs. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, development finance must move from charity to strategy. Africa does not lack ambition, but affordable capital. The cost of borrowing for many of our countries is up to 8 times higher for advanced countries. We urge G20 to 1, scale up concessional finance and blended instruments for climate resilience, digital infrastructure, and urban transformation. 2, empower national and subnational institutions with direct access to global capital markets. 3, champion innovative tools like diaspora bonds, carbon credit, and SDG-linked instruments that reflect Africa's realities. Scale up climate finance commitments. Africa contributes, as we all know, less than 4% to global emissions, yet bears the highest climate cost. G20 must support the realization of the 100 billion climate finance pledge and accelerate access to loss and damage fund. To advance global peace and security, the G20 must lead the effort to redress the issues of increasing global poverty, economic inequality, and justice, which feeds global security challenges. G20 must work to evolve a more peaceful world in which prosperity and advancement for all is a global goal. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today over 20 African countries face high risk of debt distress, not necessarily due to reckless borrowing, but because we borrow in a structurally unjust system. The cost of borrowing and servicing for many African countries is prohibitively high, thereby diverting funds from crucial sectors such as health, education, and infrastructure, as has been alluded to by many already. The G20's common framework must evolve. We need 1, timely, transparent, and equitable debt restructuring across all creditor classes, intercreditor burden sharing and binding timelines, access to concessional finance and capital on fairer terms, a new debt climate development compact that links relief to resilience, addressing issues like illicit financial flows, profit shifting, and marginalization in global value chains is crucial for long-term solutions. We offer the following recommendations. We propose the establishment of a task force on trade and finance for structural transformation. 2, we call on multilateral development banks to create dedicated credit lines for regional and urban development. We urge the summit to adopt a multi-pronged approach on fiscal space, financial innovation, and institutional capacity as the foundation of a new global economic architecture. And finally, we call for a recommitment to the multilateral trading system that we are used to. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. President Mahadabio. Your Excellencies, I'd like to announce that we will be taking a family photo in about half an hour and 30 minutes when we have finished the guest country speakers list, which we will finish shortly. Thereafter, we will take a family photo and stretch our legs before we come to listen to the inputs from international organizations. I now call upon His Excellency, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance of the Republic of Singapore, Mr. Lawrence Wong, to take the floor.
Thank you, President Ramaphosa. Excellencies, I start by thanking President Ramaphosa and the South African government for the excellent arrangements and for inviting Singapore to this historic G20 summit, the first time on African soil. The agenda today is on growth, and growth can only be sustained in a stable global environment. For decades, the rules-based multilateral system anchored by the WTO provided this stability. But this system is now under severe strain. One reason is that the system has been optimized for efficiency in a different era, and it has not caught up with the realities of today's world, realities like digital trade, as well as the fact that interdependencies are increasingly being seen as vulnerabilities and are open to being weaponized or used as leverage in moments of dispute. Understandably, countries are taking actions to protect themselves and to prioritize resilience and security. Yet, if every nation goes its own way, the global system will unravel even more quickly. And when that happens, everyone will be worse off. And the heaviest burden will fall on the developing nations. So we do need to reform and update the global system to ensure it addresses the strategic realities of our time. First, we must recommit to the core foundations which remain relevant today, and that means upholding international law and the norms and practices that guide state behavior. That is critical to continued peace and stability in the world. Second, we must reform the current system, be it the WTO or other global institutions. We cannot be paralyzed by old ways of doing things. We all have to get behind the urgent reforms that are needed in the WTO so that it becomes more effective and outcome-oriented. We should complement the WTO with flexible multilateral approaches, and that's why Singapore supports minilaterals and plurilaterals, which can serve as important pathfinders towards updating global rules. Third, we should build new partnerships, and as several colleagues have talked about just now, we are making progress with partnerships and dialogues between the CPTPP and ASEAN, as well as the CPTPP and the EU. In fact, 2 days ago, ministers came together and had a very productive trade and investment dialogue covering issues like trade and investment facilitation, digital trade, and supply chain resilience. In the same regard, we should look at ways in which we can bring the free trade areas and free trade blocks in Africa closer with Southeast Asia and ASEAN. Recently, Singapore also joined with other countries like New Zealand, Switzerland, and the UAE to launch a new framework called the Future of Investment and Trade Partnership that brings together small and medium-sized economies to keep up the momentum of trade liberalization. All of these efforts can form the foundations of a more resilient and secure multilateral trading system. To be clear, building a new global economic architecture will require significant effort and considerable political will. Multiple efforts are already underway, as I described just now. The G20 can and should play a key leadership role in coordinating these efforts, and Singapore stands ready to do our part and work with all members towards this objective. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Prime Minister Wong. I now move on and request His Excellency the Prime Minister of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam, Mr. Phang Minh Chinh, to take the floor.
Thưa ngài Ramaphosa, thưa các nhà lãnh đạo và quý vị đại biểu, tôi xin chúc mừng ngài Tổng thống và chính phủ Nam Phi đã đảm nhận vai trò Chủ tịch G20 năm 2015 và đánh giá cao chủ đề đoàn kết, bình đẳng, phát triển bền vững. Thế giới đang trải qua những thay đổi sâu sắc mang tính thời đại. Nhiều vấn đề chưa có tiền lệ mang tính toàn dân, toàn diện và toàn cầu. Trong bối cảnh đó, quản trị toàn cầu cần hướng tới mục tiêu trọng tâm là duy trì hòa bình, ổn định và phát triển bao trùm toàn diện. Nguyên tắc quan trọng nhất là tôn trọng, bình đẳng, cùng có lợi dựa trên luật lệ và thông lệ quốc tế. Đoàn kết, hợp tác, đối thoại nhằm tạo ra sức mạnh, đem lại lợi ích, củng cố niềm tin. Cách tiếp cận xuyên suốt là toàn dân, toàn diện, toàn cầu, đặt con người ở vị trí trung tâm. Với phương châm đoàn kết để có sức mạnh, hợp tác để có lợi ích, đối thoại để có lòng tin, tôi xin đề xuất G20 thúc đẩy 3 cái đảm bảo chiến lược sau đây. Một là đảm bảo ổn định để phát triển trong quan hệ quốc tế, chính trị, thế giới và kinh tế vĩ mô toàn cầu. G20 cần đi đầu xây dựng cơ chế tăng cường đoàn kết, hợp tác quốc tế, tôn trọng lẫn nhau, tìm giải pháp phù hợp giải quyết các xung đột, tạo môi trường thuận lợi cho phát triển, phối hợp chính sách để ngăn ngừa rủi ro hệ thống, ứng phó khủng hoảng, hạn chế rào cản thương mại, giảm thiểu phân mảnh, chuỗi cung ứng, thúc đẩy các sáng kiến, chuyển đổi nợ, đảm bảo ổn định vĩ mô toàn cầu. Hai là đảm bảo hệ thống thương mại đa phương dựa trên luật lệ với trung tâm là WTO, hệ thống tài chính toàn cầu cân bằng, minh bạch, cởi mở, quyền tiếp cận bình đẳng về khoa học, công nghệ và tài chính cho phát triển. Tôi đề nghị G20 tăng cường hợp tác, đấu tranh không chính trị hóa khoa học và thương mại, hỗ trợ các nước đang phát triển bằng cách chính sách thương mại công bằng, hài hòa lợi ích, phát triển hệ thống tài chính hiệu quả và nâng cao năng lực chuyển đổi số, đáp ứng tốt hơn yêu cầu phát triển nhanh và bền vững của các quốc gia, thúc đẩy cải tổ toàn diện WTO để hoạt động tích cực, hiệu quả hơn. Ba là đảm bảo quản trị toàn cầu linh hoạt, hiệu quả, tạo nên hệ sinh thái cho phát triển mạnh mẽ trong kỷ nguyên chuyển đổi số, chuyển đổi xanh. Tôi mong G20 cùng các cơ chế đa phương tăng cường đối thoại, xây dựng khuôn khổ quản trị toàn cầu, hài hòa giữa kinh tế, xã hội và môi trường, giữa hiện tại và tương lai, công bằng, cân bằng lợi ích giữa các nền kinh tế với nhau, thúc đẩy hợp tác về trí tuệ nhân tạo, biến đổi khí hậu, phòng chống thiên tai, dịch bệnh. Thưa quý vị, cố Tổng thống Nelson Mandela từng nói, chừng nào nghèo đói, bất công và bất bình đẳng vẫn còn tồn tại trên thế giới, không ai trong chúng ta có thể thực sự nghỉ ngơi. Việt Nam sẵn sàng hợp tác tích cực, bình đẳng, cùng có lợi với các nước G20 và cộng đồng quốc tế vì một thế giới hòa bình, văn minh, thịnh vượng, phát triển bền vững và bao trùm, không để ai bị bỏ lại phía sau, để mọi người dân đều được hưởng từ thành quả của phát triển và hội nhập quốc tế sâu rộng, thực chất và hiệu quả. Xin trân trọng cảm ơn. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister. I now call upon His Excellency Mr. Sifi Grieb, Prime Minister of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, to take the floor.
شكرا سيد الرئيس سيريل رامافوزا.
اسمحوا لي أولا أن أنقل إليكم تحيات رئيس الجمهورية السيد عبد المجيد تبون الذي شرفني بإلقاء الكلمة التي يوجهها لهذه القمة. هذا نصها: فخامة الرئيس سيريل رامافوسا رئيس جمهورية جنوب أفريقيا، أصحاب الفخامة رؤساء الدول والحكومات، السيدات والسادة الحضور الكريم، يسعدني بداية أن أعرب عن خالص شكري لفخامة الرئيس سيريل رامافوسا على دعوته الكريمة لبلدي للمشاركة في هذه القمة الهامة التي نفخر بانعقادها لأول مرة في أرض إفريقية، مشيدا عاليا بالأولويات والمواضيع المقترحة خلال جلساتها، بما يعكس إدراكا ووعيا كبيرين بحجم التحديات المعقدة التي تواجه عالمنا اليوم على الصعيدين السياسي الاقتصادي، وتؤثر أيما تأثير على التجانس العالمي إن لم يتم التكفل بها بشكل جدي جماعي وسريع. السيد الرئيس، فيما يخص الأولويات المطروحة على طاولة اجتماعنا هذا، اسمحوا لي بالتطرق إلى النقاط التالية. أولا، تجدد الجزائر الدعوة إلى معالجة عاجلة لمسألة ثقل المديونية وخدماتها على الدول النامية والأكثر فقرا من خلال مقاربة تتضمن مسح جانب منها أو تحويلها إلى استثمارات مباشرة ومجدية في هذه الدول، مع مراعاة ضرورة تصحيح التعقيدات التقنية لمسألة تقييم المخاطر من خلال إصلاحات عميقة تسمح بإيجاد مخرج للدول التي تئن تحت وطأة الديون السيادية. ثانيا، تضم الجزائر صوتها إلى أصوات الدول الداعية إلى إصلاح المنظمات المالية الدولية ضمن مقاربة حوكمة اقتصادية ومالية راشدة من خلال مراجعة آليات اتخاذ القرار بشكل يضمن تمثيلا عادلا ومنصفا وشفافا للدول النامية والقارة الإفريقية في هيئات تسيير هذه المؤسسات. ثالثا، إن الجزائر التي ما فتئت ترافع من أجل تعبئة التمويلات الدولية وحشد الموارد لدعم الجهود العالمية لتمكين الدول النامية والدول الأكثر فقرا من وسائل وتكنولوجيات الانتقال نحو استعمال الطاقة الخضراء، تدعو من هذا المنبر إلى تجسيد شراكات ثنائية ودولية في هذا المجال. رابعا، تؤيد الجزائر جميع المبادرات الرامية إلى الرفع من حجم التمويلات المخصصة للوقاية من المخاطر الكبرى والاستجابة السريعة للكوارث، وتدعو إلى حث المؤسسات المالية والبنوك الدولية للتفكير في آلية تمويل تفعل في حال ما إذا طلبت إحدى البلدان المتضررة ذلك. السيد الرئيس، لقد شهد العالم قرابة عامين متتاليين الجرائم الشنعاء التي ارتكبت في حق الشعب الفلسطيني الأعزل، وعاين حجم الدمار الذي خلفته هذه الحرب الهمجية، الأمر الذي يدفعنا للإعراب عن أملنا في أن تبادر الدول مجموعة ال20 بإطلاق تعبئة عامة قصد بناء غد أفضل للشعب الفلسطيني، مؤكدا التزام بلادي بإعلان انضمامها إلى كل خطوة قد تتخذها بهذا الصدد. أشكركم على حسن الإصغاء.
Thank you. There was no real instantaneous translation to that input. Could the translation people look into it? But we now move on. Can it be done now? Yes, let it be done.
Excellency President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. I would like to convey to you the greetings of the President of the Republic, Mr. Abdelmajid Tebboune, who entrusted me with delivering his address to the summit as follows. Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Permit me to start by expressing my sincere gratitude to His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa for his kind invitation to my country to participate in this important summit, the first ever held on African soil, which represents a moment of immense pride for our entire continent. Algeria highly commends the priorities and topics proposed during this session, which reflect a profound understanding and awareness of the magnitude of the complex challenges facing our world today, both politically and economically, and which will significantly impact global harmony if not addressed seriously, collectively, and swiftly. Mr. President, with regard to the priorities put before us in this meeting, allow me to make the following comments. First, Algeria reiterates its call for an urgent solution to the issue of the burden of the debt and its servicing on developing and poorest countries. The solution should include a partial debt write-off or its conversion to direct and viable investments in these countries, while taking into account the need to correct the technical complexities of risk assessment through profound reforms that will provide a way out for countries struggling under the weight of the sovereign debt. Second, Algeria joins the voices of countries calling for the reform of international financial organizations within a framework of sound economic financial governance. This includes reviewing decision-making mechanisms to ensure fair, equitable, and transparent representation for developing countries and the African continent within the governing bodies of these institutions. Third, Algeria, which has consistently advocated for mobilizing international funding and resources to support global efforts to empower developing countries and the poorest nations with the means and technologies of green energy transition, calls for the establishment of bilateral and international partnerships in this field. Fourth, Algeria supports all initiatives aimed at increasing funding allocated to major risk prevention and rapid disaster response, and calls for urging international financial institutions and banks to consider a financing mechanism that can be activated should an affected country request it. Mr. President, for nearly 2 consecutive years, the world has witnessed the heinous crimes committed against the defenseless Palestinian people and has seen the extent of the devastation wrought by this war. This compels us to express our hope that the G20 countries would launch a comprehensive mobilization to build a better future for the Palestinian people, and I reaffirm my country's commitment to supporting any step they may take in this regard. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. I'd now like to call upon the Prime Minister of the Arab Republic of Egypt, Dr. Mustafa Madbouly, to take the floor.
His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, Excellencies, Heads of the States and Government, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to join you today on behalf of His Excellency President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi at the G20 Summit. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the sisterly Republic of South Africa for the warm hospitality and excellent organization of the first summit on African soil, and to express Egypt's deep appreciation to the South African G20 presidency for its kind invitation to participate as a guest in the G20 meetings this year. We also commend South Africa's leadership in steering the group's work and in advancing Africa's priorities. In a world faced by unprecedented global challenges, the G20 has a critical role in addressing the main global economic challenges, including the reform of the international financial architecture to ensure that it is responsive to the developmental needs of developing countries. This includes enhancing access to concessional finance through establishing new financial mechanisms while strengthening the effectiveness of existing ones, improving the business models and financing capabilities of the IFIs and the MDBs, and ensuring stronger representation of developing countries in the global economic governance. It is also imperative to reform the complicated global debt landscape by establishing new mechanisms for managing debt in a comprehensive and sustainable manner in low-income and middle-income countries. We also aspire to reinvigorate the global commitment of multilateralism, including the rule-based multilateral trading system with the WTO at its core, to promote trade as engine of sustainable development and inclusive growth. Excellencies, peace and development are strongly interlinked. The Sharm el-Sheikh Peace Summit that ended the war in Gaza paved the way for a more stable, peaceful, and prosperous Middle East. We welcome the adoption of the Security Council resolution on Gaza Strip on November 17th, and we stress the urgent need to start the implementation of the second phase of President Trump's plan to deal with the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza through providing the necessary humanitarian assistance and to embark on the early recovery and reconstruction of the Strip without delay, while working at the same time on a final settlement of the Palestinian question based on the two-state solution. Egypt will host an international conference on the early recovery and reconstruction in Gaza, and I invite your countries to participate in it. In conclusion, I look forward to achieving constructive outcomes out of this summit to fulfill the aspiration of our peoples for a better world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister. I now would like to request the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Vice President Kashim Shettima, to take the floor and address us.
Mr. President, Heads of State and Government, Excellencies, let me at the outset express appreciation to His Excellency President Matameta Cyril Ramaphosa for the warm reception in this beautiful city of Johannesburg. May I further use this opportunity to congratulate him on the successes of the South Africa G20 presidency, including his purposeful leadership in steering the affairs of the group in a number of processes and negotiations which will culminate in a leaders' declaration. Nigeria, as one of the invited guest countries of this year's G20 summit, commends the concerted efforts of the group in mobilizing action towards accelerated attainment of inclusive sustainable growth, and no one or country is left behind. The theme of the Session 1 of the Leaders Summit, Inclusive and Sustainable Economic Growth, leaving no one behind, building our economies, the role of trade, financing for development, and the debt burden, is apt and speaks to the challenges of developing countries. The current multilateral framework do not adequately reflect the realities of today's world. Many developing nations continue to face systematic barriers to economic growth, trade, and financial inclusivity. For trade to be truly inclusive, the G20 must take bold steps towards reforming the international financial architecture and global institutions. Only a more equitable and effective system can fairly manage global financial flows address recurring debt crisis, and respond to the needs of all nations, especially those in the global south. Africa cannot realize the positive paradigm shift we seek in its development trajectory without a collective resolve of the G20. Together, we must confront the persistent regional challenges before us, most notably the urgent need for sustainable financing to ensure effective implementation of our developmental priorities. Across many regions, rising debt burdens continue to constrain economic progress and transform local challenges into global vulnerabilities. Ensuring debt sustainability while responsibly leveraging critical minerals for inclusive and enduring development must remain central priorities for the G20. The G20 must, in the adoption of the Leaders' Declaration, take very seriously the need to advance policies that drive sustainable growth, promote financial inclusion, and tackle emerging risk. This includes support for indigenous production, export from Africa, and mechanisms to enhance significant increase in FDI flows to the African region. Nigeria has in recent times demonstrated its readiness for both foreign direct and portfolio investments. This progress is driven in part by the fiscal policies introduced by the present administration, all aimed at enhancing the ease of doing business in Nigeria. We are committed to establishing 1,000 active businesses in each ward in Nigeria, with a clear objective of stimulating our local economy through grassroots empowerment, skills acquisition, and job creation. We commend the efforts of the World Trade Organization and its leadership for providing technical assistance to boost fair trade, including through the Women Exporters in the Digital Economy Fund launched in 2024. This initiative has provided grants and technical support to women entrepreneurs and strengthened their digital capabilities and access to global markets. Mr. President, as I conclude, I reaffirm Nigeria's unalloyed commitment to the G20. Let us continue to work side by side, shaping an economic future that uplifts every nation and leaves no one or country behind. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President. I now ask His Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Constantino Chiwenga, to take the floor.
Your Excellency President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, Your Excellencies, Zimbabwe joins others to thank the President of South Africa's G20 chair. The opportunity to engage with the G20 as we collectively chart a trajectory towards inclusive and sustainable economic growth. Over the past few years, our global economies have faced multiple shocks and geopolitical tensions that have disrupted global supply chains. Our shared vision should therefore be one of building resilient and innovative economies that deliver prosperity for all. In Zimbabwe, our national strategy is firmly aligned with the 2030 Agenda and the African Union's Agenda 2063. Our focus is on 1, value addition industrialization by moving up global value chain, and 2, human capital development by creating decent jobs, empowering youth and women, strengthening and formalizing SMEs as essential drivers for inclusive growth, and 3, structural reforms by enhancing the ease of doing business, including the use of artificial intelligence, strengthening governance and improving transparency across value chains. And 4, climate resilience, accelerating investments in renewable energy, decarbonization, climate adaptation, and water security to safeguard our development trajectory from systematic shocks. Excellencies, the G20 must reinforce a fair and transparent multilateral trading system under the World Trade Organization. Equally, critical is addressing the major challenge of assessing affordable and sustainable finance. We welcome efforts to reform the international financial system and propose recapitalization of multilateral development banks to expand concessional and climate finance. 2, promotion of innovative financing through active re-promotion of mechanisms such as the green bonds, blended finance, and diaspora investments. And 3rd, curbing illicit flows by strengthening efforts against illicit financial flows, tax evasion, and profit shifting to enhance domestic resource mobilization in developing countries. The growing debt burden continues to constrain development. Many nations are forced to choose between servicing debt and funding essential social services. We urgently need a comprehensive and equitable debt resolution approach. We encourage innovative solutions such as debt for climate, debt for development swaps. These measures are crucial to restoring debt sustainability while supporting long-term growth and resilience. Furthermore, the G20 Common Framework for Debt Treatments requires significant strengthening. In view of this, Zimbabwe seeks inclusion and active participation in an improved G20 Common Framework for the debt treatment process. We are ready to engage constructively to that end. The journey for inclusive and sustainable growth demands political will and an unwavering commitment to equitable development. Let us reaffirm our collective commitment to building a stronger, fairer, greener, and more humane global economy that truly leaves no one behind. I thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Chiwenga. I now have my last 2 speakers before we take a leg stretch break in order to go and take the family picture. Soon we will be able to stretch our legs. I now ask His Highness Sheikh Khaled bin Al Nahyan, the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, the United Arab Emirates. Please take your floor.
شكرا فخامة الرئيس. فخامة سيريل رامافوزا رئيس جمهورية جنوب أفريقيا الصديقة، أصحاب الجلالة والفخامة والسمو، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكريم، يسعدني في البداية أن أنقل إليكم تحيات صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس الدولة حفظه الله، وتمنياته بالنجاح أعمال قمة مجموعة ال20. وتقدم بخالص الشكر إلى فخامة الرئيس سيريل رامافوزا على دعوته الكريمة لدولة الإمارات للمشاركة في أعمال مجموعة ال20 لهذا العام.
First of all, it is my pleasure to convey to you the greetings of His Highness Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the United Arab Emirates, along with his sincere wishes for the success of this G20 summit.
السيدات والسادة، يأتي اجتماعنا اليوم ليجسد روح الشراكة العالمية ويدعم ترابط الأسواق والتكامل الاقتصادي بين الدول
and to express the UAE's appreciation for the efforts undertaken by the South African presidency in hosting the summit for the first time in Africa.
مع شركائها على تعزيز مسار التعاون الاقتصادي العالمي وترسيخ نظام تجاري دولي متوازن.
Ladies and gentlemen, our meeting today embodies the spirit of global partnership, strengthening collaboration between economies across every region of the world.
في صياغة
The UAE
مستقبل
continues
النظام
to work
التجاري
closely with its
العالمي
partners to drive global economic
مما
cooperation.
يعزز الوصول
We are committed
إلى
to building
أفضل
a balanced and
الحلول
transparent
التمويلية
international trading system, a
لتطوير
system that is
المشاريع
inclusive and
التنموية
effective, that enables the
والاستثمارية في مجالات
participation of developing
التكنولوجيا
countries in shaping
المتقدمة
the future of
والطاقة
global trade,
والصحة
and that
والزراعة
ensures access to better
مع
financing
تركيزنا
solutions
المستمر على
to
بناء
advance
القدرات
development.
ونقل المعرفة وتمكين المجتمعات.
In addition to advanced development,
ويسرني
also
اليوم
investment projects across
أن
critical
أعلن
sectors, including
عن إطلاق
advanced
مبادرة دولة
technology,
الإمارات
energy, health and
الذكاء
agriculture.
الاصطناعي
In
من أجل
addition, the
التنمية
UAE continues to prioritize building
التي
capabilities,
تخصص
transferring
مليار
knowledge
دولار
and empowering
أمريكي
communities.
لتمويل مشاريع الذكاء
Today, I
الاصطناعي
am pleased to announce the launch of
في
the
الدول
UAE
الأفريقية
initiative, AI for Development,
بهدف
which
دعم التنمية
allocates $1
الاقتصادية
billion
والاجتماعية
to
من خلال
finance artificial
تعزيز
intelligence
منظومة
projects
البنية
in
التحتية
African
الرقمية
nations. This
والارتقاء
initiative will strengthen digital
بالخدمات
infrastructure
الحكومية
to support social and
لرفع
economic
الإنتاجية
development, enhancing
وتحسين
government
جودة
services
الحياة.
to boost productivity and
الحضور
improving
الكريم،
quality of life.
نجدد اليوم تأكيد
Distinguished
التزام
guests,
دولة الإمارات
today
العربية
we reaffirm
المتحدة
the UAE's
بالعمل
commitment
مع
to
جميع
working with all
شركائها
its partners in
في
the
مجموعة
G20
العشرين
to
لترسيخ
advance
مسيرة التنمية
development and
والازدهار
prosperity across
في
the
العالم
world.
أجمع.
Thank you.
شكرا لكم.
Thank you, Your Highness. My last speaker in this segment, before we take a break for the family photo, whereafter we will then get international organizations to have their opportunity to speak. I now ask His Excellency Mr. Lee Kinyanjao, the Minister of Investment, Trade and Industry in the Republic of Kenya, who are also chairpersons of the East African Community. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Excellency. I talk on behalf of His Excellency Lee Kenyajui, the Minister of Trade and Industry. I wish to take this opportunity to thank you for the invitation and the warm reception. So His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa and Chair of G20, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we wish to record our profound appreciation to the South African presidency of the G20 for its diligent stewardship and unwavering commitment to advancing a more equitable global economic order. We acknowledge the indispensable role that the G20 continues to play in addressing the deep-seated structural constraints confronting developing economies. This summit presents an excellent opportunity for us to examine the current state of play in the global economy as we devise the best trajectory towards achieving sustainable, inclusive, and transformative development. Support for the call to reform the international financial architecture so that it may deliver more substantial, more accessible, and more equitable development financing. As regions, we confirm our readiness to collaborate closely with all the relevant partners to ensure that the East African Community region and the common market for East and Southern Africa and the African continent as a whole are not merely beneficiaries, but full equal participants in the shaping of a more inclusive, sustainable, and representative global economy. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, We welcome G20 efforts to advance global disaster risk financing, investment in early warning systems for all, and strengthen capacity building across developing regions. We further support stronger G20 leadership in delivering predictable, adequate, and accessible climate finance for both adaptation and mitigation. This includes honoring existing commitments and developing new fair financing instruments that reflect the needs of vulnerable regions. The East African Community and COMESA remain committed to transforming food systems to become more productive, climate resilient, nutrition sensitive, and inclusive, especially for smallholder farmers, women, and youth. Chair, we stand ready to work with all partners, including G20, to deepen cooperation in agricultural research, seed systems, trade facilitation, storage logistics, while advancing value addition and intra-regional trade to reduce vulnerability to external shocks. I thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We will now get the announcements of how the family photo will be taken in the various segments. And thereafter, we will be able to come back, and I'd like to give us 20 minutes to have the photo taken, and thereafter come back so that we can resume the whole process of getting our international organizations to take the platform. So we will get the announcements now.
Your Excellencies, we now invite you to the family photo, which will be done in 2 phases. The first photo will only include G20 members. Thereafter, for the second photo, we will invite every other invited guest and international organization on the family photo stage. Kindly note that in the first row will be G20 members, the second guest countries, and the third international organizations. Excellences, nous vous invitons à la photo de famille qui aura lieu en 2 étapes. En premier lieu, les pays membres seulement. En deuxième, tous les autres participants seront invités à rejoindre les pays membres. Au premier rang, les pays membres du G20. Au deuxième, les pays invités. Au troisième, les organisations internationales. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Let us proceed.
on the margins of the first G20 Leaders Summit on the African soil. We gather at a historic moment, one in which Africa's voice, priorities, and aspirations are shaping global economic discussions in an unprecedented and meaningful ways. This year, the Compact with Africa was designated as one of the key priorities of South Africa's G20 presidency. We worked diligently to elevate its profile and promote the initiative in ways not done in recent years. Since its inception in 2017 under the German G20 presidency, the Compact with Africa has evolved into one of the most influential platforms for partnership between African countries, the G20 and the international financial institutions. The initiative was founded on a clear and compelling vision to improve the investment climate in participating African countries, strengthen macroeconomic and financial frameworks, and mobilize private investment to support sustainable and inclusive economic growth. The Compact rests on three core pillars: macroeconomic stability, predictable financing frameworks, and sound business environments. Over the years, Compact countries have advanced ambitious reform agendas to enhance public financial management, modernize revenue systems, deepen financial markets, and create conditions that enable vibrant private sector participation. These reforms have helped attract greater investor interest, stimulated infrastructure development, and strengthened dialogue between African governments and the global partners. The Compact has also expanded in both scope and membership, demonstrating its continued relevance and appeal. This expansion reflects the growing confidence in the Compact's approach, as well as the increasing demand across the continent for structured, reform-oriented partnerships that deliver tangible economic outcomes. We are pleased to have worked closely with Germany this year to bring this Compact with Africa to the forefront of the G20 agenda. With those words, it's now my honor and privilege to invite His Excellency Deputy President Paul Mashatile, the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, to deliver his remarks. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister Kodongwana. Let me greet Chancellor Friedrich Merz from Germany, sitting on my right. Let me greet Your Excellency President Lorenzo, President of the Republic of Angola, all excellencies, heads of states and government who are with us here that I may not have seen. I'm sure others are still coming. President of the World Bank, Ajay Banga, distinguished ministers and central bank governors, heads of international organizations, distinguished guests. It is my honor to welcome you to this G20 Compact with Africa event on economic growth and jobs. This event allows us to reflect on the progress that has been achieved through the Compact with Africa and to discuss the promise of its next phase, known as Compact with Africa 2.0. The Compact aims to deepen investments, create jobs, and build sustainable prosperity through stronger partnerships with the private sector. Since its establishment during Germany's G20 presidency in 2017, the Compact with Africa has made steady progress. It has supported participating countries in implementing ambitious reforms and mobilizing investments. It has strengthened dialogue between governments, private investors, and international partners. We welcome the increased interest by African countries in joining the initiative. This underscores its relevance and value. This year, we have made revitalizing the compact with Africa a central priority, with a focus on expanding membership through enhanced visibility within the G20 and across the African continent. Over the course of 2025, and in close collaboration with the German federal government, we convened a series of high-level events to showcase and profile the compact. This included a ministerial dialogue held on the margins of the G20 finance ministers and the central bank governors in July. This was followed by a ministerial outreach on the margins of the 8th African Union Specialized Committee on Finance in October. The ministerial outreach was an important platform to inform AU member states about the benefits and achievements of the compact. The last high-level event was convened on the margins of the 2025 annual meetings of the World Bank Group and the International Monetary Fund. Supported by the World Bank, this event marked the official launch of the new multi-donor trust fund designed to support the next phase of reforms and investment within the Compact with Africa framework. We welcome Germany's commitment to provide the initial contribution of 10 million euros towards this new instrument. Today's dialogue reaffirms the importance of strong cooperation between the G20 and Africa, underscoring the vital role of the private sector and driving growth, creating jobs, and promoting shared prosperity. I trust that through this engagement, we will strengthen the compact as a key channel for partnership, reform support, and increase private sector involvement. We are confident that it will continue to unlock investments and help build resilience, inclusive economies across the continent. In closing, I would like to thank the German federal government for its steadfast leadership of this initiative since its inception. I acknowledge our valued partners, the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank Group, the African Development Bank, the African Center for Economic Transformation, and the African Union for their continued support. Lastly, we recognize the Compact countries for their efforts in reforming their economies and ensuring that investment flows in Africa. Let us move forward with renewed partnerships and new investments. Let us work together to secure growth, jobs, and shared prosperity for all Africans. I now invite Chancellor Metz to deliver his remarks. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much, Mr. Vice President, for your kind introduction. I'm really happy to be here and to be here for the first time when the G20 summit takes place for the first time in Africa. So I'm feeling very much welcomed, and I would like to say that there is no better place than Johannesburg to talk about Africa's economic future. And Mr. Vice President, I know what I'm speaking about because during my education as a lawyer, I spent a couple of months in this beautiful country, and since then I know the huge potential of this beautiful country in the southern part of the African continent. So many thanks for inviting us, many thanks for being together in this group, and it's really my great pleasure to welcome all of you to this side event on the G20 meeting with the Compact with Africa group. Africa is, as I said, a continent of opportunity. Africa is a continent of huge opportunities. Africa is a young, dynamic continent. And Africa is a continent with huge economic potential, therefore. And our partnership can unlock much more of this potential in the future. The G20 Compact with Africa builds exactly these partnerships between G20 members and African countries, between governments and the private sector, and between entrepreneurs and investors. Compact countries are pushing reforms. With support from the World Bank, from you, dear Ajay, and from many partners in the world. They are all creating conditions that attract private investment. This is good for Africa's growth, this is good for the people on the continent, and this is good for global growth. Now we see many success stories in many compact countries already. More investment, more jobs. But our task is, today and from now on, to scale this up. I would call it a new phase, or let's name it Compact 2.0. With Zambia and Angola joining this year, the Compact is now a group of 15. Congratulations, President Lorenzo. Welcome on board of this group. Now, as you know, Germany supports this group. Germany currently supports economic reform projects in compact countries, and we are supporting that with more than 3.2 billion euros. This is a strong lever for new economic opportunities, both for Africa and for my country, for Germany. Today, and this is a great pleasure for me, I can announce a further important step of our engagement. Germany will become a shareholder of the African Trade and Investment Development Insurance through our development bank, which is called KfW, Kreditanstalt für Wiederaufbau. ATIDI is a powerful instrument, as you all know. It boosts trade. It boosts private investment in Africa. It reduces risks and builds trust for investors and for new investors. Our German equity investment in ATIDI will amount to more than 37 million euros now. This will have a big impact. We will be able to mobilize an additional at least 400, potentially 430 million euros or 500 million US dollars in trade and investment. We will see even stronger trading links between Germany and African countries. More investment by German companies on the continent. More value creation in Africa. Our cooperation, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, is here to stay. We are and we will remain partners for a better future on this continent, in my country, and together. Thank you very much. I'm really happy to be here and part of the group.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, for those insightful remarks. Having heard from the two co-chairs of the Compact, South Africa and Germany, it is now my great pleasure to invite His Excellency, Mr. João Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola, the current chair of the African Union, and a newly admitted Compact with Africa member, to share his reflections on Africa's perspectives and opportunities. And it is indeed an honor to welcome the Republic of Angola as the 15th member of the Compact with Africa. Your Excellency, President Lourenço, the floor is yours.
Muito obrigado. Excelência, Sr. Vice-Presidente da República da África do Sul, em representação do Presidente Cyril Merz, Chanceler da República Federal da Alemanha e co-presidente do Grupo Consultivo Africano sobre o Compacto with Africa, Excelências, chefes de Estado e de Governo dos países do Compacto with Africa, minhas senhoras, meus senhores, Excelências.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of South Africa, representing President Cyril Ramaphosa, President of South Africa, His Excellency Frederick Merz, Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany and co-chair of the African Consultative Group on Compact with Africa, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government of Compact African country, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies.
Gostaria de começar por felicitar a África do Sul e a Alemanha por organizarem este importante evento paralelo em colaboração com a União Africana sobre o Pacto com a África.
I would like to start by congratulating South Africa and Germany for organizing this important side event in collaboration with the African Union on the Compact with Africa.
Gostaria também de felicitar mais uma vez a África do Sul por ter acolhido com sucesso o G20 em África e por ter feito do Pacto do G20 com a África uma das prioridades da sua presidência do G20.
I would also like once again to extend my congratulations to South Africa for the successful hosting of the G20 in Africa and for making the G20 Compact with Africa one of the priorities for its G20 presidency.
A União Africana congratula-se por constatar que o objetivo de aumentar o número de países signatários do Pacto com a África durante a presidência sul-africana do G20 foi alcançado com a adesão de mais 2 países, nomeadamente a Zâmbia e Angola.
The African Union is pleased to note that the objective of increasing the number of signatory countries to the Compact with Africa during the South Africa's G20 presidency was achieved with the accession of 2 more countries, namely Zambia and Angola.
Gostaria, portanto, de aproveitar esta oportunidade para felicitar a Zâmbia e agradecer, em nome da Angola, por esta importante conquista.
I would therefore like to take this opportunity to congratulate Zambia and thank you on behalf of Angola on this significant achievement.
Com esse passo, o número de países signatários do Pacto com a África passa a ser de 15.
With this step, the number of signatory countries to the Compact with Africa now stands at 15.
Para aqueles que estão familiarizados com as necessárias para a entrada em vigor da maioria dos nossos instrumentos jurídicos.
For those acquainted with the legal framework of the African Union, 15 is the minimum number of ratifications required for the entry into force of most of our legal instruments.
Assim, posso inferir que o Pacto com a África se tornou agora uma iniciativa à escala da União Africana, o que é positivo para a integração econômica continent.
In this regard, I may infer that the Compact with Africa has now become an initiative of the African Union's scale, which bodes well with Africa's economic integration.
A União Africana acredita
of a prosperous Africa, one based on inclusive and sustainable development, as articulated
with action through genuine partnership grounded in investment, innovation, and shared prosperity.
The president of the World Bank, how the World Bank and the development banks now take, I think, a role in innovating their mechanisms.
Their role in supporting jobs and growth in Africa
That is why we are focused on private sector jobs, which account for 90% institutions. And third, a thriving private sector supported by access to de-risking tools, like in fact the Chancellor of great belief in ATIDI. Now the thing is, in having us as a part of this group. I really appreciate that.
Africa's G20 presidency, to all who contributed to make this important event a success. As was eloquently decent jobs, prosperity in Africa and beyond. We further note with satisfaction that G20 Leaders Summit recognized the importance of the G20 Compact with Africa and commended South Africa's G20 presidency for strengthening the compact further, including through launch of the second phase 2025 Bank Group Multi-Donor Fund. I would like to convey a special thanks to Your Excellencies President Ramaphosa, here today represented by the Deputy President Paul Mashatile, and the Federal Chancellor of Germany, Chancellor Merz, for hosting this event and highlighting how cooperation between G20 economies and African economies is vital in boosting private investment in Africa. We will be following through the conclusion of this side event, issue a joint communique outlining the spirit of our discussion and commitments and strengthen the G20 Compact with Africa. as the key platform for dialogue and engagement between the G20 and Africa, and emphasizing the key role the private sector has to play in enhancing economic growth, decent jobs, prosperity in Africa within the G20. Thank you very much, Duncan. I hope you will then announce the processes of the family photo. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Lamola. That brings the event to a close, and I believe it will be followed by a photo. Thank you.
Protocol will guide us outside.
Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, and the name is Al-Nani Al-Aziz.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be with you today, only days after my appointment, and to bring UNESCO's voice to this vital forum held for the first time on my African continent. My warmest thanks go to the South African Presidency for uniting us around a shared ambition: inclusive and sustainable economic growth, a theme fully aligned with UNESCO's 4 strategic objectives: investing in education to transform lives, reconciling humanity with nature, building just, inclusive, and peaceful societies, and fostering innovation and technology. Allow me to briefly highlight 3 areas of close collaboration between UNESCO and the G20 to advance this vision in Africa, one of our 2 global priorities alongside gender equality. First, on artificial intelligence, UNESCO had led the working group established by President Ramaphosa, guided by our 2021 recommendation on ethics of AI. Together with the African Union and the South African G20 presidency, we have launched the AI in Africa initiative, aligned with the the African Union's 2024 AI strategy. We'll train around 20,000 civil servants and judicial professionals and 2,000 teachers and students, and support 25 additional African countries integrating AI into national policies. Second, in education, we are championing innovative financing to ensure debt does not hinder learning. In 2023, for instance, we facilitated the agreement between Côte d'Ivoire and France to convert debt into investment in education. Third, in culture, from combating illicit trafficking to supporting culture and the creative industries and safeguarding heritage and traditional knowledge, UNESCO continues to affirm that no sustainable development is possible without culture, as reaffirmed in the Pact for the Future. Excellencies, UNESCO stands ready to deepen its role as an active member of the multilateral system and as a committed partner of the G20. Your priorities resonate with every dimension of our mandate and expertise. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much indeed. I now call upon Her Excellency, Ms. Rebecca Grace-Pan Mayo.
President Ramaphosa, Excellencies, being here, one cannot help but reflect on this country's trajectory. South Africa has much to teach to the world. You have used this G20 presidency to share your hard-won wisdom, that moving together is not inevitable. It is chosen, daily, deliberately. This year, you have championed the debt challenge echoed by so many economies and countries here today. You have championed fighting commodity dependence, pushing for productive diversification and value added, and you have championed the need for the Global South to have a voice, not just a presence. Thank you for your courage and conviction, Mr. President. Excellencies, since COVID, the global economy has grown by more than $30 trillion, equivalent to the entire world GDP in the year 2000. Trade will grow 4% this year, despite all tensions, with South-South trade growing twice as much. AI is reshaping entire sectors and driving investment. Clean energy is advancing faster than even optimists predicted. The motion is undeniable. But trillions in aggregate growth mean little when tariffs close markets you were starting to reach, when borrowing costs are 3 times that others pay, when debt service absorbs budgets meant for development. Yes, the world economy this year showed resilience that deserves celebration. But resilience, I insist, is not necessarily stability nor prosperity. And the forces driving today's resilience aren't always the same that will sustain tomorrow's development. When some advance as others fall back, we do not move together. We break apart. Excellencies, we stand at a moment of extraordinary promise. Developing countries want a fair share of that promise. They don't want support, they want a level playing field. The G20 is uniquely placed to strengthen the trade system and build the financial, global, and regional architecture that can give us just that. This is how resilience becomes stability, how motion becomes progress, how we ensure no one gets left behind. I thank you.
Thank you indeed. I now would like to call His Excellency Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, the Director General of the World Health Organization, to take the floor.
President Ramaphosa, Excellencies, first, congratulations to President Ramaphosa and South Africa on hosting the first G20 summit in Africa. Thanks to investments in health over the past 20 years, global life expectancy has increased by more than 6 years, under 5 mortality has dropped by more than 50%, and maternal mortality has dropped by more than 40%. In the same time frame, at least 25 countries have moved from low income to lower middle income, lower or upper middle income countries. That's no coincidence. Investments in health are investments in human capital, productivity, and economic growth. Conversely, COVID-19 showed that when health is at risk, everything is at risk. The pandemic killed an estimated 20 million people and wiped around $10 trillion from global GDP. WHO thanks the G20 for its leadership on strengthening health security, but more needs to be done. And pandemics are not the only threat to the health of people and economies. So are non-communicable diseases such as heart disease, cancer, and communicable diseases such as HIV, TB, malaria, and diabetes and vaccine-preventable diseases. Health is not simply an outcome of development. It is the means. That means the global crisis in health financing is also a crisis for development and economic growth. But in this crisis lies an opportunity for countries to transition away from aid dependency towards a new era of sovereignty and self-reliance. WHO is supporting countries to make that transition. And we urge the G20 to provide the support to provide countries based on their needs in line with the Lusaka agenda, because solidarity is our immunity. I thank you, and back to you, President.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ghebreyesus. I now want to call Her Excellency Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, the Director General of the World Trade Organization.
Thank you, Your Excellency President Ramaphosa, and thank you, colleagues, leaders, excellencies. I'm really heartened by the way that, well, I'm heartened that we're still in here with the thunder. I'm heartened by the way that trade has been at the center of most of the discussion today, and the strong support for the reform of the multilateral trading system and the WTO. I want to commend and thank the South African presidency for putting the focus squarely on economic growth, which also means, in a way, putting the focus on trade. Economic growth is the precondition for progress on all the key challenges confronting us, from climate to inequality to geopolitical tensions. My message today is really simple. We cannot achieve sustained inclusive global growth without sustained inclusive global trade. We cannot support more inclusive growth for Africa if we don't support a free, fair, and inclusive global trading system. Put another way, if trade uncertainty, fragmentation, and protectionism continue to rise, we can only expect sluggish growth or worse.
3 pages of the Declaration of Leaders talks about energy and renewable energy and the just acquisition of energy, talking about 600 million Africans, about half of the continent, that do not have access to electricity. And so yesterday we saw the European Union President Ursula von der Leyen.
But since 2010, trade growth has fallen to 1/3 of its previous pace. Foreign direct investment has been flat, and GDP growth has trended around 2.8%, not 3.5%. If global growth had continued at its previous pace, the world economy would be almost 1/10 larger in size in real terms today. A major reason is clear. Trade opening has slowed, integration has plateaued, and protectionism has increased. The WTO's latest G20 monitoring report shows new tariffs affecting 4 times more trade, about $2.6 trillion, between October of last year and October of this year than in the previous reporting period, the sharpest increase since WTO monitoring began. The global trading system has shown resilience. You've all heard me repeat, and I will not stop doing it, that almost 3/4 of world trade, 72%, is still on WTO terms. So the system is showing unprecedented resilience, despite the disruptions and undermining that has occurred. But its expansion has slowed. A static trading system not only means less competition, less innovation, and weaker growth, but also rising geopolitical tensions. Strong growth fosters a positive-sum mindset, the belief that prosperity can be shared. Stagnant growth fuels zero-sum thinking, the belief that one can only advance at another's expense. That is why we need pro-growth WTO reform, reform that opens markets, reduces distortions, improves transparency, provides workable dispute settlement, supports the development of poorer countries, and repositions the system to harness the 21st century economy's huge and exciting potential in green, services-led, and digitally delivered trade. If every member is not ready to move forward, then we need a more flexible WTO, so those members who want to advance can. The WTO's 14th Ministerial Conference in March 2026 provides an opportunity to lay out a clear roadmap. I want to thank the leaders today for the message that I clearly heard, that I hope will go to trade ministers and to WTO ambassadors to define that roadmap for reform at the conference. We are working on it now, and I hope it will be ready. Your support here is invaluable. Excellencies, let me conclude by saying, if the G20 wants to drive more inclusive and sustainable growth, then support for WTO reform is essential, as you've all stated, not for the WTO's sake, but for the sake of global trade, global growth and development, and above all, for the well-being of the citizens of its members. Thank you.
Thank you, my sister. I now want to call His Excellency Mr. Ajay Banga, the President of the World Bank Group.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for the arrangements, including the thunderclap just when Ngozi began to speak, considering our focus in the WTO. In the next 10 to 15 years, 1.2 billion young people, largely from Africa, by the way, will enter the workforce in the developing economies. They will be competing for about 400 million jobs. That is a large gap. With jobs, this generation will power the economy. Without jobs, this will be a very serious challenge. Therefore, jobs have to be at the center of any development, economic, or security strategy. And for us in the bank, it is at the core of our work going forward. Our three-pillar strategy on jobs focuses on private sector job creation, because that is where 90% of jobs are created, and on fostering entrepreneurship for the young. The first pillar is that our public sector arms help governments to develop essential infrastructure. Physical, roads, ports, power, our M300 effort with the African Development Bank is in that category. And then human, healthcare and skilling. Our work on healthcare with Tedros and the government of Japan is in that category. Our knowledge bank helps to build businesses. That's the second pillar. Friendly environments with clear and fair rules and sound economic management. And the third pillar is our private sector arms. Through equity, through capital, through guarantees, we help to reduce risk, allow investors to see a path for return. The thing is that capital alone cannot address the challenge, because the challenge here is also the debt issue that some of you have raised. How are we trying to help? We've helped 14 countries raise more and spend better via public finance reviews. We have got 22 more in the pipeline to be done in the next 6 months. We're deploying debt for development tools. I heard that topic come up a couple of times. To unlock resources, we started with Côte d'Ivoire. 9 more of these are in the pipeline, and we have the appetite to do more. Last year, IDA net flows hit $21 billion, overwhelming majority to Africa. I want to contradict the statement from Russia about the amount of money we put into Africa. The World Bank last year put $40 billion of our own balance sheet into Africa. That is the single largest amount ever in our history, and the largest amount of any multilateral bank in Africa. This is up from, by the way, the IDA net flows are up from 12 billion just 3 years ago. A lifeline for countries that are facing liquidity challenges. And then we're working with my friend in the IMF to support countries facing liquidity pressures through domestic revenue reform, increased financing, and like I said, debt for development swaps. But I've said this a few times now, more is needed. The common framework can advance debt restructuring faster through the Global Sovereign Debt Roundtable. We are supporting a maximum 12-month goal for a country to come into the pipe and be ready at the other end. And then there is the opportunity that Japan mentioned to strengthen debt transparency if all G20 countries participate in the World Bank's debt data reconciliation exercises. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, my brother Ajay Banga. I now call upon Fanfen Ruanyindo Kayaringwa, Assistant Director General of the International Labour Organization.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of South Africa, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the ILO commends G20 leaders for recognizing the significant threats that inequality, unemployment, underemployment, and informal employment pose to economic growth, development, and economic and social stability. Employment must be placed at the center of economic policies if they are to forge inclusive economic growth that leaves no one behind. We need to ensure that all can equally access to ladders of opportunity, delivering them out of working poverty and into decent work. Yet the reality today is that ILO estimates that 3.8 billion people don't have any form of social protection. In the face of multiple transformations underway, too many remain insecure and vulnerable, lacking sustainable pathways out of working poverty and into formal employment. The creation of productive opportunity for decent work and implementation of universal and adaptive social protection system, including floors, can serve as engines of inclusive growth, ensuring economic policies drive productivity and deliver a future with social justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last but one speaker is Her Excellency Ms. Ahuna Ziakonyo, Acting Administrator, UNDP.
Your Excellency, in the interest of time, UNDP would like to align with the statement of our UN Secretary General. Thank you very much.
Thank you. His Excellency Maximo Dorino Cullen, Food and Agricultural Organization.
Thank you, President Cyril Ramaphosa and South Africa for your leadership and successful presidency. Excellencies, the spirit of Ubuntu, I am because we are, captures the mindset we need to end hunger and poverty. An urgency is essential. In 2024, 673 million people were chronically undernourished and 839 million lived in extreme poverty. These numbers demand a collective action at scale. FAO welcomes South Africa G20 presidency for building on Brazil's leadership through the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, and for placing inequality at the center of its food security agenda, and for underscoring the need for adequate and predictable financing. Without real action on inequality and financing, progress will remain fragile. The Extraordinary Committee of Independent Experts shows that inequality is structured and persistent. The rural-urban divide is decisive. The world's extreme poor live in rural areas, most dependent on agriculture. Climate variability threatens to widen this divide and could push up 132 million more people into extreme poverty in 2030. By 2030, the world will have 1.2 billion youth, with 500 million already working in the agri-food systems, often in vulnerable, low-productivity jobs. Rural youth unemployment is nearly double urban levels. Transforming the agri-food system is essential to create a decent work for young people and achieve SDGs 1 and 2. We welcome the G20 principles for inclusive growth and reducing inequality, the inclusion of agri-food systems in Principle 10, and the commitment to universal social protection. Excellencies, the world cannot afford just incremental change. FAO estimates that $1.1 trillion annually is required to transform agri-food systems. And this is achievable through greater efficiency, reduced duplication, and a stronger convergence of MDB support toward best practices and country needs. Through our hand-in-hand initiative, we channel investments where impact is greatest. The Compromiso de Sevilla is an important step towards mobilizing the scale required. Let us act, guided by Ubuntu, to build a more just, resilient, and food-secure world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes the inputs or the interventions in session 1. We did, in terms of our program, include presentations very briefly of the 2 reports that many of you have already referred to, which is the report of the Africa Expert Panel and the report on inequality. We're going to ask the presenters to take no more than just 3 minutes each, just introducing those reports. The reports are quite substantial, and they will be read at leisure by members, states, and members of various organizations. This is just an opportunity for the reports to be formally introduced. I thereafter want to move on to session 2, which member states are now getting ready to make interventions in. Let me then call Mr. Joel Nechitenje to table the report on the Africa expert panel and thereafter get the other report to be tabled.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I was checking, you gave us 3 minutes, and so I'll be very, very brief. Firstly, to indicate that the Africa Expert Panel was set up by the South African presidency in order to make a contribution to the finance stream with specific focus on Africa's conditions and interests. Its organizing framework is that the greatest opportunity for global prosperity in this century lies in African productivity and African progress. And it then argues that Africa is involved in the implementation of a variety of programs which are based on its visions and strategies. Vision 2063, Africa Mining Vision, Vision on Critical Minerals, and so on. So based on those visions and programs, Africa is engaged in its own activities to improve the conditions of life of Africa's people. And so it says to the G20 and to the global community, join Africa and partner it in realizing the objectives that it has set itself. In other words, the purpose of the report is not to ask for aid. It's not to ask for assistance. It's to make the fundamental point that Africa is involved in its own programs to improve the conditions of life of its people, and partnership with Africa will be in the interest of humanity. We say in the conclusion that the G20 nations must act now, not with rhetoric, but with real commitment to investment, reform, and partnership. This is not a call for charity, it is a call for a new global compact that positions Africa as a pillar of a more balanced, prosperous, and resilient international order. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Mr. Joel Nachitenje. That was exactly less than 3 minutes. We'd like to thank you for that. The next report is on inequality, and I'd like to ask Professor Jayati Ghosh and Ms. Winnie Byanyima to present the report. And they also have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, President Ramaphosa, also for the honor of presenting at all to the G20 meeting. We will try and take 4 minutes, if you allow us, 2 for me and 2 for Winnie Byanyima, because will forgive us. It is a great honor and privilege. We just want to identify some of the major trends that we found while consulting extensively for this report. And we really would like to emphasize also a proposal that we have, which we believe is ultimately very achievable. First, global inequality remains very high. It did come down slightly since 2000 because of China, but it remains very high, and recent years have seen an increase. But mostly, the problem is the concentration of wealth and income at the top, and the excessive power that that generates to influence regulations, to influence institutions, and to impact on what governments do. We found also that there is a very significant shift in terms of public and private wealth. Private wealth has accelerated dramatically, often because of a transfer of net assets from public to private hands, which in turn has reduced the fiscal space of governments. We found also that contrary to what was a common belief, inequality hampers growth. It actually inhibits better performance, and therefore, G20 leaders from across the political spectrum, if you want to see broad-based progress that benefits citizens, then you must take steps to address inequality. We also found that inequality undermines political stability and democracy, as has already been mentioned, and leads to very adverse social and environmental impacts, particularly through its multidimensional effects. I now pass on to Winnie Byanyima.
Thank you, Jayati. Thank you, Excellency the President. I too thank you for commissioning us and for putting this issue of inequality at the very heart of the international agenda. It's historic. Jayati has set out the drivers of inequality. Our report considers different practical, pragmatic, and very possible ways to respond to these drivers of inequality, much of it based on what governments are doing or have done. Your Excellencies, whether it is about reining in corporate concentration and monopolistic behavior, whether it is about reforming intellectual property regimes while fostering innovation, whether it's about governments providing needed fiscal space for developing countries, all these are achievable through international cooperation. So our report looks at ways to achieve this through national or international means. Our main recommendation, the primary recommendation of this report, is the creation of an international panel on inequality. We find that there is a lot of information out there. Knowledge has been collected, many data sets. However, we find the more we know, the less we know. And the more we know, the more we understand the need to have a platform where there is reliable, comprehensive knowledge for all to use. We envisage a globally balanced international body that would provide a technical service to synthesize and provide authoritative and independent assessments and analysis of inequality. It will be available to everyone, policymakers, private sector, civil society, trade unions, and the media. Our recommendation is inspired by the tremendous work of the IPCC, which has helped governments to address climate change, or also the approach of the new scientific panel on artificial intelligence. We do not envisage some big global institution, but a lean body bringing together a network of research institutions and individual scholars and experts. It should have authority and carefully guarded independence. Most of the work will largely be done by researchers contributing their time voluntarily. So far, we see that 700 economists and other experts across 70 countries, including Nobel laureates, have asked you, Your Excellencies, to support this initiative and have offered to contribute to its work. Over 30 former presidents and prime ministers have also endorsed the proposal. We're pleased to see governments supporting this new body. We are hopeful that many more governments will support it as a practical way to help your own policymakers to address inequality. It would be a game changer at the crossroads of academia, policy, and practice. Thank you, President Ramaphosa, for entrusting us with this important task. We hope that the distinguished leaders of the G20 sitting here in South Africa, the country that has experienced inequality like no other, will decide to take forward this vital new initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my two sisters, for presenting this report, and indeed thank you to Mr. Joel Nechidenge. These are the two reports that we spoke about when we started, and we thought that they should be deposited here, much as they have not really been formally discussed during the whole process of the G20. They are deposited here, discuss them. There are reports that can be taken forward in a number of other forums. And we hope that having been introduced here, the G20, we will be able to interface with them in our various other organizations and as governments and organizations and see the best way of taking them forward. I do know, for instance, the suggestion has been made that the African Union, for instance, should take forward these reports, and I'm sure other organizations will do so as well. So thank you very much. These reports are important, and we thank you for presenting them. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I now take you to the second session, A Resilient World, the G20's Contribution, Disaster Risk Reduction, Climate Change, Just Energy Transitions, and Food Systems. I will now allow inputs or interventions, and we had hoped that those who wish to make interventions on this topic should be able to do so, and those who feel that they would like to make interventions in the third session can forego whatever intervention they wish to make. I do have a list. We are working against time because the morning was rather important in terms of having the declaration adopted, but allowing those who were making interventions a little bit more time as they wanted to express themselves. Now, we want to limit inputs to strictly the minutes that are set out, 4 minutes each, and thereafter we will go to 3 minutes each for invited countries. I will make my intervention later, and I would now like to ask President Lula da Silva, the President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, to make his intervention in this regard.
Eu quero, mais uma vez, reiterar meus cumprimentos ao presidente Ramaphosa, cumprimentar a presidenta da Namíbia, a senhora Netumbo, e também cumprimentar o Antônio Gutierrez, secretário-geral das Nações Unidas, por meio de quem eu cumprimento todas as entidades internacionais aqui presentes. Esta oportuna sessão ocorre no mesmo tempo em que estamos por 2 palavras para concluirmos as negociações da COP30 no Brasil. No ano em que o planeta ultrapassou pela primeira vez, e talvez de forma permanente, o limite de 1,5 graus acima dos níveis pré-industriais, a comunidade internacional tinha diante de si uma escolha: continuar ou desistir. Optamos pela primeira alternativa. Na COP da Verdade, a ciência prevaleceu. O multilateralismo venceu. Reafirmamos nosso compromisso com o Acordo de Paris. Saímos de Belém com um quadro renovado de contribuições nacionalmente determinadas. Mobilizamos a sociedade civil, a academia, o setor privado, os povos indígenas e os movimentos sociais, para fazer da COP30 a COP com a segunda maior participação da história. Entramos agora numa nova etapa que exigirá esforço simultâneo em duas frentes. Acelerar as ações do enfrentamento da mudança do clima e nos preparar para uma nova realidade climática. O G20 cumpre papel central em ambas. O grupo responde por 77% das emissões globais. É do G20 que um novo modelo de economia deve emergir. O grupo é um ator-chave na elaboração de um mapa do caminho para afastar o mundo dos combustíveis fósseis. A COP30 mostrou que o mundo precisa enfrentar esse debate. A semente dessa proposta foi plantada e irá frutificar, mais cedo ou mais tarde. A mudança do clima não é uma simples questão de política ambiental. É, sobretudo, um desafio de planejamento econômico. As prioridades estão invertidas. É inconcebível que não sejamos capazes de mobilizar 1,3 trilhão em financiamento climático, enquanto o dobro desse montante é consumido por despesas militares. Fortalecer a capacidade de prevenção e resposta a desastres é uma questão de vida ou morte. Sistema de alerta precoce não bastam. O sistema vai colocar às provas nossas pontes, rodovias, edifícios e linha de transmissão. Vai exigir forma mais eficiente de gerir a água, cultivar alimentos e produzir energia. Vai obrigar milhares de pessoas e de negócios a buscarem áreas mais seguras para viver e empreender. Os princípios voluntários para investir em redução de risco e de desastres, aprovados sob a liderança sul-africana do G20, enfatizam a necessidade de financiamento de longo prazo. Construir resiliência não é gasto, é investimento. Para cada dólar investido em adaptação, ganha-se $4 em prejuízos evitados e outros benefícios sociais e econômicos. Mas um mundo resiliente não se faz apenas com infraestrutura. Quando alguém é atingido por um evento extremo, são as políticas públicas do Estado que ajudam a se reerguer. Contudo, cerca da metade da população mundial não conta com proteção social. Quase 700 milhões de pessoas ainda sofrem com a fome. Vai contra nosso sentido mais elementar de justiça permitir que as maiores vítimas da crise climática sejam aquelas que menos contribuíram para causá-la. O Brasil lançou na COP30 a Declaração de Belém sobre fome, pobreza e ação climática, centrada nas pessoas. Nela, reforçamos 3 compromissos: fortalecer a proteção social, apoiar pequenos produtores e garantir alternativas de vida sustentáveis para comunidades que vivem nas florestas. O G20 pode proteger cadeias alimentares por meio de medidas como compras públicas e seguros rurais. Também pode remunerar quem preserva as florestas por meio do Fundo Florestas Tropicais para Sempre, lançado na COP30. Só haverá transição justa se o G20 liderar o caminho. Como nos ensinou Nelson Mandela, tudo parece impossível agora. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, President Lula. I'd now like to ask His Excellency President João Manuel Lorenzo, the President of the Republic of Angola and the Chairperson of the African Union, to take the floor.
Muito obrigado. Sua Excelência Cyril Ramaphosa, Presidente da República da África do Sul e Presidente do G20, Suas Excelências, minhas senhoras, meus senhores, Excelências. A recuperação global após a pandemia da Covid-19 realçou a importância de um mundo resiliente. Contudo, o nosso planeta e as populações continuam a enfrentar efeitos e impactos catastróficos do aquecimento global. As alterações climáticas são uma realidade e têm vindo a afetar gravemente a segurança alimentar, ao perturbarem os sistemas alimentares, para além de gerarem conflitos e provocar deslocações de pessoas, agravando ainda mais a crise humanitária existente. O novo Programa Abrangente de Desenvolvimento Agrícola para a África, a Estratégia de Kampala e o Plano de Ação 2026-2035 focam-se na construção de sistemas agroalimentares resilientes e sustentáveis. O Programa Abrangente de Desenvolvimento Agrícola para a África, em particular com o Grupo de Trabalho do G20 para a Segurança Alimentar, criado pela Presidência Sul-Africana, em conjunto com as organizações internacionais relevantes, como a FAO e o PAM, continuará a apoiar a implementação da Aliança Global contra a Fome e a Pobreza, lançada durante a presidência do G20 do Brasil. Aplaudimos as abordagens inspiradas em nutrição. Enaltecemos a liderança da presidência sul-africana no avanço da Agenda Global de Segurança Alimentar e Nutricional através da criação deste grupo de trabalho e propomos a sua continuidade no âmbito do nosso programa. Excelências, as transições para uma energia justa e verde requerem a estabilização sine qua non da situação de paz e segurança, particularmente em África, além do reforço da resiliência e do facto de que a resposta e preparação para desastres naturais deve permanecer no centro das nossas preocupações. Neste sentido, em alinhamento com a estratégia da União Africana sobre as alterações climáticas e desenvolvimento resiliente, saudamos os resultados da COP30, realizada recentemente em Belém do Pará, no Brasil, incluindo os respectivos mecanismos de financiamento verde e azul para regiões e países fortemente impactados pelas alterações climáticas. Considero que o G20 deve reafirmar o seu firme compromisso com a Convenção Quadro das Nações Unidas sobre as Alterações Climáticas e o Acordo de Paris, e mobilizar esforços para acelerar a plena implementação de todos os objetivos, metas e mecanismos acordados, especialmente no que respeita ao financiamento climático. Convictos da importância vital de investir nas transições energéticas, na tecnologia e nas infraestruturas, Angola, na qualidade de presidente da União Africana, assumiu a liderança na Congregação dos Parceiros de Desenvolvimento de África para a busca de soluções adequadas para o financiamento das infraestruturas continentais críticas. Agradeço o apoio dos líderes e países do G20, assim como das instituições internacionais que se associaram a nós nesta relevante missão. Excelências, esta cimeira do G20 reveste de um caráter fundamental para a renovação e o reforço dos nossos compromissos coletivos multilaterais em prol do avanço de um desenvolvimento global equitativo. Para este efeito, o continente africano contribuirá de forma ativa por intermédio da Zona de Comércio Livre Continental Africana, um dos maiores mercados econômicos integrados do mundo. Em paralelo e tendo em conta a abundância de recursos naturais críticos e estratégicos de que dispõe, as vastas reservas de biodiversidade e o seu potencial demográfico, a África terá um papel incontornável nos contributos que prestará para impulsionar a transição verde à escala global. Concretizaremos este objetivo com o envolvimento de todos nós. Muito obrigado pela atenção prestada.
Thank you, President Lorenzo. We will start to pick up pace, as I will ask the interventions to stick to the time allocated. I now ask His Excellency Prime Minister of Australia, Anthony Albanese, to take the floor.
Well, thank you very much, President Ramaphosa. Each and every one of our nations is home to unique natural treasures, and all of our citizens are living with the environmental reality of climate change. Australians have always known drought, floods and bushfires, but they're more intense and they're more frequent. And as we meet here today, there is a cyclone has hit Darwin with devastating impact on that community in Australia's north. The truth is that climate change carries a human toll for communities battling natural disasters and for those who depend upon the land for their livelihood. It has a devastating impact on our economies. So the argument that somehow you can take action on climate change or support economic growth is a false one. We need to deal with the challenge of climate change in order to ensure that our economies can grow. It is critical that we embrace clean energy, and this represents a generational economic opportunity. The G20 enables us to bring global ambition and global cooperation to this task. And the vital message that we must send to the world is that action on climate change is not a matter of asking any nation to forego the jobs, prosperity or security that its people deserve. It's about working with every nation to power the next generation of economic growth while protecting the environment for generations to come. Next year, we will assist Turkey in hosting the COP meeting in Antalya. And we will work constructively to ensure that there are positive outcomes. South Africa's prioritisation of disaster resilience during your G20 presidency reflects the pressing need for collective action. And Australia is proud to be matching our words with actions. At the UN in September, I announced our new 2035 emissions reduction target of 62 to 70% by then. Our target is ambitious, but importantly, it is achievable. It provides the certainty for new national and global investment in jobs and industries of clean energy. At home, Australia is investing in our Disaster Ready Fund to support communities devastated by these natural disasters. In our region, we're supporting the Pacific family to respond to natural disasters and prepare for them with our Australian Humanitarian Partnerships $100 million Disaster Ready program. And we've put in an additional $100 million into the Pacific Resilience Facility that will be so important going forward. We're also investing in climate-smart agricultural practices. And here on the African continent, the Africa-Australia Partnership for Climate-Responsive Agriculture aims to guard against food shortages. Colleagues, none of our nations are immune from the environmental challenges of climate change. All of our citizens can benefit from the opportunities of clean energy. As a forum and as leaders, we have a responsibility to our children and grandchildren and the generations to come to make sure that we choose to do the right thing, not choose between protecting our environment or securing our prosperity. We can do both, and indeed we must do both, because each depends on the other.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for sticking to your time. I now want to ask His Excellency, Prime Minister of Canada, Dr. Mark Joseph Carney, to take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I will try to follow the Australian example. Let me start. This session is on resilience, and I want to join others who pointed out in the first session the fragility of armed conflict, condemning the Russia's illegal, unjustified and barbaric invasion of Ukraine, the appalling conflict in Sudan, and our support for all efforts that can lead to just and lasting peace. Now let me speak to climate change.
It's been over a decade that we've realized that past is not prologue with respect to climate change. In other words, the tail risks of yesterday become the central scenarios of today. Tipping points are now being realized. And I want to give an example. 2 years ago, the forest fires in Canada alone made Canada the 4th largest emitter of carbon in the world. We have the example of the Darwin cyclone. Last year, or this year, forest fire damage forests bigger than Sierra Leone, to give orders of magnitude. So we need action on all levels: mitigation, adaptation, and resilience. International collaboration is crucial. I want to thank our hosts, South Africa, Mexico, and others who sent firefighters to Canada to help fight the fires. Coordination through early warning systems. The wildfire satellite system that we're putting in place as part of the G7, global public good, the work of the G20 in disaster risk reduction. Nature-based solutions. We're working towards our 30-30 commitment under the Montreal Kunming Protocol. I want to support the tropical forest financing facility of Brazil's COP, as well as the broader effort, and congratulate them on that. In terms of our own mitigation, I'll just frame it as follows. We view addressing climate change as a moral duty, but also a commercial imperative, as Prime Minister Albanese just intimated. So our strategy on reducing emissions is a climate competitiveness strategy because it will make our businesses stronger. I referenced in my earlier comments blended finance. I'll just reinforce those, the importance of those efforts, including through the World Bank and beyond. But I want to highlight a few other issues before my time is up. First, the importance of high-integrity, standardized carbon markets that have the potential to shift capital flows to those most affected by climate change, including being integrated with JETPs, such as the JETP here, changing the incentives and the financial calculations to decarbonize. I'd suggest that we can catalyze enormous private sector demand for these credits by committing AI data center development to be carbon neutral. We need a price on carbon. I salute my neighbor, the European Union, in pricing carbon and putting in place a CBAM. I'm going to conclude by drawing attention to the situation of one of the members around this table, and I hope Prime Minister Holness of Jamaica will allow me. The economic cost of Hurricane Melissa is about 40% of Jamaica's GDP. Now, through remarkable discipline, Jamaica had reduced their debt to GDP by over 50 percentage points in recent years. That is all gone with the explosive hurricane. This demonstrates the importance of investing in resilience in advance, the importance of catastrophic risk insurance, and the reality of what climate change is doing to our countries. I salute the ambition of the G20 presidency, Turkey for hosting COP alongside Australia next year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The challenge that Jamaica faced is a really sad story, and putting the figures that you have, Prime Minister Carney, just makes the case much more a devastating one. Your Excellencies, I am receiving requests for countries who want to forgo their right to speak. That is very welcome because that shortens our list so that we can finish in time to go and have the time to have the dinner that has been prepared. So if any country is moved to follow the same example as the United Kingdom and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, who have forgone their right to speak, please do indicate so that we do not have to call you up. My next speaker who will be making an intervention is His Excellency, the Premier of the People's Republic of China, His Excellency Li Qiang. Please take the floor.
谢谢拉马福萨总统，各位同事，当前气候变、能源、粮食等多种挑战叠加， 尤其需要国际社会以团结凝聚力量，靠协作破解难题。G20应当发扬伙伴精神，展现更加积极的政治意愿，推动更为广泛的国际合作，共同应对挑战，合力推进发展。第一，加强生态环保合作，提升发展韧性。气候和生态问题关系全人类的长远发展。这些年，全球极端天气等事件频发，实施巴黎协定目标时间紧迫，任重道远。G20应当秉持科学精神，坚持共同但有区别的责任原则，体现担当，抓紧行动。中国已经宣布新一轮国家自主贡献的目标，我愿意同各方加强昆明、蒙特利尔全球生物多样性框架的之内的合作，推动第30届联合国气变大会成果加快落地。第二，加强绿色能源合作，推进公正转型，太阳能、风能等新能源天然具有普惠公平的特点，推动能源体系绿色转型，不仅为人类发展提供强劲动能，也将更好地保障各国平等发展的权利。G20应当推动全球绿色产业合作，保持产业链、供应链的稳定畅通，促进相关技术、产品等自由流通应用。中国已经建成全球最大的可再生能源体系，我们同100多个国家和地区开展了绿色能源合作。过去5年，向世界提供的风电、光伏产品，累计为其他国家减少约41亿吨的碳排放。中方愿意继续以自身所能为各国能源转型提供支持。第三，加强粮食安全合作，保障稳定供应。现在全球仍然有7亿多人面临饥饿的威胁，必须采取切实行动，为他们提供必要的帮助。G20应当推动优化全球粮食流通供给，构建大宗商品合作伙伴关系，建设开放、稳定、可持续的全球粮食市场，强化对粮食短缺国家的供应保障。同时，我们要用好 G20 农业部长会等相关平台，加强农业科技合作，提升粮食生产能力。中方也愿意同各国一起推动落实国际粮食安全合作倡议，为抗击饥饿与贫困做出新的贡献。谢谢大家。
Thank you, Premier Lee. I now ask His Excellency Antonio da Costa, the President of the European Council, to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Natural and man-made disasters are happening more and more often. They are increasing in intensity and having devastating consequences worldwide. The threat to our communities, our environment, and our prosperity is very real. Take the case of wildfires. In 2025 alone, the equivalent of 1/3 of land size of Argentina has burned down. The European Union strongly supports the approach, priorities, and efforts of the South African presidency of G20 on disaster risk reduction, the ex-post approach. But in this session, I choose to talk about root causes. Yes, climate change is real, and together with biodiversity loss and pollution, it can still be stopped. Despite progress, global pledges to cut emissions are not sufficient to limit the rise of temperatures to 1.5 degrees warming. The European Union is a global leader in this effort, and we are staying the course, fully committed to the Paris Agreement. A couple of weeks ago, we committed to an ambitious intermediate goal of reducing emissions by 90% by 2040. The European Union will remain a trusted partner in supporting the countries most exposed to climate change. Last year, the European Union provided 31.7 billion euros from public sources, and we mobilized 11 billion euros of private finance to support developing countries to reduce emissions and adapt to the impacts of climate change. As Union of Values, we will continue to support this agenda. But we cannot do this alone, and we invite all G20 members to join us in taking bold collective action to secure a sustainable future for all.
Thank you, thank you. I now ask Her Excellency Dr. Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, to take the floor.
Thank you very much, dear Cyril. This time I want to speak about the same topic like my friend Antonio Costa, climate change, but here focus on energy transitions. And it is a message of hope and opportunity that I want to bring to this G20 summit. It's a message about clean energy technologies and clean energy transitions. Not only do they meet our urgent need to tackle climate change, they do much more than that. Clean energy transitions are cost competitive as never before. They create jobs at home. They open new ways to bring modern energy to the many million that remain without access. And they are a natural fit for many developing economies. The International Energy Agency says that 80% of energy consumption growth over the next decade occurs in regions with high-quality solar resources. And it's not only about solar. There are huge opportunities in Africa and beyond for other technologies, for wind, for geothermal, for hydropower, for new low-emission fuels, and of course for the investments in grids, storage, and other infrastructure that tie the energy system together. So this can be the growth story of the 21st century. And therefore, I would like to assure you of two things. First, I want to assure you of Europe's commitment to lead by example. We are firmly on track to meet our own 2030 target. We have an ambitious NDC for 2035, and we have the goal to be climate neutral by 2050, so Europe is staying the course. Second, I want to assure you of Europe's commitment to partner with developing economies, to mobilize investments in clean energy around the world. And here let me give you 4 figures that are telling. Of the 2 trillion invested globally in clean energy last year, only 2% was in Africa, while Africa has 600 million people who have no access to electricity, and it is the continent with 60% of the world's best solar potential. So this cannot be. We must change this imbalance. And that is at the core of Europe's Global Gateway Initiative. These are 150 billion euros investment program for Africa, of which 25% goes into grids and into interconnectors. And that is also why, together with South African President Cyril Ramaphosa, my friend, we launched the campaign called Scaling Up Renewables for Africa. Yesterday, we had a big pledging event. We're working with governments and the private sector, and thank you to many, many of you around the table who contributed to the pledging event. we reached 15.5 billion euros pledges for investment in renewables in Africa. A big success, and many thanks again for that. Thank you.
Thank you for passing on that message, Ursula. I now would like to call upon His Excellency President Emmanuel Macron, the President of the French Republic.
So it's only me, Mr. President. I'm the Finance Minister. I'm going to give the introduction in the name of President Macron, who just is at a meeting now. Thank you. Je remercie l'Afrique du Sud d'avoir mis à l'agenda la question de la résilience de ce monde que nous avons en commun. Nous avons ce matin parlé de nos économies, mais nous ne devons pas oublier nos biens communs. Les défis et les dangers qui menacent notre planète ne peuvent être traités que collectivement, ensemble. Les effets du changement climatique, la dégradation de l'environnement, les pollutions, la perte de biodiversité, la multiplication des catastrophes climatiques et l'impact de ces facteurs sur les systèmes alimentaires sont interconnectés avec des conséquences claires sur nos économies et nos sociétés quand le développement et la croissance sont des facteurs de paix. Nous avons tous à perdre à choisir l'affrontement ou le repli sur soi plutôt que la coopération. Refuser de s'attaquer au changement climatique, de bâtir un monde capable de résister aux catastrophes naturelles, de travailler à des systèmes alimentaires performants ou de coopérer en matière de santé, c'est nous fragiliser collectivement. Je me félicite donc de l'adoption par nos ministres de principes de haut niveau sur le financement de la réduction des risques de catastrophes qui soulignent notre volonté commune d'agir plus tôt et de reconstruire de manière plus durable. À l'image des catastrophes naturelles de plus en plus nombreuses à cause du changement climatique, les pandémies ne connaissent pas de frontières. Je me réjouis donc de l'accord mondial sur la prévention, la préparation et la riposte face aux pandémies. Cette adoption représente une victoire claire pour le multilatéralisme. C'est une avancée majeure pour notre sécurité sanitaire qui consacre pour la première fois dans le droit international l'approche une seule santé, One Health. Cette approche, elle doit être notre boussole pour promouvoir l'inclusion systématique des enjeux de santé animale et de santé de nos écosystèmes pour élaborer des politiques publiques vertueuses. L'engagement de la France se traduit par le One Health Summit que nous accueillerons à Lyon le 7 avril prochain. Ce sommet doit parvenir à des engagements ambitieux, des solutions innovantes et des initiatives concrètes pour répondre de façon durable aux problèmes prioritaires touchant la santé quotidienne de nos populations. La santé ne peut en effet plus se penser sans la sécurité alimentaire ni une alimentation saine, car l'obésité est en train de devenir une pandémie. Rien n'est possible sans accès à l'alimentation, ni l'éducation, essentielle pour une croissance économique durable, ni la paix, ni même le progrès démocratique. C'est la raison pour laquelle nous restons pleinement engagés, à l'instar de notre coprésidence de la Coalition pour l'alimentation scolaire du Programme alimentaire mondial et de l'accueil du sommet Nutrition for Growth, qui a confirmé la forte mobilisation politique sur ces enjeux avec des engagements financiers à hauteur de 30 milliards de dollars. Et c'est pour ça également que cette question sera au cœur du sommet Africa Forward, organisé par notre partenaire kényan en mai 2026 à Nairobi. Cher Président Ramaphosa, chers collègues, la France continuera à porter ce multilatéralisme fondé sur la science de Johannesburg à Lyon, en passant par Nairobi, pour qu'ensemble nous puissions faire face aux nombreux défis environnementaux et sanitaires à venir. Merci.
Thank you. I now want to give the opportunity to His Excellency Friedrich Merz, the Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany.
Thanks, you, Chair. Unfortunately, the Chancellor's in a meeting, and also the Finance Minister of Germany is speaking. And thank you, President Ramaphosa, first of all, for putting resilience on the top of our agenda. 2025 has tested our resilience and global stability. There is war and conflict, and communities have been tested by the increasing impact of climate change. wildfires and floods destroying homes in many of our countries. And heat waves threaten our health, food and water supplies, and energy security. It's a heavy burden both for our economies and societies, and even more in so fragile regions and the most vulnerable countries. This is why we need to act. Our actions need to make our world more resilient by unlocking growth and protecting the climate at the same time. We should create the right conditions to create more business cases for action. Protecting the climate and creating business opportunities can and must go hand in hand. To make this happen, we need to use all technologies available. And we need to give space for new technologies to emerge. With the right market framework, new technologies can become the most attractive option for providers and for consumers. Energy transition works best when businesses and end users benefit. For example, in the first half of this year, more than a third of global electricity was produced by renewables. Germany supports the transition towards secure, affordable, and clean energy at home and abroad. In this regard, I want to highlight our Just Energy Transition partnership with South Africa. In this partnership, we exchange skills and technology. Over the last years, South Africa has emerged as a global leader in clean hydrogen, leveraging its huge energy potential and mineral resources. This can benefit countries that are energy importers, and it helps build overall resilience. We are happy to further continue on this energy trajectory with other African countries. Germany is also supporting the initiatives Scaling Up Renewables in Africa, launched by the EU and South Africa with more than 2 billion euros. Beyond creating the right framework, our cooperation is the key sector, with the private sector is key. This is the second lever. If we want to increase our resilience, we need to mobilize the flow of private capital. There are still too many structural barriers politically and economically. This discourages private investments globally, but in particular in Africa. This is why Chancellor Friedrich Merz and also President Ramaphosa just kicked off the initiatives Compact with Africa 2.0. By pushing reforms, members of the Compact help their businesses to attract private investment in the energy sector, but also beyond. And with G20 partners, we launched the scaled initiatives last year. We are working together with leading insurance companies on blended finance to allow the private sector to invest in an easier and more efficient way. We should take these kinds of initiatives forward. Let us work together to leverage innovation and investment for a resilient world, just as we set out when we founded the G20 back in 2008. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We welcome that. I now want to call Her Excellency Ms. Giorgia Meloni, the Prime Minister of Italy.
I'm here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, we all know no one can tackle alone global challenges as climate change and the vulnerability of food systems. As members of the G20, we have a shared responsibility to find a way forward but we also know that way forward must be based on common sense. In my opinion, we must abandon once and for all the ideological dogmatism that is causing more harm than good. In Europe, for example, choices have been made in the past that have brought entire productive sector to their knees without producing any real benefit in terms of global emissions. And in Africa, dogmatic approaches imposed by foreign partners that do not take into account the specificities of African nations paradoxically risk reinforcing all patterns of dependency. This is a losing strategy. So A pragmatic balance must be found between the need to limit emissions and the risk of compromising the most advanced productive systems and preventing the weaker ones from establishing themselves. In our opinion, the challenge is to affirm the principle of technological neutrality, because there is no single solution capable of quickly building a solid alternative to fossil fuel supplies, but also because this spurs research, innovation, and virtuous competition. The energy mix must be balanced and must combine all available technologies: renewable gas, hydrogen, biofuels, CO2 capture systems, as well as research into nuclear fusion, which would change history by producing clean, safe, and unlimited energy. This is the approach that inspires Italy and to which we contribute with industrial expertise, technological capabilities, new financial instruments, and cooperation with other nations. For example, we've launched investments in Africa worth a total of almost 2.5 billion euros, financing projects ranging from the construction of large renewable energy plants to innovative solutions for production and storage. And also on food systems, Italy continues to do its part. We co-organized the last United Nations Summit on Food Systems with Ethiopia. We are making our agri-food know-how available to our African partners, and we are building public-private partnerships with them that guarantee concrete results. We are successfully working on this, for example, in Algeria, where we are working together to reclaim over 36,000 hectares of desert to produce up to 45,000 tons more cereals and legumes per year, generating benefits for over 600,000 people. And we are now replying this experiment in Senegal, Ghana, and Congo, and aim to involve other nations on the continent. But I want to be clear while closing my remarks. Our goal is not to create dependency. Our goal is to support self-sufficiency, because we believe in dignity of people, we believe in the freedom of nations, and we believe in the strength of genuine partnerships. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you so much, my sister, Giorgia Meloni. I now ask His Excellency, President of the Republic of Korea, Mr. Lee Jae-myung, to take the floor. Okay, I'm sure he's in a bilateral somewhere. I then ask His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Turkey, His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, to take the floor. There are lots of bilaterals taking place at this time, and now I move on to His Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Republic of India, His Excellency Narendra Modi. Excellency Erdogan is there. My apologies. We'll
Saygıdeğer devlet ve hükümet başkanları, kıymetli delegeler, sabahki oturumumuzda ifade olunduğu üzere doğal salgınlar, iklim değişikliği ve afetler gibi yeni sınamalarla karşı karşıya kalıyoruz. 6 Şubat 2023'te yaşadığımız ve asrın felaketi olarak isimlendirdiğimiz yıkıcı depremlerin ardından dünyanın en büyük inşa operasyonunu yürütüyoruz. Bu çerçevede 350.000. konut ve iş yerinin teslimini geçtiğimiz günlerde gerçekleştirdik. Geriye kalan 100.000 ünitenin tamamlanmasıyla 4 yıldan kısa bir süre içinde dünyanın en büyük inşa faaliyetlerinden birini tamamlamış olacağız. Bu süreçte sergilediğimiz dayanıklılık, Türkiye ekonomisinin nedenli sağlam temellere sahip olduğunu bir kez daha ortaya koymuştur. Diğer yandan iklim krizinin menfi etkilerinin en yoğun hissedildiği ülkeler arasındayız. 2025 yılında karşı karşıya kaldığımız zirai don ve ardından şiddetli kuraklık hem gıda fiyatlarında hem de enerji arzında büyük baskılar doğurdu. Yaşadığımız her acı tecrübe, iklim değişikliğiyle mücadeleye, sürdürülebilir kalkınmaya, gıda, su güvenliğini güçlendirmeye önem vermemiz gerektiğini gösteriyor. Geçtiğimiz aylarda kabul edilen iklim kanunumuz, 2053 yılında net sıfır emisyona ulaşma ve yeşil kalkınma hedefimizi gerçekleştirme noktasında önemli bir dönüm noktasını teşkil ediyor. Kanun kapsamında ayrıca temiz teknoloji yatırımlarının artırılması ve tüm sektörler için adil dönüşümün finansman olarak desteklenmesini amaçlıyoruz. 2035 yılına kadar güneş ve rüzgar enerjisi kapasitemizi mevcudun 4 katına çıkarmayı öngörüyoruz. Şimdiden bu yıl itibariyle toplam kurulu güç içerisinde yenilenebilir enerjinin payını %60'ın üzerine çıkarmış durumdayız. Ayrıca Birleşmiş Milletler'in desteğiyle küresel bir çevre hareketine dönen sıfır atık projesiyle birlikte çevresel konularda çalışmalarımızı güçlendiriyoruz. Bu düşüncelerle Birleşmiş Milletler İklim Değişikliği Çerçeve Sözleşmesi 31. Taraflar Konferansı'nı önümüzdeki sene Kasım ayında Türkiye'de düzenlemeyi planlıyoruz. Son dönemde çok taraflılığın kaybettiği zemin dikkate alındığında bu hususta Avustralya ile sağladığımız mutabakatı çok daha anlamlı buluyorum. Ayrıca Güney Afrika Dönem Başkanlığı'nın gıda güvenliği konusundaki çalışmalarını takdirle karşılıyoruz. G20 olarak gıda güvenliğini tesis etme noktasındaki çabalarımızı önümüzdeki dönemde artırmamızın çok isabetli olacağına gönülden inanıyorum. Tabii tüm bu gayretlerin ekonomik maliyeti çok yüksektir. Bilhassa gelişmekte olan ülkelerin ihtiyaçlarına cevap verecek bir finansman sisteminin hayata geçirilmesi gerektiğine inanıyorum. Değerli dostlarım, Amerikan Başkanı Sayın Trump'ın girişimleri ve önde gelen bölge ülkelerinin katkılarıyla Gazze'de sağlanan ateşkesin devamı sadece Filistin halkı için değil, tüm dünyanın huzuru için azami önemdedir. Birleşmiş Milletler verilerine göre İsrail'in Gazze'de yol açtığı yıkım, Filistin'in kalkınma çabalarını asgari 70 yıl geriye götürmüştür. Gazze'de maalesef sadece üst yapının değil, çevrenin de yıkımına şahit olduk. 70 bini aşkın çocuk, kadın ve masum yetişkinin kaybının ise ne telafisi ne de gelecek nesillerin dimağında açtığı yaranın silinmesi mümkündür. Gelinen aşamada Gazze'de hem insani yardım faaliyetlerinin hızlandırılması hem de yeniden inşa faaliyetlerine gecikmeksizin başlanması esas olmalıdır. Birleşmiş Milletler kuruluşlarının Gazze'de insani yardımların koordinasyonundaki rolünü vazgeçilmez görüyoruz. Öte yandan kış şartlarıyla birlikte bilhassa barınma sorununun giderilmesinde zemin aleyhimize işliyor. Biz sahadaki ateşkesin sürmesine ve Gazze'nin yeniden inşasına katkı sunmaya şimdiye kadar olduğu üzere Filistin halkının yanında durmaya kararlıyız, hazırız. Kalıcı barışın yegane yolu olan iki devletli çözüm için uluslararası toplum olarak çabalarımızı sürdürmemiz gerektiğini bir kez daha vurguluyor. Bu düşüncelerle sizleri saygıyla selamlıyorum. Thank you.
Thank you, President Erdogan. My apologies for ignoring you the first time. Now I ask the Prime Minister of the Republic of India, His Excellency Mr. Narendra Modi.
Excellencies, नेचुरल डिजास्टर्स मानवता के लिए बहुत बड़ी चुनौती बने हुए हैं। इस वर्ष भी प्राकृतिक आपदाओं ने दुनिया की बहुत बड़ी आबादी को प्रभावित किया है। इससे स्पष्ट है कि प्राकृतिक आपदाओं से निपटने के लिए ग्लोबल कोऑपरेशन को हमें और मजबूत करना होगा। इसी सोच के साथ भारत ने अपनी G20 प्रेसिडेंसी के दौरान डिजास्टर रिस्क रिडक्शन वर्किंग ग्रुप की स्थापना की थी। इस महत्वपूर्ण एजेंडा को प्राथमिकता के साथ आगे बढ़ाने के लिए मैं साउथ अफ्रीका को बधाई देता हूं। फ्रेंड, डिजास्टर रेजिलियंस को लेकर हमारी अप्रोच रिस्पॉन्स सेंट्रिक से भी आगे डेवलपमेंट सेंट्रिक होनी चाहिए। कोalition फॉर डिजास्टर रेजिलिएंट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की स्थापना के पीछे भारत की यही सोच थी। G20 देश CDRI के साथ मिलकर फाइनेंस, टेक्नोलॉजी और स्किल डेवलपमेंट को मोबिलाइज कर सकते हैं। ये एक रेजिलिएंट फ्यूचर की गारंटी बन सकता है। फ्रेंड्स, भारत का ये भी मानना है कि स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी से पूरी मानवता को लाभ हो। इसलिए भारत G20 ओपन सैटेलाइट डेटा पार्टनरशिप का सुझाव सामने रख रहा है। इससे G20 देशों के स्पेस एजेंसियों का सैटेलाइट डेटा और एनालिसिस ग्लोबल साउथ के देशों के लिए अधिक सुलभ, इंटरऑपरेबल और उपयोगी बनाया जा सकता है। फ्रेंड्स, ग्लोबल ग्रोथ के लिए सस्टेनेबिलिटी और क्लीन एनर्जी जरूरी है। ये सुनिश्चित करने के लिए क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स का बहुत बड़ा रोल है। ये मानवता की साझी संपदा है। इसलिए भारत G20 क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स सर्कुलेटरी इनिशिएटिव का प्रस्ताव रखता है और सेकंड लाइफ बैटरी जैसे इनोवेशन को बढ़ावा दिया जा सकता है। सर्कुलेटरी में इन्वेस्टमेंट होगी तो प्राइमरी माइनिंग पर निर्भरता कम रहेगी। इससे सप्लाई चेन पर भी दबाव कम होगा और नेचर के लिए भी ये अच्छा रहेगा। ये इनिशिएटिव ज्वाइंट रिसर्च टेक्नोलॉजी स्टैंडर्ड्स और ग्लोबल साउथ के पायलट रिसाइकलिंग फैसिलिटीज को सपोर्ट कर सकता है। फ्रेंड्स, नई दिल्ली G20 समिट के दौरान हमने संकल्प लिया था कि 2030 तक रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी को 3 गुना और एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी रेट को 2 गुना करेंगे। इस लक्ष्य को हासिल करने के लिए विकसित देशों को अफोर्डेबल क्लाइमेट फाइनेंस और टेक्नोलॉजी उपलब्ध कराने के लिए अपने कमिटमेंट्स को टाइम बाउंड तरीके से पूरा करना होगा। फ्रेंड्स, क्लाइमेट चेंज और अन्य चुनौतियों के कारण हमारे एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर और फूड सिक्योरिटी पर खतरा और गंभीर होता जा रहा है। कई देशों में किसानों के लिए फर्टिलाइजर्स, टेक्नोलॉजी, क्रेडिट, इंश्योरेंस और मार्केट एक्सेस की चुनौती बढ़ती जा रही है। भारत अपने स्तर पर इन चुनौतियों से निपटने का प्रयास कर रहा है। भारत में हम विश्व का सबसे बड़ा फूड सिक्योरिटी और न्यूट्रिशन सपोर्ट प्रोग्राम चला रहे हैं। विश्व का सबसे बड़ा हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस प्रोग्राम और सबसे बड़ी फसल बीमा योजना भी भारत चला रहा है। हम श्री अन्न यानी मिलेट्स पर बल दे रहे हैं, जो पोषण और पर्यावरण दोनों के लिए सुपर फूड है। दिल्ली G20 के दौरान इन सभी विषयों पर हमने डेकन प्रिंसिपल्स पर सहमति बनाई थी। अब हमें इन प्रिंसिपल्स पर आगे बढ़ते हुए एक G20 रोड मैप बनाना चाहिए। फ्रेंड्स, रेजिलियंस कैन नॉट बिल्ड इन साइलोस। G20 को ऐसी कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव स्ट्रेटेजी को बढ़ावा देना चाहिए जो न्यूट्रिशन, पब्लिक हेल्थ, सस्टेनेबल एग्रीकल्चर और डिजास्टर प्रिपेयर्डनेस को जोड़कर एक मजबूत वैश्विक सुरक्षा बनाएं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you. I now ask Mr. Masanao Ozaki from the Republic of Japan to speak on behalf of the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Chairman. 日本は課題先進国としての知見や経験を生かし、これまで災害、感染症、気候変動といった地球規模課題の解決に向け、各国の要望に基づいた取り組みを有言実行で実施してまいりました。第一に防災について、世界各地では自然災害が激甚化頻発化しており、持続的で強靭な社会の構築には災害対策が待ったなしであります。災害リスクの理解、防災投資、対応、とりわけ災害リスク削減のためのインフラ強靭化が重要であります。自然災害の多い日本は、世界一の防災大国を目指しています。日本はその知恵と技術を共有し、仙台防災枠組みの実施など、国際協力を主導してきました。アフリカやアジアでは、テクノロジーも活用し、干ばつ対策、サイクロンシェルター整備、気象予報にかかる能力構築支援といったハード・ソフト両面の協力を行っています。また、自然災害は被災国、特に低所得国や島諸国の財政にも悪影響を及ぼし、迅速な復旧を妨げるため、日本は各地の災害リスクファイナンスの整備支援も主導しています。第2に、気候変動について、世界の気温上昇を工業化以前から 1.5 度以内に抑えるには、先進国のみならず、主要排出国をはじめ、国際社会が団結して取り組むことが必要であります。日本は引き続き、国内外の気候変動対策に取り組んでいきます。第3に、海洋の環境問題について、日本は G20 大阪サミットで、大阪ブルーオーシャンビジョンを提唱し、各国のプラスチック汚染対策を支援しています。プラスチック条約について、日本は多くの国が参加する実効的な条約の早期策定に向け、関係国の橋渡しを行っていきます。第4に、国際保険について、ワクチン支援を含む新型コロナ対応は、G20 との効果的な協力の代表例であります。国際保険は、国際社会全体の経済、社会、安全保障上の重要な課題であり、日本はユニバーサルヘルスカバレッジの達成に向け、来月には UHC ハイレベルフォーラムを東京で開催し、世界銀行、WHO のナレッジハブでの人材育成を含め、国際保険を力強く推進します。第5に、エネルギー移行について、安価で安定的なエネルギー供給やエネルギー安全保障の確保は極めて重要です。日本はアジアゼロエミッション共同体、AZEC など、脱炭素化、経済成長、エネルギー安全保障を同時に実現し、多様な道筋の下でネットゼロを目指す取り組みを力強く推進していきます。最後に食料安全保障について、強靭で持続可能な農業・食料システムを構築するために、日本は各地域の実情に応じた生産力の強化に向けた支援を行ってまいります。日本は引き続き、各国と知見と経験を共有し、相手国の主体性を尊重した実用的な支援を行ってまいります。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
Thank you. Thank you. I'd now like to call His Excellency Mr. Gibran Raka Buming Raka, the Vice President of Indonesia.
Your Excellency, President Ramaphosa, Excellencies, leaders of G20 countries, in many parts of the world, crises are intensifying. Global solidarity and decisive leadership are needed to address them. Indonesia commends South Africa's leadership in advancing energy, water, and food security. For Indonesia, food security is not just an economic agenda, but a fundamental necessity for our people. For that reason, the President of Indonesia is focusing on the food security and free nutritious meals for 80 million students and pregnant women as strategic investment. That promotes the use of local products, empowering farmers and livestock breeders while expanding economic activity in many areas. On the other hand, as an island nation located in the Pacific Ring of Fire, Indonesia faces more than 3,000 disasters every year, from earthquakes, floods, to volcanic eruption. For Indonesia, resilience is not a slogan, it is a daily reality. Drawing from these experiences, Indonesia promotes the concept of sustainable resilience, a framework in which human development, economic growth, and environmental protection can advance in harmony. Excellencies, today's disasters are not only natural, many are the results of human action. We see this in Gaza, Ukraine, Sudan, and the Sahel, and many other regions, where conflicts reduce homes to rubble, deprive people of hopes and livelihood. These tragedies remind us to put humanity at the heart of global governance. The world must not allow and normalize preventable human suffering from becoming the new normal. As a forum representing 85% of the world's GDP, the G20 carries a moral duty to lead by example, ensuring that growth and resilience become two sides of the same coin, driving hope, prosperity, and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I now want to call the President of the Republic of Korea, Mr. Lee Jae-myung.
근본 세션의 주제는 각각 다른 주제 같지만 상호 연결된 하나의 체계적 위험 요인입니다. 유엔 재해위험 경감국이 지적하는 것처럼 여러 분야에서 연쇄적으로 나타나는 복합 위기입니다. 그러나 우리가 충격을 적절히 흡수하고 복원력을 강화하면 새로운 기회가 창출되고 또 새로운 성장 기반이 마련될 것입니다. 이를 위해서 먼저 국제사회는 기후위기 대응 노력을 지속해서 강화해야 합니다. 대한민국은 국제사회의 노력에 동참하기 위해서 2035년 온실가스 감축 목표와 중장기 기후 탄력적 발전 경로를 확정했습니다. 우리 정부는 기후변화 대응을 위한 국제사회의 여정에 책임 있는 일원으로서 함께할 것입니다. 둘째로, 재난위험 대응은 예방 중심, 복원력 중심으로 재편되어야 합니다. 올해 G20 재난위험 경감 강요회의가 다중재난 조기 경보 체계를 도입한 것은 매우 적절합니다. 대한민국 역시 누구나 소외되지 않고 재난 위협으로부터 안전한 미래를 만들기 위해서 노력하고 있고, 아시아 태평양 국가들에게 홍수 조기 경보 체계 구축 등 재난 위험 저감 사업을 지원하고 있습니다. 대한민국은 G20 회원국 여러분과 함께 재난 대응 복원력 강화를 위한 노력에 적극 동참할 것입니다. 셋째, 에너지 전환 과정에서 복원력 높은 인프라 시스템에 적극 투자해야 합니다. 대한민국은 기후위기 대응과 녹색 산업 성장을 위해서 재생에너지를 기반으로 에너지 고속도로를 추진 중입니다. 해상풍력 클러스터와 분산형 전력망 구축을 확대하고 국민 모두에게 혜택을 주는 햇빛소득, 바람소득 공유 모델도 확산시켜 나가고 있습니다. 마지막으로 글로벌 식량체제 보건력 강화를 위해서 국제사회가 연대와 협력을 지속해야 합니다. 한국은 UN 세계 식량계획과 식량 원조 사업을 17개국으로 확대하고 아프리카 14개국의 K 라이스벨트 사업을 추진해 왔습니다. 앞으로도 국제사회의 연대와 협력 강화에 앞장설 것입니다. 존경하는 동료 여러분, 아프리카 속담처럼 비는 한 지붕에만 내리지는 않습니다. G20는 2008년 금융위기, 2020년 팬데믹 위기에 세계 경제 회복을 이끌어냈습니다. 기후, 재난, 에너지, 식량의 복합 위기 또한 그때와 같은 책임감 있는 연대를 필요로 합니다. 한 국가의 회복력은 전 세계의 회복력으로 이어집니다. 위험을 사전에 낮추고 충격에 흔들리지 않으며 더 나은 상태로 회복할 수 있는 글로벌 체계를 함께 구축하는 데 대한민국이 앞장서서 기여하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you. Thank you. I now call upon His Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister of the Russian Federation, Mr. Maxim Oreshkin.
Thank you, President Ramaphosa. I will start with reminding a personal story of Bill Gates, the renowned Microsoft co-founder. He was an early and outspoken advocate for the urgency of climate change, investing billions in clean energy solutions. Recently, he softened his stance, emphasizing human welfare and balanced policy over alarmist views, where funding for health and development plays the leading role. It happens sometimes that the positions of key figures can change, and the country policy also can change amid evolving conditions and priorities. However, tactics should not dominate the strategy. We stand for long-term and balanced development, aiming at sustainable progress that benefits all equitably. Global climate policy should be reasonable, not dogmatized. It should be focused on ensuring access to technologies and finance. It should also be cost-effective. Energy transitions should be both clean and affordable. Zero and low-emission technologies, including natural gas, nuclear, and hydropower, play a pivotal role in energy transitions, especially here in Africa, where 500 million of people do not have access to electricity. Technologically neutral approach is needed to advance decarbonization without compromising economic growth and SDG 7, access to energy for all. CO2 removal solutions, natural sinks, are not less effective than mitigation, while most affordable and also scalable. Energy policies must ensure energy security and be aligned with structural shifts in global energy demand. The expansion of digital economy, including AI, blockchain, big data, is driving electricity demand comparable to heavy industry. We need to develop new generation capacities located near resource bases and consumers. Food systems, energy, climate change, and disaster resilience are integral parts of one global resilience platform. Global South and Global East play a crucial role in providing food and energy to the world due to their vast agricultural resources and abundant natural reserves, thus contributing to food and energy security. What is also needed for global food security is fair competition and open trade. Well-functioning markets are a key factor to eliminate hunger worldwide. Just to mention that despite illegitimate sanctions, Russia is among the world's major exporters of food and fertilizers, and about 97% of our supplies go to developing nations, of which more than 40% go to low-income countries. Even amidst the background of sanctions, Russia fulfills its mission of contributing to global food security. As for the G20's mission, it is not only to respond to shocks, but to design a future architecture that is balanced and shock resilient. So, global resilience today must go beyond crisis response. It also has to be platform-based. Climate change, disaster risk reduction, and energy transitions are intertwined and should be addressed collectively. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you indeed. I now wish to call upon Minister of Foreign Affairs of Argentina, Pablo Quirno Magrain.
Thank you, President Ramaphosa, for placing these critical issues not only for the stability of our economies, but also for the well-being of our populations, particularly the most vulnerable. During periods of catastrophes and crisis, the solidarity of nations is most evident. History has shown that despite diverse worldviews, the G20 has served as a platform for cooperation in the most challenging moments of recent history, successfully reaching consensus and coordinating actions and tasks collectively. Disaster prevention cannot be limited to statements. It requires concrete action and effective collaboration with the most vulnerable nations. It is essential to provide technology, materials, expertise, and skilled personnel to develop safe infrastructure and mitigate damage. An efficient approach is to share resources when and where they are needed, coordinating among countries in a practical, bureaucracy-free manner. Disasters tend to occur in predictable seasons and regions. Therefore, international agreements must move from words to clear commitments with specified contributions and shared responsibility, ensuring that solidarity goes beyond good intentions. Allow me to move on to my next point. Food security must be addressed through mechanisms that do not reduce global food production and investment. Argentina is a major food producer, and under market conditions, free from distortions caused by domestic and international policies, it could double and diversify its production. Many countries have implemented domestic policies aimed at lowering consumer prices, which have led to stagnation or declines in production. This effect is not only caused by domestic public policies, but also by international ones. Food markets are competitive, meaning there is a good balance between quality and price. Distorting them through subsidies or prohibitions only harms those who need food the most, because higher production would correspond to lower prices. For this reason, Argentina fights against market distortions, against barriers to food trade, and against subsidies that distort competition. That is why we promote long-term contracts to supply countries that regularly import food, as well as strategic partnerships that ensure food security. Hunger is addressed by increasing food production, not by reducing it through measures that only stagnate it. We're here to cooperate by producing, integrating stable value chains, and selling at highly competitive prices and quality for the benefit of consumers around the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. My last speaker on the G20 member side is Her Excellency, Minister of Finance and Public Credit, United Mexican States, Edgar Amador Zamora.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We gather today not only as representatives of our nations, but as partners in the pursuit of a resilient and sustainable world. As we reflect on the challenges that we have faced, be it the global pandemic, extreme weather events linked to climate change, or market financial volatility, we must recognize the pivotal role that the G20 plays in fostering collaboration and resilience among our nations. Together, we have the power to shape a future that prioritizes the well-being of our people and our planet. Investing in disaster risk reduction protects development gains, reduces vulnerabilities, strengthens adaptation to climate change, and promotes economic and social stability. Disaster risk reduction is at the heart of development, advancing the 2030 agenda and safeguarding its achievements. Mexico welcomes South Africa's leadership and vision in this area so that the G20 can contribute significantly to positioning resilience as a global public good and as an indispensable condition for sustainable development. The G20 provides a forum for dialogue that highlights the importance of integrating disaster risk reduction into development planning, public investment, and international cooperation. Discussion within the group reflect a growing consensus. There will be no sustainable development or effective adaptation to climate change without proper management of present and future risks. Mexico particularly values the G20's promotion of common approaches on issues such as early warning systems, resilient infrastructure, and resilient financing. Those efforts contribute to strengthening the global coherence that must be fostered among the development, climate, and risk agendas. Following the recent COP30 in Belém do Pará, Brazil, the G20 had the opportunity to reaffirm its collective commitment at the highest political level to the goals of the Paris Agreement and to strengthen a more ambitious and equitable global response to the climate crisis. The G20 must send a message of unity and ambition, reaffirming the group's leadership in achieving a fair and sustainable global transition that leaves no one behind. Mexico has consistently played an active and constructive role in international climate negotiations, working to build bridges, promote consensus, and uphold key principles such as equity, intergenerational justice, and the centrality of human rights in climate action. The just energy transition is not merely a goal, it is a moral imperative that requires our collective commitment and action. The Mexican people have faced prolonged droughts, intensified hurricanes, disrupted rains, and biodiversity losses. Through our updated nationally determined contribution, Mexico will strengthen its renewable energy and sustainable transport goals, expand nature-based solutions such as the restoration of forests, mangroves, and coastal systems, prioritize community-centered adaptation, and include security as an across-the-board issue linked to climate action. We believe that a just energy transition should encompass the following 4 key principles: inclusion, job creation and skills development, investment in clean technologies, and support for communities. To advance towards sustainable and resilient food system, Mexico has implemented technical support actions through farmer field schools to increase production with an agroecological approach. We also established new seed banks dedicated to the preservation of traditional food systems, which contributed to the selection, conservation, and safeguarding of native corn varieties. Finally, the efficient use of water in food production is a strategic issue. Therefore, we implemented the National Irrigation Technology Program, which includes training and technological assistance to producers to recover volumes for other uses. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you indeed. We've now concluded the interventions by G20 members. We now have guest countries that have chosen to make interventions. As we have run out of time, we propose that we allow interventions right up till 6:45. And beyond 6:45, those who have not spoken will then be given the opportunity into the 3rd session tomorrow. We anticipate that we should be able to finish in time tomorrow. So if by 6:45 we have not given you the opportunity to speak, there will be ample opportunity for you to make your intervention tomorrow. We say this as we have some 500 guests who are coming in for the dinner, which we are all invited to, and we should not keep them waiting too long. But besides, we've been at this since 10 o'clock this morning, if not earlier, and I am told that it's always best to get time to rest and to have something to eat. This I get from my wife, who is a doctor, and I am a doctor by marriage. So this is the advice that I have received through my marriage. So I now want to call upon Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah, and the guest country speakers have 3 minutes each.
Thank you. To address disaster risk, the African continent has renewed commitment by adopting the Windhoek Declaration on advancing the program of action for the implementation of the SDI framework for disaster risk reduction 2025-2030. As the cost of disaster increase and international assistance decline, more and urgent concrete action are needed in the next 5 years to sustain progress towards achieving the expected outcome of the goals of the SDI framework by 2030. Our work on disaster risk reduction, climate change, and food security must be transformative. It also requires partnership built on accessible finance and fair technology transfer. Namibia is undertaking broad measures to transform our food system and reduce our dependence on import. Our focus is to reduce agricultural imports, strengthen domestic production, and build climate-resilient agriculture infrastructure with a strong focus on irrigation, water harvesting, storage, and rural value chain. We are also modernizing our livestock sector, which remains the backbone of rural livelihood. On climate financing, Namibia will need 15 billion to meet her climate goals, with 90% of adaptation cost relies on international support, hence the need to scale up climate financing. Namibia is creating a formal and attractive framework for investment and technological transfer in renewable energy, including green energy value chain. Our goal is to build a full investable ecosystem while calling for a just transformation to allow development countries to space to develop under the principle of common but differentiated responsibility. We therefore urge the G20 to view Namibia as a vital strategic investment partner ready to work on our shared decarbonization. Finally, Your Excellency, as a country which is higher impact by climate change due to our geographical location, Namibia is bidding to host one of the 2 African regional hubs for the Green Climate Fund, and we will appreciate your support. Thank you, Your Excellencies.
Thank you, President Nandine Ndaitwah. I now want to call upon His Excellency Dr. Julius Maada Bio, the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone and Chairperson of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. In his current absence, due to, I'm sure, bilaterals, I'd now like to call His Excellency, the Taoiseach of Ireland, Mr. Michael Martin.
Thank you very much indeed, President. And again, thank you and South Africa for bringing the G20's focus onto global resilience. And as has been said by other speakers, disasters are increasing in frequency and volatility, heightened by climate change and conflict, and strong multilateral commitments are needed and are more important than ever. Ireland welcomes the Ministerial Declaration on Disaster Risk Reduction and the overarching approach to identifying, reducing and managing risks before they lead to disasters. On climate, some of us recently returned from COP30 in Brazil, and I was concerned that the spirit of common purpose is weakening. We have made some progress, but we now need to act with unity and with much more urgency. And indeed, the discussions there are proving difficult as we speak to achieve consensus. International climate finance is a priority for Ireland, and we are on track to deliver our COP26 pledge of at least 225 million per year to developing countries by 2025. We will achieve that this year. Our focus is on the poorest and most vulnerable, especially those living in least developed countries and small island developing states, fragile states and communities. Adaptation is perhaps something we haven't given enough attention to. It is central and equally adequate and accessible climate finance is key to countries' adaptation endeavours, and we need to improve that access. In the European Union, as Antonio has said, our sights are on reducing collective emissions by 90% by 2040. In Ireland now, emissions are now lower than at any point since 1990, despite our population growing by 50% over that time period and having successive economic growth as well. On just energy transitions, Ireland is committed to ensure that no one is left behind. We are seeking to, again, as others have said, maximise employment opportunities, support persons and communities who may be negatively affected, and some will, as we action a climate-neutral society by 2050. On food systems, the world is significantly behind on achieving Sustainable Development Goal 2. Transformation must be at the heart of our work to reinvigorate the 2030 agenda. Our collective commitments will be extremely important in the context of growing instability and economic and environmental crises. Ireland focuses on gender equality, climate action, and fragility through a range of partners, including the Food and Agriculture Organization, the World Food Programme, and the International Fund for Agricultural Development. Women's economic empowerment in the agri-food sector, improving access to finance, expansion of climate-resilient agriculture practices, and policy engagement are all critical channels for achieving gender equality. Ireland has provided funding to the African Union for the implementation of the new Comprehensive African Agriculture Development Programme. In Africa and beyond, Ireland remains committed to supporting inclusive, climate-resilient, healthy and nutritious food systems and to contributing to all of these sustainable development goals. These efforts and the efforts of the G20 are integral to building a more resilient world. Thank you very much, President.
Thank you. Thank you, Taoiseach Martin. I now ask His Excellency Mr. Sifi Grieb, the Prime Minister of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria.
Thank you, Mr. President. شكرا فخامة الرئيس سيريل رامافوسا. اسمحوا لي أن أتلو على مسامعكم كلمة رئيس الجمهورية السيد عبد المجيد تبون التي يوجهها لهذه الجلسة وهذا نصها. تعتبر الجزائر إحدى الدول الأكثر عرضة للآثار السلبية لتغير المناخ، حيث شهدت في الآونة الأخيرة تزايداً غير مسبوق للعديد من الظواهر التي تتسبب في خسائر بشرية ومادية جسيمة، فضلاً عن التأثير على النظم البيئية المختلفة. واستجابة لهذا الواقع، وضعت بلادي ترسانة قانونية ومؤسساتية للحماية من المخاطر الكبرى وتسيير الكوارث، بهدف تدعيم المنشآت التحتية وتعزيز القدرات التقنية والتكنولوجية، وإقامة وتحسين أنظمة الإنذار المبكر، فضلاً عن تعبئة موارد مالية معتبرة للتكفل بالمتضررين. وعلى الصعيد الإقليمي والقاري، بادرت الجزائر بإنشاء آلية إفريقية للوقاية من أخطار الكوارث، كما تحتضن المركز العربي للوقاية من أخطار الزلازل والكوارث الطبيعية الأخرى، في مساهمة منها لتعزيز العمل المشترك في هذا المجال. السيد الرئيس، إن تحقيق الاكتفاء الذاتي وتعزيز الأمن الغذائي يشكلان أولوية للجزائر التي تعرف خلال السنوات الأخيرة نمواً استثنائياً للاستثمار الفلاحي، خاصة في الجنوب الجزائري، عبر شراكات مع دول شقيقة وصديقة. ومن هذا المنطلق ندعو دول المجموعة العشرين إلى عقد شراكات مع الدول الإفريقية لتطوير الإنتاج الفلاحي والحيواني والحد من ظاهرة الجوع والأزمات الغذائية. السيد الرئيس، تواجه القارة الإفريقية تحديات معتبرة بخصوص الانتقال الطاقوي، إذ أنها تأوي 18% من سكان العالم، بينما تسجل أقل من 6% من الاستهلاك الطاقوي العالمي، في حين لا تتجاوز نسبة الربط بالكهرباء 45%. وبالمقابل يفرض علينا التصدي لظاهرة تغير المناخ، التخفيف المكثف للانبعاثات، وخلق ظروف مواتية لضمان الانتقال السلس إلى أنماط إنتاج واستهلاك خالية من الكربون، مع مراعاة المبادئ الآتية: أولاً، إرساء آليات تسهيلية تسمح للدول النامية بالاستفادة من الدعم المالي الدولي ونقل التكنولوجيا. ثانياً، تبادل الخبرات الناجحة في تطوير الطاقات المتجددة وترشيد استهلاك الطاقة. تعزيز القدرات البشرية والمؤسساتية للدول النامية، وفي هذا الصدد تدعو الجزائر إلى عقد شراكات في مجال التحول الطاقوي في القارة الإفريقية قصد تجسيد تحول ناجح يسمح بتحقيق أهداف التنمية المتعلقة بالطاقة النظيفة والمتاحة والعمل اللائق والنمو الاقتصادي والعمل من أجل المناخ، وتبدي في مجال الطاقة مع البلدان الإفريقية ودول مجموعة ال20، كما تجدد التزامها بالعمل بشكل حثيث لتجسيد مشاريع طموحة مع شركائها بغية تعزيز الطاقة الخضراء النظيفة والمساهمة في الجهد الجماعي لضمان انتقال طاقوي سلس. وشكرا على حسن الإصغاء.
Thank you, Prime Minister. I now call upon Dr. Andrew Michael Holness, the Prime Minister of Jamaica and the Chair of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM.
Thank you, President. In the first session, I mentioned the recent passage of Hurricane Melissa, one of the most powerful hurricanes recorded in the Atlantic. The true economic impact will take months to fully quantify. However, preliminary estimates already indicate catastrophic losses. Prime Minister Carney pointed out that it is estimated that we have lost, in terms of physical damage, approximately $8.8 billion, or the equivalent of approximately 41%
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Once again, our condolences and our support to the people of Jamaica and the terrible disaster that befell them. And we will forever be holding you in our thoughts and continuing to give support. I now call upon His Excellency Dr. Mustafa Medboli, the Prime Minister of the Arab Republic of Egypt.
Thank you, President Ramaphosa, and let me start by saying that the world is being confronted with multiple critical and interlinked crises that threaten decades of progress towards the SDGs. Today, global challenges ranging from geopolitical tensions, climate change, and food insecurity to water scarcity, soaring debt levels, demand urgent and coordinated multilateral action guided by the principles of solidarity, cooperation, and shared responsibility. The G20 could play a leading role in advancing the response to the above-mentioned crisis. Access to concessional finance, technology transfer, and capacity building are crucial for developing countries to achieve climate action and just transition. The Egyptian presidency of COP27 has exerted all efforts to achieve tangible progress in all areas of climate action, particularly regarding just transition, the role of multilateral development banks in financing climate action, and above all, the establishment of the Loss and Damage Fund. We call on the G20 to take a leading role to improve the MDB's role in financing climate action and increasing their support and blending capacities to allow developing countries to have access to concessional finance and other non-debt instruments, and to unlock investment opportunities for a just transition. We also call on the G20 to encourage developed countries to fulfill their climate finance and ODA commitments. Furthermore, the growing global food insecurity remains among the most pressing challenges of our time. Egypt has taken significant steps nationally and internationally to address these critical challenges. In September 25, Egypt, in cooperation with the South African G20 presidency, hosted the third G20 Food Security Task Force meeting in Cairo with the aim to strengthening international cooperation in this field and alleviating food insecurity in developing countries. In conclusion, we believe that the G20 is well positioned to coordinate actionable measures to enhance finance for development, narrow digital divide, and assist developing countries to embrace new technologies, including AI, in order to tackle existing challenges and accelerate the implementation of it.
Thank you. Thank you, Prime Minister. I now have the pleasure of asking Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Norway, Mr. Jonas Støre, to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Norway has for a long time urged to have resilience on the global agenda, and I'm happy to see that the G20 summit under your chair, Mr. President, is doing precisely that. Belém, as my Irish colleagues said, we were there 2 weeks ago, and although there are reasons to be very concerned about climate change, at least we can see and we saw there that the Paris Agreement is working. Had it not been for the Paris Agreement, we could have been at more than 4% temperature increase. Now we are at 2.5, that's too much, but it means that multilateral cooperation, having adapted mechanisms, can work. So we need to work and do that even better. And the world rightfully expects that the G20 can lead the way by setting that agenda. It implies climate finance, key to resilience. Norway has, for its part, double its climate funding. We were supposed to reach that goal by 2026. We are there now. And we still have our ODA at 1% of GDP. But the question is now, how do we invest our ODA? It is not the traditional mechanism that will work. It is if we work with the
financial banks, with the development banks and the World Bank, we can move forward. On the energy transition, it is renewable that is now being the winner in terms of affordability, and that has now to be made available to people in development. 600 million people here in Africa lack access to the modern miracles from electrification, as well as clean cooking, taking lives of so many women and children. So to address this, we have over the last year worked to support Mission 300, the World Bank and African Development Bank-led initiative to provide electricity to 300 million people in Africa by 2030. So we welcome the early progress reported from this initiative, and we are ready to support it further. Let me mention a very different example, Mr. President, coming also out of Belém: tropical forests, indispensable for maintaining global biodiversity in Africa, in Latin America, in Amazonas, and in Asia, Indonesia. And the new Tropical Forest Forever facility, the TFFF, came out of a Brazilian COP, and I would like to commend President Lula and Brazil for having established this mechanism. Norway will contribute up to $3 billion over 10 years to support this mechanism, which is again an example of doing innovative things with our financial partners. Let me end on the third area, if I may. All G20 members are ocean nations, as we are, and Norway is in fact representing a country with the world's second largest coastline. The ocean offers many solutions to many issues on our G20 agenda, as long as the ocean is managed sustainably, as I work together with partners in the International Ocean Panel that I'm chairing with the President of Palau. And I'm happy to see that we have reference to that in the communiqué from this summit. We welcome the results of the third UN Ocean Conference in Nice, hosted by President Macron, the entry into the force of the BBNJ agreement, and the WTO agreement on fishery subsidies. So in closing, I would like to congratulate you, Mr. President, for also putting this theme on the agenda in a very appropriate way. And it will give, I think, impetus to the way we work on resilience around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister Store. And now I would like to ask the Prime Minister of Malaysia and the Chair of the ASEAN Nations, Mr. Anwar bin Ibrahim, my brother. Please take the floor.
Thank you, President Cyril Ramaphosa. Southeast Asia is one of the world's disaster epicenters. In many years, our region accounts for around half of global disaster fatalities and more than $4 billion in economic losses. Not all these events are driven by climate change, but climate stress compounds their impact and weakens recovery. We have learned that resilience depends on anticipatory investment. That is why our region has built one of the most active disaster response systems in the developing world through the ASEAN Coordinating Center for Humanitarian Assistance, or AHA Center. The science of climate change is crystal clear, yet global momentum is faltering. In many societies, including the industrialized world, there is a rising pushback against policies seen to raise prices and threaten jobs. At the same time, energy demand in developing regions is growing faster than clean alternatives can be deployed. The world will continue to use fossil fuels for some time. Pretending otherwise will not help us plan responsibly. ASEAN's experience shows that regional platforms can advance climate action. Disaster cooperation and energy connectivity, even when global processes struggle. If fossil fuels cannot be eliminated overnight, then we need the technologies that reduce their footprint. CCUS, methane abatement, and industrial decarbonization will all be essential. Meanwhile, the ASEAN power grid and the Trans-ASEAN gas pipeline will help smooth the integration of renewables and strengthen energy security, even as we scale clean power. These are the kinds of measures that make the transition workable. We must accelerate adaptation where impacts already threaten lives and livelihoods, especially in food and water security. We must advance a climate strategy that is ambitious, yet grounded in the realities of our people face. To sustain these efforts at scale, international climate finance must be accessible, predictable, and aligned with the needs of developing regions. Only then can we secure livelihoods and advance shared prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The last to speak on the guest country list is Lee Kinyanjui, Minister for Investment, Trade and Industry from Republic of Kenya, as chairperson of the East African Community.
Your Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, apologies, Mr. Ali Kenyajui, the Cabinet Secretary, is not allowed, and I am taking his place. I'm the Kenya High Commissioner to the Republic of South Africa. We wish to commend South Africa for ensuring that African priorities are prominently reflected in the summit's agenda, particularly on resilience, sustainability, and equitable development. Excellencies, we recognize G20's efforts to strengthen global disaster risk financing, which remains essential for enabling timely and effective responses to climate-related and natural hazards. We also welcome the G20 focus on expanding inclusive early warning systems and enhancing capacity building in developing regions, which is vital for protecting lives and preserving development gains. Excellencies, the East African community encourages G20 to advance the provision of predictable, adequate, and accessible climate finance with strong attention to adaptation as a pressing priority for vulnerable countries. We underline the importance of honoring existing finance commitments while pursuing innovative and fair mechanisms that align with the needs of developing countries. Excellencies, COMESA is leveraging continental initiatives such as the Mission 300, which targets electricity access for 300 million Africans through its Accelerating Sustainable and Clean Energy Access Transformation Program. Its regional component, the Regional Energy Access Acceleration Platform, provides tailored technical assistance, policy harmonization support, and capacity building to help countries advance scalable and sustainable energy transitions. We emphasize that energy development is inherently regional. Harmonized laws, coordinated regulations, and integrated markets are essential to avoid fragmented progress and to unlock economies of scale in cross-border energy trade and infrastructure development. As we advance sustainable energy transitions, we must ensure they are just and inclusive, fully supporting women, youth, and indigenous communities and workers in carbon-intensive sectors. Excellencies, let me conclude by saying we stand ready to deepen cooperation with all partners, including the G20, to accelerate clean energy access, strengthen regional integration, and build resilient systems that support long-term sustainable development. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We now move on to international organizations. And if we are economic with time, we could finish in a few minutes before we all retire to dinner and thereafter retire to have an early night. I now start off with the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres.
Excellencies, the world has failed to keep temperatures to the 1.5 degree temperature rise limit, and about 80% of the world is sitting around this table. A temporary overshoot of this limit is now inevitable. Reaching the 1.5 degree limit is still possible by the end of the century, and that requires making this overshoot as small, short, and safe as possible. In any case, there will be dire consequences. More and worse heat waves, wildfires, floods, hurricanes, and hunger. Africa will pay a deadly price, despite doing very little to cause the problem. Avoiding more climate chaos means bridging the adaptation gap urgently as an essential element of climate justice. Developed countries must keep their promises, starting by doubling adaptation finance this year, and it is my firm belief that it is possible to triple adaptation finance by 2030 with the contribution of the multilateral development banks, as in COP29 in Baku. We must also safeguard the credibility of the Baku finance goals and capitalize the loss and damage fund, including innovative tools of finance. And in keeping with the ambitions of the United Nations Early Warnings for All initiative, we need to ensure everyone, everywhere, is protected by a life-saving alert system by 2027. We also need investments in resilience and technology to boost and protect food systems in the face of climate shocks and disasters. But all our efforts in adaptation will fall short unless we reach a drastic reduction of emissions in the next decade, going clearly beyond the present NDCs, which still lead to an increase of temperatures well beyond 2 degrees. And we need to supercharge the just transition away from fossil fuels to renewable energy, as described in the consensus of the Dubai in COP. Fortunately, the economics on our side. Last year, 90% of new power capacity came from renewables. Renewables are now the cheapest source of new electricity in nearly every country, and ensuring all countries benefit means providing financing and technology to help developing countries invest in grids, storage, and efficiency. And it means supporting workers and communities affected by the transition through training, protection, and new opportunities. All of these requires massive investment, debt relief, greater access to concessional finance, reform of the global financial system, all to give developing countries representation that reflects the realities of today's global economy. We need the G20 leadership and support as we build the resilient world people and planet require. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General. Thank you for that input. I now call upon His Excellency, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Mohammed Ali Yusuf.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Excellencies, it is a great honor for me to present the African Union Commission remarks for Session 2 on behalf of His Excellency Mohammed Ali Yusuf, Chair of the Commission. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, for Africa, resilience is not aspiration but our daily reality. We therefore approach this topic with clarity. Resilience must be built on equity, investment, and justice. We applaud the South Africa G20 presidency for highlighting these matters in this G20 tenure. On disaster risk reduction, Africa has established the Africa Multi-Hazard Early Warning and Action System. It is strengthening national DRR strategies. Yet, only 40% of Africans are covered by multi-hazard early warning system, the lowest globally. We welcome, therefore, the G20 high-level voluntary principles for investing in DRR development under the South Africa G20 presidency. This will highlight anticipatory action, resilient infrastructure, and risk-sensitive investment. Our call is to translate these principles into financing aligned with African systems so that every African is protected by 2027 under the G20 Early Warnings for All initiative. In conclusion, Your Excellencies, a resilient world cannot be built without Africa. Our continental framework are ready, our political will is firm. What we require is a G20 partnership grounded in predictable financing, simplified access, and technology transfer, the one that respects Africa's development choices. It is time to move together from commitments to implementation and from principles to delivery. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I now ask His Excellency Dr. Carlo Monticelli, Governor of the Council of European Development Bank.
President Ramaphosa, leaders of the G20. Throughout history, the world has repeatedly faced periods of profound technological and societal change, periods that have shaken established systems. Time after time, it has been the most vulnerable who have shouldered a disproportionate share of the social, human, and economic burden that comes with such transitions. Present circumstances stand apart for two key reasons. First, the pace at which the change is unfolding and its fully global reach have no precedent. Second, there is a growing recognition that transition must be just. Safeguarding the most vulnerable is essential as it preserves social fabric that enables transformation themselves to happen. One transition in particular is taking center stage, the shift to sustainable economic systems driven by escalating natural hazards and deepening climate crisis. Multilateral development banks have scaled up their collective ambitions to support member countries in navigating this transition. Since 2019, MDBs have doubled support for adaptation investment, recognizing that well-being and jobs cannot be sustained where homes, schools, and business are under threat from flooding, drought, and other climate events. Solutions to respond to natural disasters are also developing. One example, in Seville, several MDBs joined the Debt Close Alliance, which, within this broader MDB ecosystem, the Council of Europe Development Bank plays a distinctive role as Europe's social bank. It advances a climate social nexus approach, focusing on investments that strengthen the climate resilience of most vulnerable populations and communities. Looking ahead to 2026, MDBs stand ready to support their clients through this period of profound global transformation, ensuring that people remain at the core of the solutions we deliver. Thank you.
Thank you indeed. I now want to call, as you see me hesitate, I just had a whisper in my ear from the Secretary General of the United Nations, who has just told me that the main decision of the COP30 has just been approved. So the Secretary General is understandably very happy. and I congratulated him. Thank you very much, Secretary General, for sharing. Thank you so much. I now call upon Andrew Bailey, the Chair of the Finance Stability Board. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Your Excellency. Let me be very brief. Sustainable growth requires long-term engagement and long-term finance. And in turn, that requires us to understand the risks to that finance over the longer term. Climate change is undoubtedly one such risk. But the answer to that is not to have no or less finance. It's to use finance to support the transition to a sustainable future. The FSB has a role to play in helping the system to assess risks, providing frameworks to do that, and thereby to support sustainable finance. And I can give the assurance that is what we will do. Thank you.
That was nice and sweet. Thank you. 45 seconds. Excellent. Can I ask Mr. Clava Gatete, Under-Secretary General of UNECA, of United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Let's see if you will be able to beat that record.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I align myself with the statement by the Secretary General. Thank you so much.
Gee, we are on a roll. We are on a definite roll. Ms. Rebecca Gracepan Mayulfs, the Secretary General of UNCTAD.
I will have to do the same, Mr. President, and I align with the statement of the Secretary General of the UN.
Thank you so much. My next speaker is Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus. I am going to give you time because you deal with a different matter altogether. WHO.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency, President Ramaphosa, Excellencies. WHO welcomes the G20's endorsement of health security and resilient health systems in the declaration and the voluntary high-level principles of investing in disaster risk reduction. Likewise, we welcome South African presidency's focus on critical infrastructure. Strong health systems and early warning capacities are vital for preventing crises from becoming disasters. The COVID-19 pandemic exposed critical gaps in the world's health security defenses. We thank the G20 for its leadership in closing those gaps, including through the establishment of the Pandemic Fund and the Joint Finance and Health Task Force. In addition, WHO has also launched several initiatives for global health security based on COVID lessons. And as you know, at the World Health Assembly this year, WHO member states adopted the WHO Pandemic Agreement, which, when ratified, will become a landmark instrument of international law. Member states are now negotiating the Pathogen Access and Benefit Sharing System, or the PABS Annex, which will be critical for ensuring equitable access to vaccines and other medical countermeasures. We ask G20 countries to ensure those negotiations are completed in time for next year's World Health Assembly in May, because the next pandemic is not a question of if, but when. I thank you, and back to you, Mr. President.
Thank you so much, Tedros. My last speaker is His Excellency Maximo Terino Cullen from the Food Agriculture Organization.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I will try to be as brief as possible. In 2023, the world saw the steepest surge in food price inflation in decades. In low-income countries, food inflation reached 30%, pushing households' budget beyond their limits. This implies that the cost of a healthy diet rise substantially, making 2.4 billion people didn't have access to a healthy diet. Countries try to resolve this through different fiscal measures, social protection, and other measures. But Excellencies, the G20 can change this trajectory.
Open, predictable food markets are essential, particularly for net food importing countries. We must also invest in resilience, as climate shocks will intensify in intensity and frequency. First, through prevention, anchored on early warning risk analytics, insurance, and One Health approaches, and second, by increasing countries' ability to cope when shocks happen, with a strong social protection and science and innovative-driven agricultural transformation and trade policies that keep food accessible during these stresses. FAO's Financing for Shock-Driven Food Crisis facility tried to mobilize countries and private capital to strengthen prevention and enable anticipatory action. Through targeted investments and the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, we are trying to drive country-led agri-food system transformation at a scale to achieve this resilience. Excellencies, the world cannot wait. Leadership is needed now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'd like to extend my thanks and gratitude to you all. And by way of concluding this, we'd like to say as South Africa, the global community is faced by several formidable and related issues. And a number of them are poverty, environmental degradation, and climate change. The complexity of these challenges does call for enhanced action, resilience, climate financing, and sustainable infrastructure development. We must also ensure that vulnerable countries and communities have equitable access to technologies, to finance, and the capacity to anticipate and withstand future shocks. As we look ahead, South Africa believes that our collective efforts should focus on three imperatives. Firstly, we must strengthen global early warning systems. For many countries, this means scaling up of investments in data, in technology, and capacity to reach the most vulnerable communities that may be exposed to danger. Second, we must mobilize innovative finance for resilience. The G20 should champion accessible, practicable, and equitable disaster risk financing instruments. We need to pool risk, mobilize anticipatory funding, and forge public-private partnerships. And thirdly, we must mainstream disaster risk reduction into all sectors of economic planning, from energy and infrastructure to agriculture and urban development as well. Sustainable, balanced, and inclusive growth requires that we must take measures to address the severe imbalance in vulnerability to the increasing effects of climate change. Now, those countries most affected by severe weather events are often those that bear the least responsibility for climate change. This threatens to further deepen inequality between and within countries. Developing economies need resources and technical partnerships for effective adaptation. We need to make good on our commitments to fund loss and damage caused by climate change. And as 2025 marks the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement, we recognize its historic contribution to fostering universal climate action. And yet, global temperatures continue to climb. We have no choice but to fully effectively implement what we agreed to implement, and its temperature goal. In doing so, We must hold fast to the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. Just transition pathways are key enablers for climate action. These should encompass a whole of economy and a whole of society approach. In the face of persistent hunger and escalating climate pressures, we face a sobering reality. According to the Food and Agricultural Organization, as many as 700 million people are experiencing hunger worldwide. Excessive food price volatility continues to undermine purchasing power, especially for low-income communities. But we must applaud the G20 for continuously keeping food security at the center of the developmental agenda. South Africa made food security one of the priorities of its G20 presidency, building on the excellent work of previous presidencies, including the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty established under the Brazilian presidency. Platforms such as Agriculture Working Group, Meeting of Agricultural Chief Scientists, and the Food Security Task Force have delivered outcomes that underscore what we believe is the importance of building inclusive, diverse, and resilient, sustainable food systems. Since it was formed at a time of crisis, the G20 and the world has had to confront several crises. Unless we act now to build resilience and sustainability, the crises we face tomorrow will be more devastating, more damaging, and more lasting, as we have already heard from a number of speakers who stood to speak here. Now, that concludes our day today, and I think the day has gone extremely well, and we finished more or less on time. We left with one session, which is tomorrow, the third session, which is really a short session, just a half-day session. We now have an opportunity to have dinner together and to relax and to let our hair down. Those who have long hair and me let my hair up so that we are able to mix and amongst each other and get to know each other rather well. We will now get an announcement of where we should go, and thereafter, that will be the end of the evening. We expect that this will just take 2 hours, and by 9 p.m. we should all be departing for the various places where we are going to rest. So thank you very much. Let's give ourselves a round of applause for the wonderful day we have spent.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we invite the heads of state and government
idées qui sont assez familières, soit qu'elles aient pu être partagées ou pas. Il est bon dans le sens où il propose la paix et il reconnaît des éléments importants sur des questions de souveraineté, de garantie de sécurité et autres. Mais c'est une base d'un travail qui doit se reprendre, comme on l'avait d'ailleurs fait l'été dernier. Parce que ce plan aujourd'hui, d'abord, n'a pas été négocié avec les Européens. Or, il stipule pour les Européens beaucoup de choses. Les actifs gelés sont détenus par les Européens. L'intégration européenne de l'Ukraine, c'est dans la main des Européens. Savoir ce que fait l'OTAN, c'est dans la main des membres de l'OTAN. Donc, il y a beaucoup de choses qui ne peuvent pas simplement être une proposition américaine, qui suppose une concertation plus large. Donc, je pense qu'il faut d'abord dire, nous voulons tous la paix, et on est cohérent. On veut que cette paix soit robuste et durable. Donc, pour ça, il faut des éléments qu'on a déjà posés à plusieurs reprises. Et donc, c'est pourquoi, dès demain matin, les négociateurs américains arriveront à Genève. L'équipe de négociation ukrainienne s'y rendra et l'équipe de négociation de l'Union européenne, de l'Allemagne, du Royaume-Uni et de la France s'y rendront pour pouvoir remettre autour de la table de la substance et réconcilier toutes ces vues. Mais je pense que toute initiative qui va vers la paix est bonne. Maintenant, nous savons à quelles conditions cette paix est acceptable. Il faut qu'elle prenne en compte les éléments qui permettent une paix juste et durable pour les Ukrainiens et qui prennent en compte les éléments de sécurité pour tous les Européens.
Pourquoi ce plan il serait inacceptable?
Je ne vais pas pré-négocier pour ce que font nos Sherpas, mais on voit bien qu'il y a des éléments sur la limitation du format de l'armée ukrainienne, donc de sa propre souveraineté. On sait que s'il n'y a pas les éléments de la dissuasion, les Russes reviendront et trahiront leurs promesses. Nous l'avons vu à plusieurs reprises, et en particulier en ce qui concerne l'Ukraine en février 2022. Donc nous voulons la paix. Je pense qu'elle doit commencer par un cessez-le-feu. Et ça aussi, c'est des choses qu'on peut essayer d'avoir à court terme. Je constate que depuis mars, où le président Zelensky a donné son accord sur le cessez-le-feu, c'est la Russie qui a toujours dit non. Mais on a des éléments qu'on avait déjà retravaillés d'ailleurs, et au printemps-été, et après la rencontre qui s'est tenue à Anchorage. Donc voilà, on va recréer un moment de reconvergence pour essayer d'avoir un texte commun.
Monsieur le Président de l'Afrique, de l'Europe en Afrique, vous avez organisé la conférence pour la paix humanitaire en République démocratique du Congo, mais depuis même dans ce sommet, vous n'en avez pas parlé. Qu'est-ce qui bloque? Vous êtes à quel niveau? Combien collecté? Ou bien qu'est-ce que les acteurs doivent faire?
Alors, je me permets de juste corriger votre propos. J'ai parlé, en parlant des crises, des Grands Lacs et du Soudan. Donc je veux rassurer le continent africain humanitaire qui a donné d'abord qui a mobilisé de l'argent dans un plan qui n'était pas financé. On a largement dépassé le milliard d'euros. On était à 1,5 milliard, merci Monsieur le Ministre précisément. Avant le sommet, on était à 150 millions d'euros. Donc on a fait x10 sur le soutien à l'humanitaire en République démocratique du Congo. C'était une nécessité, il faut qu'on continue d'avancer, la situation est terrible dans tout l'Est et dans les Kivu. Maintenant, on avait aussi posé des points opérationnels comme la réouverture de l'aéroport de Goma, les conditions pour le permettre. Je note qu'aujourd'hui, l'effort n'a pas été fait par les M23 et ceux qui détiennent l'aéroport de Goma pour pouvoir le rouvrir, alors même que les conditions administratives ont été prises par la République démocratique du Congo. Donc je demande vraiment instamment à toutes les parties prenantes, sur le sujet humanitaire, de savoir avancer. Ensuite, s'est tenue, comme vous le savez, une réunion de médiation à Doha, qui a permis aussi d'avancer sur l'aspect politique et la discussion avec le M23. Nous, on continue d'avancer. Et je pense qu'il faut unir tous les efforts de l'Union africaine et du président Faure Gnassingbé, qui a été mandaté par le président Lorenzo, les efforts des États-Unis d'Amérique, et ce qui a été signé l'été dernier, les efforts du Qatar, et la médiation qui vient de marquer un pas important, et on s'en est réjoui, et ce que la France a pu apporter. On doit absolument continuer, la situation est trop grave pour qu'on la laisse, et donc c'est cet effort conjoint que nous allons poursuivre.
Sur l'Ukraine, Monsieur le Président, pourquoi l'Afrique du Sud n'a pas été conduit aux discussions sur l'Ukraine aujourd'hui? On est en Afrique du Sud, c'est un pays médiateur dans la crise, et ils n'étaient pas là, ils n'ont pas été conduits.
Alors c'est une manière très simple, parce qu'on parle de la sécurité de l'Europe, et donc ça a été une coordination entre Européens pour préparer les réunions de demain de nos Sherpas. Et donc, pour être très clair, comme il y a quelques pays européens qui sont actifs dans la discussion par souci d'efficacité, c'est tout à fait normal qu'on se coordonne. Et d'ailleurs, on a coordonné les Européens et aussi les partenaires de la coalition qui étaient présents et qui sont non européens. Marc Carnet était là, la première ministre du Japon, pour ne citer que quelques exemples. Nous avons aussi acté, au-delà du processus, décision et nous allons organiser, en lien avec Keir Starmer, une réunion par vidéoconférence de la coalition des volontaires, que vous le savez, nous avons bâtie depuis février dernier à la réunion de Paris qui s'était tenue. Cette coalition des volontaires qui a plus d'une trentaine de pays, européens mais aussi alliés. Donc nous tiendrons une réunion mardi après-midi pour nous coordonner sur ce point et voir les avancées qui se seront faites pendant les négociations des prochains jours à Genève et pouvoir prendre de nouvelles initiatives. I will perhaps finish in French and I will switch in English, don't worry.
Vous avez dit qu'effectivement, il y a des points qui paraissent à ce stade inacceptables. Les négociations démarrent demain, elles vont être compliquées. Est-ce qu'on est devant un risque majeur de rupture avec les États-Unis?
Non, je ne ferai pas ici de politique fiction et je pense qu'à chaque fois, on a su reconverger. Nous avons besoin de leur soutien pour cette guerre de résistance. Ils ont fait des propositions et je pense que tous ceux qui sont trop critiques ont tort de négliger le rôle que jouent aujourd'hui les États-Unis. Mais on doit ensuite reconverger parce que les États-Unis ont aussi besoin des Européens pour régler ce conflit. Et c'est très clair d'ailleurs dans les 28 points qui sont mis sur la table. Donc c'est cette négociation qui va se tenir. Et en vrai, les gens qui vont se réunir demain à Genève, ce ne sont que des gens qui veulent la paix, il ne faut pas se tromper. La tension, elle est avec la Russie. C'est la Russie qui a déclenché une guerre d'agression. C'est la Russie qui, depuis mars, ne veut pas le cessez-le-feu. Donc je pense qu'il faut tous qu'on ait beaucoup de calme et de sang-froid. On va faire reconverger ces positions avec tous le même but, obtenir la paix, mais pas une paix qui serait précaire, une paix vraiment durable pour l'Ukraine et pour les Européens.
Monsieur le Président, lors de ce G20, le président Tebboune était invité, finalement, il n'est pas venu. Vous étiez disponible pour une rencontre. Est-ce que finalement un entretien aura lieu et quand? Et puis, par ailleurs, vous avez toujours prôné l'apaisement avec l'Algérie, mais vous avez été confronté à une très grave crise. Alors, est-ce que vous reconnaissez une forme d'échec sur la question?
Je pense que sur l'Algérie, il y a beaucoup de monde qui veut en faire une question politique. Je vais vous dire comment je vois les choses. Beaucoup de gens veulent faire de l'Algérie une question de politique domestique française. Et en Algérie, beaucoup de gens veulent faire de la relation à la France une question de politique domestique algérienne. Si on laisse ces gens-là de chaque côté faire l'agenda, il n'y a aucune chance qu'on avance. Moi, je note que ces dernières années, on a su faire des avancées très concrètes. Et moi, j'ai toujours eu la même méthode, le respect et l'exigence. Le respect, parce que quand on veut avancer avec quelqu'un, on a rarement des résultats en insultant. En tout cas, c'est plutôt mon expérience. Et l'exigence, c'est que la situation n'est pas satisfaisante, donc on veut des résultats. Mais il faut le faire en comprenant aussi ce que veulent les autres. Moi, je veux bâtir une relation d'avenir qui soit apaisée, mais on doit corriger beaucoup de choses. Et on sait que sur beaucoup de sujets, sécuritaires, migratoires, économiques, on n'est pas dans une situation satisfaisante, de part et d'autre. Et on a beaucoup de défis communs. Donc, il y a un processus que j'ai décidé en réunissant les ministres et des services concernés il y a plusieurs semaines. C'est celui qu'on applique. Il a conduit à des réengagements de discussion au niveau technique de nos directeurs de services, au niveau de nos secrétaires généraux des ministères des Affaires étrangères, puis il y aura des réunions entre ministres qui vont se tenir. Et c'est comme ça qu'on reprépare, qu'on redéclenche les choses. Je constate qu'on a déjà eu des premiers résultats. Et la libération de Boualem Sansal est un premier résultat dont il faut se féliciter. Maintenant, il faut avoir beaucoup de constance, et je le dis, d'humilité et de respect. Et pour moi, c'est un sujet qu'on doit régler.
Monsieur le Président, toujours en parlant.
Pardon? Elle se fera au moment où on aura préparé pour avoir des résultats.
Monsieur le Président, toujours en parlant de diplomatie, on ne vous a pas encore entendu sur ces propos de votre chef d'état-major des armées il y a quelques jours au Congrès des maires. Beaucoup de réactions en France suite à notamment ces quelques mots, il faut accepter de perdre nos enfants. Est-ce que vous reprendriez vous aussi ces mêmes termes et que vous pensez des réactions en France?
Je ne ferai pas de commentaire. Il n'y a qu'un chef des armées en France, c'est le président de la République. Et ensuite un lien et un commandement qui se fait avec le chef d'état-major des armées, qui a toute ma confiance et qui a tenu un discours qui était beaucoup plus élaboré que la phrase qu'on en a sortie. Je vois assez bien de quoi il peut s'agir, sortir une phrase et la sortir de son contexte pour faire peur. Je vois aussi les surréactions qu'il y a pu avoir. La ministre des Armées, comme le chef d'état-major des armées lui-même, ont pu, je crois, ces derniers jours, donner toute clarté. Et pour tous les gens qui veulent sincèrement écouter ce qu'ils ont dit, remettre les choses dans leur contexte et dans le calme. Voilà. Nous avons une armée qui est forte, dont on doit être fier, qui s'est engagée sur des théâtres d'opération dangereux ces dernières années, qui n'a jamais manqué à sa mission et ses devoirs, et que nous avons consolidé par les décisions que nous avons prises, et les 2 lois de programmation militaire. Et c'est sans doute, c'est même véritablement l'armée la plus efficace du continent européen aujourd'hui. Et donc nous sommes fiers de cette armée. J'aurai d'ailleurs des annonces complémentaires à faire dans les prochains jours et les prochaines semaines. Et c'est ça qu'il faut regarder. Et parce que c'est ce qui nous permet, je le redisais le 13 juillet dernier, dans le monde où nous vivons fait d'incertitudes, d'une montée des tensions, si nous voulons véritablement être en sécurité, il faut dissuader l'autre de venir. Et donc, pour faire... Mais je comprends...
Les Français qui écoutaient...
S'ils n'ont écouté qu'un bout, oui. Et je comprends surtout que ça a été détourné par beaucoup de gens qui ont un autre agenda. Mais moi, je ne céderai pas à l'esprit de défaite, au déclinisme ambiant. Je pense que la France doit continuer d'être une nation forte, avec une armée forte, mais avec aussi une capacité que nous vivons face aux risques contemporains, avec la nécessité d'être conscients sur ces risques géopolitiques et de nous tenir ensemble. Voilà. Mais j'en appelle à l'unité. Mais je le redis, si nous voulons être véritablement protégés dans ce monde-là, on doit pouvoir dissuader les autres, et pour ça, on doit être fort. Mais ils avaient une question en français, monsieur. Allez-y.
Monsieur le Président, est-ce que vous êtes prêt d'organiser un sommet G8 l'année prochaine, si c'est nécessaire? C'est aussi au plan américain, le retour de la...
Écoutez, d'abord, aujourd'hui, les conditions ne sont pas remplies. Je ne fais pas de politique fiction, mais aujourd'hui, les conditions ne sont pas remplies pour réintégrer la Russie. Deuxièmement, le format dépend de l'avis unanime de tous les membres du G7 actuel. Donc je ne vais pas commencer, alors que la France prendra la présidence en janvier, à stipuler pour les autres. Il faut des consultations, il faut que tout le monde soit d'accord. Par contre, je souhaite bâtir le G7 français en associant étroitement des pays qui ne sont pas au G7. Parce que je veux porter cet agenda sur les déséquilibres internationaux. Et donc il y aura une concertation étroite avec le Brésil, l'Afrique du Sud, l'Inde, la Chine et plusieurs autres. Donc on aura un format original et un peu nouveau parce qu'on a besoin d'unité.
Monsieur le Président, y a-t-il le rencontre franco-saoudien à propos de Palestine et surtout sur le Soudan?
Écoutez, d'abord, nous avançons sur notre agenda. La situation sur le terrain reste évidemment extrêmement difficile et ce que nous voulons, c'est maintenir la paix et que chacun tienne ses engagements jusqu'au bout. Il y a ensuite l'administration de Gaza, le déploiement de forces de sécurité puis de la force internationale le jour d'après. Et donc l'Arabie saoudite et la France vraiment sont garantes de cet agenda de la déclaration de New York qui prend chacune de ces étapes jusqu'à la perspective politique. Et ça, je crois que c'est très important. Et c'est ce qui, d'ailleurs, fait le consensus, pour ne pas dire l'unanimité dans toute la région. Et donc, on va continuer de tirer ce fil avec beaucoup de force. Sur le Soudan, nous sommes attachés aujourd'hui à la paix. Je pense que ce pays a trop souffert de cette guerre civile terrible, avec trop d'aide militaire qui vient de l'étranger. Je pense qu'il faut maintenant que tout le monde se calme et se remette autour d'une table, que des médiations reprennent et que aussi la société civile puisse reprendre sa place. La France, il y a quelques mois, avait organisé une conférence à cet égard. Nous rejouerons en lien avec les négociateurs principaux notre rôle, mais le Soudan a besoin de paix, le Soudan a besoin que les armes s'arrêtent, que ceux qui les fournissent cessent de le faire et que la société civile reprenne sa place. Madame, if we go, yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Sophie Kwena, a correspondent for the South African Broadcasting Corporation. This meeting is happening on the African continent, and I had you touching on Sudan, the DRC in French. The people out there, the Africans in particular, are saying, what will the declaration do in terms of implementation to address this challenge of conflict? I mean, Sudan, the speculation is that the humanitarian crisis in Sudan, it's more intense than what we see in other parts of the world. But the Sudanese are a forgotten nation. Does Africa deserve neglect?
So first of all, I want to insist here and to say very clearly to all your people that you should not underestimate the impact and the importance of having the first G20 summit in our history on the African continent. And by itself, it's a great achievement. And I think South Africa can be proud of this achievement. Second, this is as well a summit where African Union has its seat, which is a very important achievement as well, in the recognition of Africa as a whole and Africa as being part of these nations to decide for themselves and for the future. Second, the main topic of the G20 is much more about climate, economy, and trying to regulate and find common tools for our economies, and not the vivid and geopolitical crisis. It's never been the core of our agenda, even if in side events we can meet on that. This G20 consolidated some of very important points decided during the past few years, especially on debt restructuring, which was an important part of the discussion this morning. And this is very important in real terms for the African countries, because a lot of them, too many of them, are overwhelmed by the debt service and have to sacrifice health, education because of that. So delivering a common restructuring is critical, and G20 is the right framework. Why? Because you have China, Europeans, all the key creditors around the table. Now, as for the crisis, let me tell you that Sudan is not forgotten by France. We organized several conferences in support of Sudan and trying to find a way to give to the civil society its fair place and to push and re-engage with the different parties to cease fire. Now, the main objective in Sudan, and I think all those involved in this conflict have to follow the same line, is clearly ceasefire, resuming the humanitarian help, and setting, as we did in 2019, a peace where civil society could take its place and its role. And I do remember the civil society being in Paris in 2019, right after the Sudanese revolution. And these young women were so impressive, so powerful, and we owe them so much. So by respect for what they dedicated and what they did, now, for me, the objective is to deliver this agenda.
Thank you very much. Last question. For the Middle East, how do you evaluate the situation now, the geopolitical situation?
Look, the situation
Especially in Lebanon.
As I was mentioning. So in Lebanon, the situation remains extremely fragile. I think President Aoun made a very important speech today, and I want to say that he reflected what we have in mind, meaning being very firm and efficient vis-à-vis Hezbollah, and delivering our plan, which is clearly to restore Lebanese sovereignty in the south and fighting actively against the terrorist groups. Now, what we want to do in close coordination with the US, because as we know, we are together in the coordination mechanism, in direct discussion with Israel, whose security is clearly impacted, we want to deliver this mechanism step by step to restore sovereignty of Lebanon and Lebanese forces in the south, withdraw progressively the presence of the Israeli forces, and be efficient against Hezbollah. So the weeks and months to come will be absolutely critical in this achievement, but I think that the commitments taken today by President Aoun were very important, and we will follow up. And in the meanwhile, we will organize as well our conference to support the recovery of Lebanon in France, and our Saudi friends will organize a conference for the financing of the Lebanese armed forces in close link with us. And these two pillars are very important to deliver this concrete results.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have to rush.
I have to rush.
Last question. Just regarding Ukraine, I mean, what do you all, as European leaders, plan to do in order to convince President Trump of some of the issues you all have? And is Europe in a position to support Ukraine should the U.S. withdraw its support?
I will not try to figure out some scenario. Where we are is clear. Ukraine, the US, and the Europeans want peace, but we want a robust and long-standing peace. I think it's very good that the US proposed something to go to a ceasefire and peace, and we have to commend these efforts. But at the same time, as what is at stake is obviously Ukrainian sovereignty and European security. It's normal to have both the Ukrainians and the Europeans on the table to finalize this plan. So this is exactly what we will do tomorrow and the day after in order to make a common plan. Now, we just have one problem, and our problem is not the US on this negotiation at this point. Our unique problem, all of us, is Russia, which started this war. We refused to take the ceasefire proposals in February, March, July, August, etc., and didn't provide any guidance if they are okay just to have a ceasefire now, and look at the humanitarian situation in Ukraine, not just in the east, but everywhere. Look at the situation of the infrastructure of energy and so on. Look at the civilian casualties. I mean, this is a necessity to stop the Russians. There is one aggressor and one victim. Full stop. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup.
Juste sur la marche blanche, un hommage à Mehdi Kessassi à Marseille.
The upgrade cited stronger growth prospects, improved fiscal consolidation, and reduced contingent liabilities, particularly reflecting improvements in the energy sector. While South Africa remains below investment grade, the upgrade is significant. It lowers borrowing costs, broadens the investor base, and signals renewed confidence in the country's reform trajectory. Our creative industries are receiving awards across the globe. From Tyler, Black Coffee, the list of our opera singers is unbelievable. The Leaders Summit is a culmination of all the working groups meetings that have taken place throughout our country, from Table Mountain in Cape Town to the Kruger National Park in Mpumalanga, Limpopo, and to some of the game reserves across the country. Our visitors who came to attend the working groups have explored them. Hluhluwe in KwaZulu-Natal, Pilansberg, in Sun City, and
You will have a lot of.
Villano.
Yeah, but next weekend we will go out. And going to... No, I will force you when you're drunk to do talks. No. Yes, you can go to church. Yeah, the church is like very, very... No, it's not. Much work is no problem. It's on the same place. For me, it's because it's like 5 minutes more to No, I don't know what you understand. But I was just saying. I didn't understand nothing. I was not thinking of this. Your mind is perfect. No, your only mind think of this. Only think of this. No. No, it's okay. I know you know. I know what's happening inside of your head. I know what's happening. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
I was just saying it's just because I can go walking at home, not because of other things.
I'm not saying nothing. Yeah, I can sleep with you. Instead of... What? We'll continue this thing.
Parlava in inglese.
Ancora
sì, Are you awake? No. No, per adesso mi rispondeva yes. Io faccio quindi, do you want to speak English? Yes. Really? Are you awake? No. Adesso, ma non stai rispondendo, grazie, non fammi essere sveglio.
Jingle bells.
Questa è stata una delusione bruttissima. Siamo andati all'elaborazione del negativo. Come se fosse la musica indiana.
Quello non era indiano.
No, poi l'ho messo quella che fa.
Ah, beh, quella sì.
No, quella ero io che la cantavo.
Hai fatto qualcosa di...
Dell'acqua c'è. Dell'acqua c'è. Ma poi. L'acqua di...
Ma che palle, c'è una settimana, la medicina comunale.
C'è il coronavirus.
Oddio.
Ti rimasi giù del
Perché
pranzo.
che tuo padre hai comprato? È la prima che hai comprato da negozio.
Però l'acqua di pasta. Tutta proprio. Buonissimo. 5 minuti ci siamo. Questa è tremenda situazione.
No, mancano 5 minuti.
Ma visto che è uscito bene. Sei uscito da lei. Loro.
No,
Qual é a melhor cidade do mundo? Bem-vindos e bem-vindas! Esta cidade que acolhe todos. Welcome to Lisbon, the best city in the world! Bienvenue a Lisbon! Bem-vindos a Lisboa! Para esta que é a nossa tradição, aqui com a minha amiga Carla Salsinha, todos os anos, com os comerciantes todos de Lisboa, sempre a lutar pela nossa alma e a nossa identidade lisboeta, com as nossas crianças, vamos aqui fazer desde 2021. E em 2021 não correu bem, que as luzes não acenderam. Mas desta vez vai correr, não vai? Vai correr bem. Vamos a isso, meninos, todos aqui juntos. Vamos a isso. E agora, para a nossa Lisboa, com a nossa Lisboa, as luzes mais bonitas do mundo, vamos contar. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. E agora, a banda sonora original do nosso Diogo Clemente. Vamos a isso. Eu queria que se chamar aqui o Diogo Clemente, que é o autor deste grande hino. O Diogo, anda cá. Obrigado, Diogo. É o grande Diogo Clemente que fez esta música da nossa cidade, homenagem ao nosso grande Carlos Paredes, Verdes Anos. Meus queridos, e agora, primeiro um orgulho enorme, porque é único, é comovente estar aqui convosco, é comovente sentir esta Lisboa, é comovente sentir a nossa alma, é comovente sentir o Natal em Lisboa, que são todos vocês e a vossa emoção que é tão única. Não há cidade como esta, esta sensação que se tem ao ver Lisboa, mas ao sentir Lisboa. E por isso nós tínhamos que convidar hoje alguém que representasse esta nossa alma, esta nossa identidade. E não há ninguém que o faça tão bem, que o faça de tão de dentro, como aquela que vos vou apresentar. A mais brilhante da sua geração, uma mulher absolutamente incrível, lisboeta de dentro, ali de Chelas, a Sara Correia! É que ela dá a Sara.
Olá, boa noite a todos. Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente. Boa noite. Nasceu um dia quando aventurei Molia e o seu mar prolongava na morada de um veleiro no peito do meu chão, meu monte, meu vale, de folhas, flores, frutos de raiz, as terras da Espanha, areias de Portugal, de sangue e de choro. Matrimonio.
Africa.